seconds in count. We are still go 30 seconds on count. Astronauts reported fuel good. 25 seconds. 20 seconds in count. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Good morning and welcome to the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. It's going to be a beautiful day out there. I'm Matt Lieto, and with me today, I couldn't be more excited to bring on five-time Ironman world champion Craig Crowe Alexander. How's it going, Craig?
I'm good, Matt. How are you? I'm excited too. This is going to be a great race. Of course, race 10 of the Ironman Pro Series. We've got a very deep field, and I'm just excited to be hanging out with you for the next 8 or 9 hours.
Couldn't have a better day planned for myself. And it's Queensland is an amazing, amazing place, and Cairns at the very top of that list and places to visit in Queensland. It's gonna bring us some great sights, and obviously, as you said, some spectacular racing.
Yeah, well, it's known as the Racing Paradise. It's a beautiful, beautiful part of Australia. You've got the Daintree rainforest on one side, and then, of course, the Great Barrier Reef right there. And the athletes, I don't know if they're going to have much time to take in the sights today because we've got some fast racing on tap, but it's far north Queensland. It's tropical, it's beautiful, and we're set for a cracker.
Yeah, and it's a world championship type of course. It's challenging. The crowds are amazing. And as you said, the scenery and the surroundings are ridiculous as well. Amazing, amazing stuff down here in Queensland.
Yeah, and as we see the footage here, we see the 70.3 athletes heading out. Of course, they've gone off earlier this morning. It's still about at least half an hour until the Ironman Pro Series, the Ironman kicks off. But it's a great part of the world. It's an ocean swim, which presents its challenges. I would classify it as a fast bike, but I think we're going to see fast times today, depending on the wind. The wind's the big question mark here, but then, just a spectacular 4-lap run through the town of Cairns with a lot of spectator support. Huge.
Absolutely beautiful. And the swim course today, it's going to be, there's a little bit of chop on the water, but it's shaping up to be a fantastic swim to start our race and not too long of a time.
Yeah, well, it's an ocean swim, so it's exposed to the elements, but I think the organisers, from what I read last night, they've brought the cans in. And that was their plan, just to make it a protected swim, less exposed to the elements. And, with the athletes we got racing here today, I'm expecting some fast times.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, here in just a minute, we'll go down and get a little bit more of our live scene set for what we're going to have for the race today, as far as some of the athletes maybe joining us and chatting a little bit. But as you said, we do have that 70.3 out and underway on the swim course already. And let's send it down. We were able to have the very, very talented Will McCloy go and give us a little bit of a course preview, and he's going to take us out and give us a bit of a taste on what the pros and 2,800 age group athletes will be experiencing here today.
If you're only going to do one Ironman in 2026, this is the one. If you don't know, Cairns is situated between two beautiful UNESCO World Heritage sites on Australia's tropical northeast coast. The Daintree rainforest on one side, and on the other side, out there, the Great Barrier Reef. Perfect for training, perfect for racing. Now, let's take a look at this course that the athletes will be taking on in this race in paradise. It all starts right here on one of the most beautiful tropical beaches in the world, here in Palm Cove. The 70.3 athletes are out first, then the Ironman pros in a mass start and a rolling start then for the age groupers. The Roka swim course is a 2 laps box swim in usually calm waters. Maybe not today. I'm sure we'll be hoping for calmer than that if you're not a great swimmer. Starting here and finishing up there. And then 3.8 kilometres later, you've made it to Ruvi Transition 1, about a kilometre north of the swim start. We're still on the same beach because we are a very big country. And if you're like me, once you see this carpet and the racks, you have a deep feeling of relief to be out of the water. And then it's out onto the Captain Cook Highway for 180 kilometres, named after James Cook, the first European to discover this part of Australia. And it turns out, thanks Wikipedia, that the last place he ended up was Hawaii, which incidentally is the same place these athletes are trying to get to. The Zoot bike course is 180 kilometres, obviously, and 2 laps north to Port Douglas and back again. It's rolling, closed highway roads with plenty to look at on both sides. And the wind, when it's blowing, which it usually is, will be in your face on the way back. Total elevation, a rolling 1,250 metres. The high point of the course is Rex Lookout, which the athletes hit at around the 17 kilometre mark on the way out. Of course, they're going to do it twice. It's a 700 metre climb at around 4% average gradient, but the view, looking back over Trinity Bay, is worth it. I mean, it was for me because I did it in a car. Ruvi T2 is separate from T1 here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. In fact, it's 30 kilometres south, back here in the heart of town and near the finishing line, which we'll get to in just a second. But once you make it here onto this particular patch of red carpet, you will then be treated to a 4-lap, very flat, very fast Hoka run course, and that will take you home. And the best part about it, there are family, friends and supporters lining the course on both sides. And then 2.5 to 5.5 hours later, it all ends here. The famous red and black carpet that signals the end of your day as an Ironman. And as you can see from the time, I've absolutely smashed it on debut. Might be the time of day, we don't need to worry about that. But get here and it's the absolute best part of an incredible day racing at the race in paradise, the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns.
Great stuff. Amazing course that we're going to have out here today, and one of the most beautiful parts of the world. Will McCoy definitely getting the good job and doing a great job at it here today. Greg, looks beautiful out there.
Looks amazing. The conditions are, the weather's playing ball, everything's playing ball. And yeah, we've got just over 20 minutes until we kick off. It's just a magnificent part of the world.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. And yeah, just a few minutes till we go down and actually get some of this race started here today as we get some shots of our pros getting some last-minute preparation done.
Thanks, Matt. Ironman would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which this event takes place, the Irraganji and Gamoy Wallabarra Indinji people. We pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and recognise their continuing connection to the land, waters and culture. We would also like to thank Tourism Events Queensland and Cairns Regional Council for their continued support in allowing us to hold this event again here in Cairns.
Very well said, Greg. Thanks so much. And yeah, look at this great overhead shot of our swim here today. Again, the 70.3 athletes out and ready to go, already out on course.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Yeah, that water it's looking smooth and clear, as it always is down here in Queensland. And a little bit of chop on the water. Craig, last year, very, very lucky conditions, glass-like conditions, very, very fast swim course. Today, a little bit more, but nothing that our professionals and amateurs can't handle.
No, I think the conditions look great, Matt, to be honest. And I know I was checking out the course records before, the swim course records held by Joshy Armberger, who's in the race today. But we also have a man racing in the age group, ranked Sam Askew-Doran, who actually is the Kona course record holder. He raced here in Cairns, his first ever Ironman last year. So I think, the conditions, they're not glassy, but they don't look slow either. So I'm expecting a fairly quick swim by the lead pro men and the lead pro women as well.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Great call out having Sam in our age group field. Was able to meet him last year out on course. Great kid, and obviously very, very talented athlete as well. On the men's side, we also have Jamie Riddle is going to be very, very aggressive on the swim here this morning. And, on the women's side, we've got a very talented field as well. Rebecca Clark, we've seen her at the front. She was at the front of this race last year with Lauren Brandon. Lauren Brandon now retired, isn't going to be in front of the swim course this time, but she's going to be watching from home. But we are lucky enough to have Will McCoy with us today, providing some live reports and analysis from the course. And let's go down and have a little chat with Will, see what he's seeing. What do you got, Will?
Thanks, Matt. Look, I've got to say, you said before I had the best job, and there's no doubt that I do have the best job. It is the race in paradise for a reason. The sun came up. There was a little bit of consternation around the wind and the water chop. It's been really windy here the last few days in Port Douglas, but when the sun came up, it was absolutely flat, pretty glassy, a little bit of chop as the wind comes out from the southeast. So we're going to see that probably coming into the headwind on the way home, but that's a problem for later. Right now it's about getting this race started. And let me give you a little look behind the scenes here as we're going to head up towards where the athletes in a minute are going to be announced, but we'll see if we can grab one or two of the athletes beforehand. And there's been a lot of chat, I suppose, around Jamie Riddle, who obviously is already qualified for Nice, so the pressure's off in that respect. But there's been a lot of chat around you, my friend, but you're a guy who likes a lot of chat around you as well. How are you feeling?
I feel like a horse in its gate. Let your boy out. No, you're kidding. This is incredible. Like that. This is the best backdrop I've ever seen in the start of a race, and I'm itching, man. I'm itching, but I got to keep it composed.
So all male professionals, all female professionals, you cannot already out of the water. We do need you.
You've had quite the incredible run to start your long course career, obviously in San Francisco, before that in South Africa as well. Were you expecting to come to it so quickly?
It's amazing what happens when you start to really believe in yourself and hone in on and focus on yourself and have confidence in yourself and have a good support team around you. And I think it's just allowing me to express myself to the fullest, and you see that in the results. But our racing is just an expression of what's going on deeper, and obviously I'm doing the right things back home to be able to perform at the level I am now.
And do we have the run to back up the amazing swim bike?
100%, you'll see it.
Let's see. Best of luck, mate. Cannot wait to see you guys out there. It's going to be an incredible men's race, female race as well, and we're about to get started. So we're going to throw down now to the Welcome to Country with Gavin
Let's
Singleton.
give a big round of applause to Gavin from the Kira Country. Let's give a big round of applause to Gavin from the Kira Country people.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome here at Palm Cove, one of our special places here, right on the doorstep of the West Tropics rainforest and the Great Barrier Reef. In our language, we call this place Yurpinji, Dakal, and also Double Island, we call Wangol Jungay. Wish everyone in good spirits, traveling along between here to Port Douglas, Yurpinji, and also down to the south, finishing at Pinoy at the base of Cairns. Wish everyone in good spirits here. Thank you.
Gavin, it's always a privilege and a pleasure. He's been part of our team since, as you said, 2012. Each year he welcomes us to his country.
Oh, love it. That's awesome. Great to be able to witness that welcome to country and bring everybody a little bit more into the environment and the culture that we're lucky enough to be able to race in here today, this morning for, as you said earlier, Craig, the 10th race in the Ironman Pro Series. There's a lot up for grabs and a lot at stake, but never take for granted where we're able to participate in these races.
Absolutely. It's one of the great things about a global sport. You get to take in different cultures, different countries, and I was excited to see Jamie Riddle there. He's looking up and about, ready to go. He's one of the new guys on the scene. Of course, Paris Olympian last year, and I think one of the favourites for today.
Yeah, no, and you can just tell how excited he is to be a part of Ironman racing and what it means to him to go to an Ironman World Championship. It's funny, actually, after commentating a race of his last year at the end of the season that you were at, actually, in Australia, he was Busselton, I believe. I got an Instagram message from, I believe his father. It was a picture of Jamie with my brother, Chris, at the World Championships. Like, Jamie must have been 6 years old. So, like, this guy, that's all he's been looking for his whole career, was trying to get here, and he's made his way there pretty quickly.
Yeah, shout out to Jamie's mum and dad, Alec and Michelle, who no doubt will be watching in South Africa. I met Jamie's dad in Kona, 15 years ago. They're a very passionate triathlon family. They offer great support to Jamie. Alec's a great role model for Jamie, and yeah, we wish Jamie all the best today. He's an aggressive racer, and he's really going to be one of the guys up the pointy end dictating turns today.
Yeah, no, he is for sure. And aggressive might even be an understatement. I remember that first race last year, watching him in the swim. He's just like putting in surges, looking over his shoulder to see if he's dropping everybody. So like the swim groups that most people are expecting to be in might be altered a little bit by the aggressiveness of Jamie Riddle. He's starting to be known around the scene, obviously always respected as a very fast swimmer, but just how aggressive he is, even in these long races, is quite impressive. And the pros are getting ready. Again, Ironman Pro Series race, bringing a lot of attention to these regional races, and some of the best athletes in the planet come to fight for these points. And we're going to have some of our best athletes here. It looks like a bib number 1, Braden Curry from New Zealand, Craig, but he's a 3-time Ironman Cairns champion, feels like a local here, and one of the favorites coming into the race, no doubt.
And bib number 2, we've got Matthew Marquardt from the US, 4th in the Ironman Pro Series last year, and no doubt looking to bag himself some points today.
Sure is, and just off of a family cruise with his in-laws and still coming out here to race. Number 3, Mike Phillips. He's understated guy around the course, but once the race starts, nothing understated about Mike Phillips.
Next up, we have bib number 6, Ben Hamilton, also from New Zealand. Ben came 7th in Ironman New Zealand earlier this year, and he's vying for contention for the overall Pro Series this year.
There you go, and coming out with a strut is bib number 7, Matt Hansen. he's an athlete that was very, very high up in the Pro Series last year, and he's doing his best to get some points early season to get back up there.
Next up, we have the best Mo in triathlon. Nick Thompson, bib number 7 from Australia, recently set the Australian record for Ironman at the recent Ironman Texas North American Championship. So a man in form.
Second best mustache on this coverage today, though, Craig. Bib number 10, Jamie Riddle. We've said a lot of good things about him today, but you can tell he's excited, ready to go to battle. And he's got a big smile on his face and ready to do it here in Cairns.
Next up, we have race number 12, Josh Yarnberger, 2017 champion here in Cairns, finished 10th last year, and one of the best swim-bike combinations in the sport.
Absolutely, and he'll appreciate to have some feet to swim on today. And bib number 14, that's Ben Hill, also from Australia, coming off an 11th place finish at the Ironman New Zealand. Actually, that was Henrik Ghosh from Finland.
Now, this is Henrik. This is Henrik Ghosh from Finland right here. A man also in good form, coming off a recent win at the Ironman 70.3 race in Port Macquarie.
There we go. What a talented field that we have here today. And again, we've got our front pack women, and that is Hannah Berry, defending champion from New Zealand last year. Amazing race this woman had here in Cairns last year, and don't expect anything else from Hannah. You see big exhale. She's here for business, and a little bit more weight on the shoulders as a defending champion.
Racer number 2, bib number 2, Lotte Wilms from the Netherlands, finished 2nd here last year, led right up until 10K of the marathon, and also finished 3rd in the Ironman Pro Series last year. So certainly a lady we're going to be watching go right off the front early today.
And bib number 3, that's Kylie Simpson from Australia. She was 3rd here at Ironman Cairns last year. This year we'll be looking at that swim exit in T1. How much time will she lose? Last year she just lost too much time in that swim. We'll see what she can do today.
And bib number 4 from Australia, Regan Hollyoak, going for her 4th straight Ironman win today, Matt. She won Ironman New Zealand earlier this year, and also Ironman Malaysia and Ironman Australia last year.
That's awesome. And Penny Slater, we can tell she is excited, pumped to race here today. She was 3rd last year at Ironman Cairns, and she's ready to go for another shot.
Next up, we have race bib number 7, Rebecca Clark from New Zealand. Another lady we expect to be right up the front in the swim. She came 5th here last year in Ironman Cairns and coming off an injury, so hopefully getting back to form.
That's bib number 9, Kate Gillespie-Jones from Australia, coming off of last year 2024 Ironman Cairns 9th place finish.
Race bib number 10, Jackie Herring, all the way from the US. One of our race favourites today, Matt. Of course, won the Ironman European Champs in Hamburg last year, and recently 2nd in Oceanside. Her first race of the Ironman Pro Series this year, and backed it up with a 3rd in St. George, Utah.
Yeah, had some bad luck racing last month, and changed plans, come down here to Cairns and try to get some points. And bib number 11, that's Katie Ramon from Australia, and 2nd place at 2024 Ironman Malaysia for her, looking to get some points as well.
And our final seeded woman, bib number 12, Gabrielle Lumpkus from the US, 4th at Ironman New Zealand in March earlier this year.
There you go. And Craig, yeah, we see our pro athletes getting in the water to warm up a little bit, see what that water feels like this morning. But what I love about this racing series that we have this year, the Ironman Pro Series, is just how deep and how international the fields are. We're used to seeing down here in Cairns great fields, but very much Asia Pacific type of athlete. We've got a lot of Kiwis, obviously a lot of Australians, but seeing North Americans fly down to race this race this year is fantastic, and we're just seeing how great this Pro Series is and how much these athletes want to participate.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we're down here at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. You can see the athletes getting ready, a little bit of warm up, loosening the body up and the arms up for the swim. We can see on the right-hand side of the screen, we've got our cap colors for today. Looks like in blue we'll have Braden Curry, we'll have Matthew Marquardt, we just saw on screen, in a pink cap. Mike Phillips there in the blue cap, some other, you know, maybe chasing a little bit more. We can see Matt Hansen is probably be a little bit behind. We got Osborne in there in the yellow cap. Nick Thompson and Jamie Riddle both in green caps today. But don't underestimate Josh Amberger in that violet cap. And Craig, you think Josh is kind of stoked to be in a new era where he can sit on some feet, or does he miss the days where he just swam off the front?
Yeah, I think he doesn't. I don't think he'll mind having some company for sure, not only for the swim, but for the bike ride. I mean, typically his whole career, he's sort of been off the front in the swim and maybe hasn't had a few stragglers. And I mean, that was always his MO in races. So now we've got a lot of great swimmers coming through in the sport. Jamie Riddle's one of those. Braden Curry, I know he's a noted swimmer as well. Of course, he swims in the famous Noosa swim squad with JR. Couple of Olympic open water swimmers in that squad, so Braden's right up the front too. So there'll be a power group form in this swim, I think, for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pretty sure Josh will be happy to have some company.
Yeah, no, awesome. Great stuff, and yeah, great male pro field today. And again, the fantastic Will McCloy was able to do a little pro male preview for us today. So let's go check out and see what Will got up to.
Okay, first up, no man based outside Oceania has ever won this race. 13 straight Aussies and New Zealanders. And wearing number 1, Braden Curry, who returns for a crack at a record-breaking 4th title and at retaking the 7:45 course record from the absent Matt Burton, who beat him into 2nd last year. At 39, Curry is still a force and cannot be discounted at what he says is his favourite race. And, well, he'll have plenty of Kiwi countrymen out there. Ironman New Zealand winner Mike Phillips is many people's favourite and is back to best his 3rd place from 2024. And young gun Ben Hamilton is looking to hold on to his spot in the Ironman Pro Series with big points. Now, it wouldn't be Cairns without 2017 winner Josh Amberger. Look for the Aussie to lead out of the water, but he might have some competition on that front from South African Jamie Riddle. Already Nice qualified after a debut 5th in South Africa, Riddle picked up another top 5 in San Francisco 2 weeks ago, so let's see if he has the run to back up huge swim bike performances in his last 2 outings. There is a chance that this one could go to someone from the Northern Hemisphere. American Matthew Marquardt is here, and he's wearing number 2, fresh off a training block that included 7 days trapped on a cruise ship. Really. Based on dry land in Colorado, 4th-time North American Championship winner Matt Hansen has also made the late decision to join the list after a DNF in South Africa, while Finland's Henrik Goisch is in form after taking out 70.3 Port Macquarie at the start of May. That was his first win. There are plenty more too. Many pundits are backing Nick Thompson. He was 9th last year and comes off a 7th in Texas, where he became the fastest Australian Ironman in history. So, tough to argue with that. Former pro cyclist Ben Hill is still improving in triathlon and will absolutely destroy the bike course. Young gun Jared Osborne is still buzzing from his maiden 70.3 win in Melbourne last year. And in his 14th pro year, Mitch Kibbe gets a mention due to his 7th in 2024 and also because it's a fun name to say, Mitch Kibbe. That's enough to go on, but as we know, this beautiful course always has something to say. So all we can do now is sit back and let the battle begin.
Great stuff. I'm ready for that battle as well. And you know what? I can't get enough of Will this morning. So let's go back down to Will and see what he has just a few minutes before the race start here.
Well, I can't get enough of you either, Matt, and I'm loving this bromance that we're starting to begin to build on. I'm really enjoying that. And Crowe, I don't want you to feel left out either, but we are down here. We're about only a couple of minutes away from race start, and there's some very nervous boys right there as well. Jamie Riddle, as you can see, he's a very confident guy. He's front and centre. Matthew Marquardt just to his right as well. We haven't talked that much about him, but he actually spent 7 days on a cruise ship training before this one, so he's balancing his medical studies and going on a cruise with his partner to celebrate her finishing her studies as well, and getting down here to do this after a 37-hour trip. So we'll see how the number 2 bib goes. I also want to mention Braden Curry. So he's going for a record 4th Ironman Cairns title. He'll be the first one to do it, Max Newman not being here. He won 3 in a row. But Curry is a relaxed figure this week. I think it's like a home away from home for Braden Curry. He's normally quite an intense guy, and at 39 he's got so much experience. So let's see how that experience comes into play if he can tack onto the back of that swim group, which will probably be Josh Amberger and Jamie Riddle at the front. We'll see how Josh goes. He needs to have a really, really good swim if he's going to win his 2nd title as well. And behind them, obviously, the women starting 5 minutes later as the sun continues to rise and the temperature continues to rise here in Cairns. And Kylie Simpson is the one with the most experience as well. She'll be looking forward to having that headwind as she looks to go for her 3rd Ironman Cairns title. In fact, she has never finished lower than 4th, and this is her 6th straight Ironman Cairns. Another one to look out for, we didn't see her in the introductions just before, is Charlotte McShane, who makes her debut in this long-distance format. Another one like Riddle coming up from short course racing, and she kind of started out by watching her father, Frank, do Ironman in Kona in 2001, and now she comes full circle and back at 34 years of age to try out her legs over the long distance as well. So that's going to be a really interesting one to look out for. But of course the focus right now as we start off is on the men. So look for Amberger and Riddle, see if Curry can make that front pack as well, and the rest of them will be looking to not lose too much time over the 3.8 kilometres. We are about to get set down here. There's a huge crowd, the sun is out, the wind has dropped, and it's time to go racing, Matt.
That's perfect. Thanks so much, Will. And yeah, lots of action. It's starting down there, Craig. And yeah, I mean, I think Braden Curry, you know, to me, he's relaxed in this environment. Cairns just feels like home to him. You know, talking to him last year, I was actually able to get him as one of the first guests on the Ironman Insider podcast, and he was chatting about how he used to run bike tours out here in Cairns with his wife many, many years ago. So he's super, super comfortable, not only obviously on the course with the many wins he's had out here in the course records in the past, but just in this environment in general.
Yeah, he's spent plenty of time here in Cairns, and of course we heard him say he did his build-up for this race in Noosa, so just down the coast a little. So he's almost an Australian. We'll claim him. We claim all the good ones. But yeah, he's got a ton of experience, as Will mentioned, 39 years of age, as we see them getting on the start line now, Matt, and we're only moments away.
Yeah, you can see when that one leg gets bent and they lean over the front, we know it's getting close. So we can see them all lined up there. And again, We have some cap colors there to signify some of our pre-race favorites or some of the athletes that we know are going to be making waves, no pun intended, out here on the swim course. As we said, Riddle is going to be one of those athletes. Curry is going to be one of those athletes. Josh Amberger is going to be out there. And then looking at some of those green caps, Matt Hansen, we're going to be looking at him to see if he can, hold that gap, make sure he doesn't lose too much time. Another green cap. There will be Jamie Riddle. Be easy to discern which one is Hansen and which one is Riddle in those green caps. One will be off the front, the other not. But and also, I think Matthew Marquardt sometimes is underestimated in the swim. It would not surprise me if he's able to get on the feet of Riddle and Amberger on the swim.
Yeah, Matthew's a good swimmer, and I think in these open water swims, the start is so important, getting off the beach quickly. A lot of the Australian and New Zealand athletes grow up doing this kind of thing, so you'll see them wading in, take a few porpoise dives, and it's important to get a great start because that front group, especially someone like Jamie Riddle, who has a lot of experience in this kind of swimming, open water swimming, he'll be lightning fast off the beach.
This is why we want a local, Craig, porpoise dives. We call them dolphin dives in North America, but porpoise dives down here in Cairns, and they are really ready to go, and the gun is off, and we are underway here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. We can see, just as you said, some wading. It's a little bit shallow there to start. Some breakers coming in that we did not experience at all last year, and right away, a yellow cap off the front, a green yellow cap, that is going to be Jamie Riddle, no doubt. And not only is he, Craig, that fast once he's swimming, but he has that experience that you talk of, and we see, Australians are known for it, but obviously in South Africa, they're pretty good at it too. Just getting to the swimming portion, he got himself, 3 or 4 meters just off the bat.
Yeah, open water swimming is different to pool swimming. I hate to state the obvious, but just punching through the little swells, getting off the beach quickly. We can see Jamie, beautiful open water swimming technique. He's already gone to the front, and I love this tactic by him. He does it in a lot of his races. He puts everyone on the back foot early. I love it. I don't think he's going out too hard. He's a great swimmer, but he's just putting pressure on the rest of the field right from the gun.
And an athlete that's that pure of a swimmer, that you know is that good of a swimmer, to see him have that gallop, people are like, man, it kind of looks ugly to a certain extent. Like, it doesn't look that smooth, but that's just how much power he's putting in to gain, some early distance in the swim. And for him to have this much clear water behind him, that just shows how great he is at that shallow water portion going into that start. And, like I said last year, Craig, it was, not normal how perfect these swim conditions were last year. Like, it was glass. And Jamie Riddle's going to race in whatever conditions he's thrown, but he was stoked to see there being some texture, some waves early. Like, it gives him that. And Craig, tell us a little bit more about, yes, he's in the driver's seat, he's in the lead, he's swimming hard, obviously, on his own, but tell us about what he's getting himself out of. Like, when you see those athletes behind that are swimming 3, 4, 5 people wide, beating the crap out of each other, what kind of advantage does he have that he's just swimming on his own while everybody else is still kind of in the fight?
Yeah, he's just got his own clear water, and he's setting his own agenda here. We can see him siding every 3 or 4 strokes. Seems to be breathing bilaterally. He's just got a beautiful technique, very high turnover, which most great open water swimmers have. Often, in open water swimming, there's so much water moving around with the waves and the current and the chop, and it can knock you out of your rhythm.
Yeah.
Knock you off your momentum. So generally speaking, a higher turnover works well in the open water. I think we can see, is that Josh Arnberger in the violet cap trying to bridge up there, and he's another great. I mean, this just speaks volumes to how quick Jamie is straight off the beach. I mean, very rarely have I seen Josh Arnberger gapped by 5 or 10 meters, a couple of 100 meters into the swim. So, but I love this. It shows his intention. He just wants to take this race hard, early, and I think it's good. It puts a lot of the other athletes on the back foot. I mean, he's not thinking this is a winning move, but this is part of his tactic just to really create some separation very, very early in this race.
You're right, and he is, I've been able to call him now, this will be the 3rd race calling him, and he is the best at looking over his shoulder when he's swimming, 58 second per 100 meter pace. This kid is that good that he's bilateral breathing, as you said, but he can also look over either shoulder directly behind him to see what his gap is. And whether or not he needs to do that is a different question, right? Like, he's gauging his energy and how much more energy he wants to put in. But right now, Josh Amberger is actually pulling back a little bit of this gap. And I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie Riddle, I don't know that you want to, you tell me, Craig, if you're Jamie, do you want to do this whole swim by yourself? Is there a reason for you to, if you're doing the swim by yourself, it means you want to be on the bike by yourself. Jamie doesn't really want that, does he?
Well, I don't know. He's pretty confident, but I think his plan here is just to get out quick. And I would imagine he's hoping that Josh and maybe Braden get across. He won't want to make it easy for them, but he certainly won't want a big group. He won't want a big group. Swimming's one of his strengths. You were right about his siding. I mean, in the pool, we the textbook technique is to keep your head low and your hips up, but you don't have that luxury in the open water. You've got to look up the side, and your breathing patterns are a little different. We even saw him throw in a stroke of backstroke there, just checking out where everyone was. And he'll be gauging his efforts, I think, based on how he feels. But also, I mean, I don't think he'd be shocked if Josh swam up to him, and he wouldn't be against that either. I don't think he wants to go solo, as we see the women now hit the water. And as you mentioned right off the top, some great swimmers in the women's field. Lotta Wilms, who's a former competitive swimmer. Rebecca Clark, another good swimmer. Of course, Lotta last year led this race until 10 kilometres into the marathon. So I'm sure her tactic will be very similar to Jamie. Get off this beach quick and get some clear water.
No, absolutely. And rumor around is that Lotta's actually upped her swim game recently, which is scary for any of her competitors. Again, an athlete that's been able to put herself, at the very front of any swim course that she's entered in this Roka swim course. Again, 3.8 kilometers, 2.4 miles. It's going to be 2 laps, again, in this ocean swim with a little bit of texture on the water, but I think still, a course that's going to produce some fast times with the caliber of athletes that we have. But you can see a little bit closer together as we have our first athlete taking that right-hand turn around that first buoy.
Yeah, I interested to hear that Lotta had just changed coaches, as had Penny Slater, in fact. So it's not unusual. You see a little bit of turnover with some of the pro athletes changing coaches intermittently. So it'd be interesting to see. I mean, I think Lotta had a pretty good season last year. She got 3rd in the Ironman Pro Series. She finished 2nd here, 3rd at the Asia Pac 70.3 champs at Ironman 70.3 Western Australia. So, but I think as a pro athlete, you're always looking to up your game and improve and look for those marginal gains. And I think by switching coaches, maybe that's what Lotta's trying to do.
Yeah, and I think she gained a little bit of confidence with, the amount of racing that she did last year and the consistency that she had in that racing, obviously with a great performance in the Ironman Pro Series, finishing very high up on that. But I think her consistency, inspired her. Like sometimes you can inspire yourself, and I think Lotta, did a great job of that this year. But down here on the swim course in Cairns, at the airport, Ironman Cairns, we can see our women's leaders out on course. But let's take a little bit of a closer look into the swim course that we have here today. And the start is off of Williams Esplanade, and the exit is actually located a little bit further down towards the Ruby transition area, but you can see 2 large rectangles out on this Roka swim course out in the Coral Sea. And instead of taking that left-hand turn back at the end, they're going to take this kind of long dogleg out to that finish line under that Roka swim finish banner. And, it looks like it's a little tight when you have that overhead shot, but it really opened up. And I think the athletes had a lot of clear water, for the Ironman distance swim. They do a great job down in your neck of the woods, Craig. They've been doing Ironman and 70.3 at the same time for years, which makes for great atmosphere on course. But sometimes you worry that, you're going to have a lot of athletes in at the same time, but they have it down to a science. And again, that swim course not busy at all. As we see Jamie Riddle looking over his left shoulder, but hey, sorry, man, Josh is swimming over your right shoulder. I maybe spoke too soon about Jamie's ability to always see what's happening. We see Josh Amberger taking a different line, able to bridge up towards Jamie Riddle.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think, you just put up the course, Matt, and The athletes come off the beach and take a right turn and they head south, and the prevailing conditions here in Cairns, typically the wind comes out of the south or the southeast, so it'll be tougher going on that stretch heading south. But then when they make the turn and head north again, they'll get a little bit of wind chop behind them. So
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDAZN. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. A great shot of our pros leading the swim out here. They're a little bit through, probably a little bit more than halfway through that first lap, and there's a little bit of texture, a little bit of movement on the water, but our women are out there as well, and we saw a lot of Wilms getting out to a little bit of a lead early, and we were able to get Will McCoy out there for a little bit of a preview on the women's pro race. Let's see what he found out.
Right then, let's take a look at who you should be watching out for in our women's field. 18 strong, 11 Aussies, 4 Americans, 2 New Zealanders, and a Dutch woman that can swim like a fish. That's Lotta Wilms, who clocked a 50.38 in the water last year and held the lead until the 10K point of the run. In the end, she was beaten by returning Kiwi Hannah Berry, who took her first Ironman win since her 2021 New Zealand debut, and so wears bib number 1. Berry has already taken an Ironman Pro Series podium this year with 2nd in Geelong. If she is to go back-to-back, she'll likely have to catch Wilms whilst also holding off the incredible bike run of course record holder Kylie Simpson. Simpson is back for her 6th Cairns in a row, having won it twice and never finished lower than 4th. If those names form your podium, and for many they do, how are you leaving out Regan Holyoake? After turning pro in 2024, Holyoake must be wondering why everyone thinks Ironman is hard. She's already got 3 wins in Australia, Malaysia, and a sub-9 hour effort in New Zealand. Let's not forget American Jackie Herring too. The former European champ has been in form in 2025 with a couple of 70.3 podiums and will want to get back to the front after puncturing and pulling out in Hamburg 2 weeks ago. There's quality in the chasing pack too. 2024 Ironman Texas podium getter Penny Slater is here. Swim biker Rebecca Clark is coming back to her best after ending 2024 with injury. Former AFLW player Kate Gillespie-Jones is already Kona bound after 5th in New Zealand and is fresh off a Big Island training camp with Holyoke. And short course veteran Charlotte McShane is a wild card. The former under-23 world champion is in her Ironman debut. So, in summary, I have no idea. And that means we're set for one of the great races here in North Queensland.
There you go. Not a bad looking field today, huh, Craig?
That's a great field. I think there's a few storylines that we need to unpack here. I mean, in the women's swim, no doubt Lotta Wilms will be up the front, as will Rebecca Clark, and I think Shah McShane as well. Question is, where will Jackie Herring, Penny Slater, and some of these athletes we know will come through the field at some point, but I guess they'll be trying to limit the damage early in the swim. And it's similar in the men's race too. I think, athletes like Matt Hansen and Matthew Marquardt will really want to limit the damage to what basically Jamie Riddle single-handedly trying to dish out at the present.
Yeah, no, you're right for sure. And we have a little view of, looks like our women's field. Looks like Lotta Wilms.
Yep, that's Lotta Wilms there leading. Yep. I think I also saw the violet cap of Rebecca Clark as well tucked in.
Yeah, I think we did see Rebecca Clark up there. Lotta Wilms will be able to get this light. It's a little bit hard always to see the cap color, but there we go. We got some athletes looking over shoulder. I think that is Josh Amberger maybe on the right side of the screen. Again, no, that does look like looks like Riddle on that left in that green cap leading, and blue cap at the front of our women's race.
It's not the typical bright far north Queensland day. I was interested to see the forecast. They're tipping not as hot and humid as normal here in Cairns. So I think that'll make for faster racing conditions, but also depends on what kind of wind gets thrown up, because of course it's a very coastal course, very exposed to the wind, and particularly on the bike, that last 50 miles, 80 kilometres is usually into a block headwind. So the times we see today will be very, very much dependent on the conditions.
No, certainly, and Craig, you tell me, but I would imagine, as we look at, that's Josh Amberger there in that sleeveless suit in the front there, in the blue cap, the red cap behind him. But with a little bit of that overcast, is that going to bring in that humidity? Because man, for me, it was hot out there, and when the sun went away, it didn't seem to get any cooler.
Yeah, I think the cloud cover will bring the temperatures down, but the humidity will still be up there. It's the tropics. It's far north Queensland, so. But the athletes will be ready. I was interested to read that Regan Holyoke in the women's field, one of our women's favourites today, has just done a heat acclimation camp in Kona. So, a lot of the athletes, they prepare for these conditions. But I definitely think the cloud cover will bring the temps down, which makes for faster racing. But again, then you're going to have to contend with the wind as well.
Yeah, and that's a smart athlete, Craig. You're kind of you're killing two birds with one stone there. Familiarizing yourself with that Kona course, but doing it at a time of year. Most people will go out there, a lot of people will go out there before the race maybe to acclimate, but doing that ahead of time to be able to acclimate for another race that, the racing in hot conditions is really going to help you when things get tough, on a course like Kona. Not that you would know anything about that, Craig.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the level of professionalism that these athletes bring. You do have to prepare specifically for the conditions you're going to face. That looks like Jamie Riddle.
Yep.
I think leading, and we've got Josh Armberger still fighting for the feet, but not quite on the feet, as we see them passing a 70.3 athlete here. And I think, who do we have there in the red cap?
Yeah, I mean, someone it looks. Yeah, I'm not totally sure who that is. We don't have. I thought it was Marquardt, but I don't believe that it is. But that definitely is Josh Amberger there in second place, doing his best to bridge up. And Craig, from the overhead shots, it looks pretty smooth. But this is tough swimming conditions here today.
Yeah, it's certainly not a mill pond. There's water moving around. I mean, it's not as bad as it can get, but it's going to be challenging. The times won't be as quick. I don't think we'll see any course records go down today. But again, it plays into the hands of someone like a Jamie Riddle. He grew up swimming in these conditions down in South Africa. This is almost like him swimming in his own backyard. So I think he'll be reveling in these conditions, as would Josh Yarnberger. He's not foreign to these kind of conditions as well. I think he'd be fighting. He'd want to close that gap because you get a 20 to 30% energy saving if you can get on the feet or on the hip. But Jamie's just not having any of it.
No, and it's kind of brutal when it gets to that point. You know, we see this in bike racing. You know, the gap is almost bridged, and then when you're 3 meters out, you think you've got it, and you soften up for a second, and then it's 12 meters again. And you know, we had Josh Amberger was right there on the feet, and Jamie Riddle opened that gap up again. We weren't able to see exactly when that happened, but certainly did. So yeah, Josh not getting any reprieve at all while chasing Jamie Riddle. We could see with this long shot that it's a large gap from this, you know, obviously Jamie in the front, then those two chasers to the two more chasing behind in a red cap and a pink cap. That looks like, oh no, sorry, that is a blue cap and another red cap. So we'll figure out who those athletes are here momentarily. But
I think,
go ahead, Greg.
I think that's Braden in the blue. So he's in the second chase group there. And I'm loving this tactic by Jamie. No free rides. You know, he's keeping the pace on. He's controlled, though. He's not going crazy. This is a controlled pace for him. But there's no free rides there. And I think that was Matthew Marquardt just on Josh Yarnberger's feet. So if it was, the cruise, what a lead up, what a preparation. Everyone will be booking a 7-day Pacific cruise to prepare for an Ironman.
Yeah, and I believe he was swimming in place on a tether, you know, when he wasn't able to get in open water, but it's doing okay for him. But man in the front, Jamie Riddle, we were able to get a little catch up with him this week going into the race. Let's see what he had to say.
No, I called up Ironman, told him I need to plan my attack and where I'm going to do it. So I asked him to organize a helicopter so we could just have a look at the course and point out where I'm going to show the boys who's boss.
Welcome to Cairns, mate.
Cheers, thanks man.
What's the plan this morning?
Apparently we're going on a helicopter ride. It's pretty insane. I've never been on a helicopter ride, so we'll have to see how this goes.
First heli, are you nervous?
Actually, yes. I love Australia. I've always loved Australia. It's a culture that's like very similar to back home. That's why I chose Australia. I wanted to make sure I come here because I've raced Australia my whole life. But then arriving here, like Cairns is almost like a different Australia. It's kind of like more like Bali, Thailand sort of vibe with the rainforest. But then you've also got the goods of the people and the ocean and the coastline. So I'm really excited to kick things off on come Sunday. I've asked the round and they say that the crowd support on the run is incredible, and apparently there's some helis going on while we're racing, so I'm trying to get in the zone. I think the biggest thing about Nelson Mandela Bay Ironman was like just kind of getting one under the belt and just getting used to the experience of doing an Ironman. So I've always said like this is the race I really want to show my true colors and like show to the rest of the world what I'm capable in the Ironman distance. It's an interesting dynamic. I think like Matt Hansen on the run, but then of course Braden Curry, like he's the one that's like just really solid at all three, and he's the type of guy that wants to take you into the deep end, hold you there and just drown you. I feel like he's that type of guy, it feels like, from the outside. So I'm keen to go into deep waters with Braden, but anyone that's willing to go there to those dark places, I'm willing to tread. If someone asks me like what are your hopes, it's like I'm here to win. You know, I'm here to win. And that's not in no cocky or arrogant way. That's my intention. That's what I want to do. And there's 10 guys that can win, but I'm here to win. And if they want to win, they're going to have to beat me. And if I want to win, I'm going to have to beat myself. So it's just a game against myself to go out there and just like put it on the line and walk the talk. I'd like to break the South African Ironman record. With a course like this, it's definitely possible if we have the right conditions, and it's projected to be slightly cooler on race day with a bit of cloud cover. I still have to pinch myself. Like, you got to understand, 5 years ago, I was looking in 2 guys doing this and racing at the top level and having these experiences, and it is the dream. And like any youngsters out there, you can do this. You can achieve these things. You got to work hard. You got to trust in yourself. You got to find your why and just get after it, and it's all worth it in the end. Like this is incredible. Yeah.
great stuff from Jamie Riddle. I liked what he said about Braden Curry, whether he's an athlete that's gonna go deep, so to speak, and I think Braden will. But Craig, he speaks like someone who's much older than his years, right? Like he's a very wise kid for sure. The only thing I'm disappointed about with that preview with Jamie is that I'm pretty sure I had a KOM out on that island from swimming out there last year, and I think that's probably gone now.
Yeah, no doubt you've lost it, mate. But yeah, no, I love his confidence, and that comes from preparation. He's always, I think, had a wise head on his shoulders, and he's very self-aware of his ability as an athlete and his strengths, and we're seeing race to these strengths here. But I'm interested to see, there's a couple of storylines we need to see. He mentioned Matt Hansen and, other athletes like Nick Thompson. We know Nick's a lights-out bike rider, so it's going to be interesting to see what kind of separation Jamie can get to those guys, and those boys will be just absolutely desperate to limit the damage coming out of this swim.
No, absolutely right. It's a battle out there, and I think we're going to see not only those athletes that are trying to be within a minute, 90 seconds or whatever of Jamie, but those athletes further back. Like I think you could talk about this a little bit, Craig, that we think about the favorites, the front swim pack and the just chasing swim pack, but it's those athletes that maybe consider themselves bike runners that hope there's a group. Like last year, our champion, Matt Burton, he was able to stay on that group. And when the conditions are like this, it's much harder for those athletes to stay in contact. And then that kind of does change the overall dynamics of the rest of the day.
Oh, these conditions in the swim certainly play into the hands of the good swimmers. For sure. The gaps will be larger than we normally see. And you mentioned Matt Burton, the course record holder. He's 7 hours 45. And let's just send a quick shout out to Matty Burton, who's just become a dad again. So we miss you here, mate, but you're taking care of the important stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, Matt Burton is one of those rare athletes who can ride through the field, though. Cam Worth's another one. Preferably, you'd want to be closer to the front of the race. But as you mentioned, there is so much depth in this field. I heard in Will's preview, he talked about only athletes from Oceania, Australia or New Zealand have won this race on the men's side. On the women's side, I think Jodie Cunningham won this race from the UK. But it makes sense. I mean, it's a June race, and there's a lot of racing going on in the Northern Hemisphere. So that's why it's also a hard race to preview and tip. A lot of these athletes haven't raced for a few months, so it's hard to get a gauge exactly on their form as we see the athletes rounding the end of their first lap. And I think we should point out too that there's turning buoys and there's also siding buoys. The siding buoys the athletes can take on either side. They're just to help with navigation, but the turning buoys they have to take on their left shoulder. As we see the lead two swimmers here heading to shore, and they'll make another left turn to start their second lap shortly.
Yeah, again, that's a 2-lap swim, as you said, Craig. And, we see the men are 26 minutes in, so a little bit over halfway. Women not quite there yet on the Roka swim course. But soon we'll get a little bit more information on how these things are, developing in the swim and who's chasing who. Athletes, again, Matt Burton last year was able to hang on. Will Mike Phillips be able to stick in a fast swim group? Will Josh Amberger on screen right now be able to close that gap to Jamie Riddle? We'll find out.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Here we are at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, well underway now, about halfway through for our pro women's field and a little bit more than that for our men's. Right now, it looks like we have Rebecca Clark in a lot of Wilms at the front of our women's course, and we can see some of the age groupers underway for a day out here with our professionals, some of the best professionals in the world out here swimming and then biking and running for a big paycheck and a place in the Ironman Pro Series. We see one of those athletes that is chasing towards the front of this race, was out here last year again pushing the swim. That is Josh Amberger. Right now he's in pursuit of Jamie Riddle.
Yeah, Josh looking good. I mean, he always looks good in the water, but you can see the difference in pace between him and the age group is he's swimming past. He still hasn't been able to attach himself to Jamie's feet. We just got word that it could be Jack Sosinski up there as well, tickling Josh's toes. So that's a great swim by Jack. He's a great swimmer. He's a young, up-and-coming Aussie superstar in the making. So we'll keep an eye on Jack throughout the course of today. Just like in the men's race, Matt, I think in the women's race, the big storyline in this swim is some of the favourites like Hannah Berry, Jackie Herring, Kylie Simpson. They'll be trying to limit the damage here, and the race, these conditions, I noticed last year Kylie Simpson was 18 minutes down out of the swim and was still able to fight her way through in the bike and run to finish third. That's a long chase, but you know, these conditions are a little tougher than last year. There's a bit more water moving around. It's not the mill pond conditions, so I think we can expect to see some greater separation for the men's and the ladies athletes coming out of the water.
Yeah, but opposite of separation happening right now, Craig, and that's Josh Amberger went straight to the front. Now Jamie Riddle on his feet, it looks like, from what I can see. Correct me if I'm wrong, but looks like we do have those three together and swimming out here. And another great place to swim, a piece of this race week that this participants in the race and family members love to participate in is the Green Island swim. And if I'm correct, Will McCloy was able to get out and have a little swim as well. Let's see how that went.
David Attenborough once said that the jungles of tropical North Queensland rival that of the Amazon. And with great respect, David, I know you're a triathlon fan and I know you're watching. I'd have to disagree because unlike the Amazon, the Daintree, which is our rainforest here, has another great wonder of the world right next to it. That's the Great Barrier Reef. And if you come down for Ironman Cairns, you can in fact sightsee and train at the same time. Not just on the same day, at exactly the same time. And to do that, all you have to do is enter the Quicksilver Green Island Reef Swim. Well, there was 3 or 4 ferry loads of very excited age groupers and one very jet-lagged pro out here to do the swim. Jackie Herring, you just arrived yesterday. What better place is there to be than at Island?
Yeah, this is pretty cool, pretty beautiful.
We already saw a turtle. We've seen little sharks on the way in.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cool to see what we see out there or just enjoy the scenery.
That was beautiful. No, I really enjoyed it. First race I've done here at Green Island, and yeah, no, saw a turtle.
And he saw you and he was like, I am out of here.
Yeah, that fella needs a haircut.
Saw one turtle.
Saw one turtle?
I did stop, yeah. Did stop to have a look
It's
at
worth
it.
stopping, that's what I said. You can sightsee and you can train at the same time.
Yeah, it's
Well,
great.
best of luck out there. Do
So
these
mate
ladies
Shannon.
justice. Oh, go on, Shannon! Get it, Shannon! Get after it, don't stop for me, get going! This is a true destination race simply because Cairns and tropical North Queensland is a true destination. Rainforest, deserted tropical islands, fun runs, iron kids, reef swims, and a nice little Ironman thrown in there at the end. I mean, where would you rather be?
Obviously, I got to say, great job to Shannon. Good work, Shannon. And a little disappointed in you, Will. Thought we'd see you out there in the smugglers having a dip, but unfortunate for us, not the case. But looks like we have, I believe this is a shot of a lot of Wilms at the front of the swim course, Greg.
Yeah, it's interesting to see on their second lap, a lot of the pro athletes are taking the inside line, right inside all the age groupers, just trying to stay in their own sort of clean water. I agree with Will. I think David Attenborough was way off. The Daintree is way better than the Amazon. I'm not sure what David's thinking, but mate, you've got my vote. I want to see Will in a pair of budgies next time too.
Never thought we'd say Attenborough and budgies in the same sentence, but we're here. We're here, Greg. That's where we live now. But love it. And as we said, again, looks like we had Beck Clark in the front of the swim, as well as a lot of Wilms. Last year, we did see those two spend a lot of time at the front of this race course last year with Lauren Brandon as well. So those athletes certainly trying to do their best to get to the front of the course and do what they can. But I mean, such an amazing backdrop to this race. We can see, again, our women's field on the left side of the screen. Hannah Berry is one that, she loses a little bit of time on those front swimmers in the swim. But again, the big one, Craig, for me, where we're going to be watching the clock, where last year we kind of knew the race, or we thought the race was over for Slater, or not for Slater, excuse me, for Simpson. But she was able to run up to third amazingly, but she lost over 10 minutes, and we'll see if she can maintain a little bit smaller gap. But before we talk a little bit more about that, we've got Will down at T1. What do you got for us, Will?
Yeah, after all the athletes head into the water, suddenly the energy in T1 just relaxes a little bit. All the nervous energy's out there in the water. But I wanted to take you guys a little bit through transition and get a little look at the bikes and how the different setups are. So if we start with Braden Curry here, he's P1, obviously the best spot to be, not going to get mixed up in anything, but his helmet's on the ground, and there's a few athletes whose helmets are on the ground. Didn't want to put it on the bars, obviously that's what people normally do, and you can see that's what Matthew Marquardt has done. He's in P2. So if you look at Matt's shoes though, he hasn't got the rubber bands on. So normally when you do a flying mount, you want to rubber band your shoes like Mike Phillips has done, and most of these athletes have done. So the shoes are flat when you do the flying mount, and then you can slip straight into your shoes. So we'll watch what Matthew does on that one, because his shoes are going to be flopping around all over the place. All of these guys have very flat rear bottles too, so in that flying mount you don't have a situation like we saw in Texas and people forgetting that they've got their bottles up and then falling over. So if you go a bit further back, Josh Amberger, another guy who's got his helmet on the ground, but everyone else kind of the same. If we go all the way down though, and we're going to stop at Jason Christie, we can see his shoes aren't even on the bike, and that's an interesting one. He's the only guy who's going to have to put his shoes on before he even gets onto the bike. And it's an interesting one from Jason, because Jason's a former pro cyclist, so it's interesting that he's decided to go that way. He's obviously very keen on his power on the bike. The one other thing I wanted to point out though, Max Hammerly, if you're watching from Austria, the Austrian athlete, he pulled out yesterday. He was a late scratching, so unfortunate for Max, former mountain runner turned triathlete. He's not here today, but other than that, if you like bikes and you're jealous of bikes, this is the absolute place to be, Matt.
Thanks so much, Will. And, I will say, I think sometimes the cycling shoes on the ground in front of your bike is a bit of a play. Again, I did that a time or two. You know what? I'm a cyclist. I don't need these tricks. I could just get my feet in those shoes and get after you. Right, Greg? Did that ever intimidate you? I don't think it worked when we raced together.
No, it never intimidated me, mate. I always had the shoes on the bike, but I love that from Will, showing I like the attention to detail some of these athletes. I will say with the T1, there's a speed bump just out of T1, and standing down there a couple of years ago, a lot of athletes, the pro athletes, lost their nutrition like 30, 40 meters into the bike ride. So that's something we can keep an eye on today. Before we cut to Will, you were talking about the dynamics in the women's race last year, and I mean, this is a deep field. We've got 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th place from the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year for the women. Of course, Penny Slater, who you mentioned, a lot of Wilms, Jackie Herring and Hannah Berry. they do have different strengths. So they're not going to come out of the water together, although obviously Lotta's going to be off the front. We need to see how far back Hannah is and Jackie and whether or not they're together, but that will shape the dynamics and the tactics in this race.
Oh, it certainly will. And, you know, it's fun. I think when the pro racing wasn't quite as deep, you know, we used to call it, you know, a warm-up, the swim to a certain extent. Yeah, you get like, you lose a little bit, you gain a little bit, and you got to make that up. But it actually can affect the dynamics of the race and what group you're in and how much stress you're in early in the race. You know, if you're not in the group you thought you were, maybe on this first out and back, you know, they're burning too many matches to try to catch up. So it really can adjust the way the entire race kind of plays out, Craig.
Yeah, for sure. And there's athletes in the men's field who are good swimmers and would normally be in a front group, say like Mike Phillips, but potentially not today with someone like Jamie Riddle here and Josh Arnberger up the front pushing the pace. So the separation and you know, they'll be keen to get the splits in T1 because that will in some respects determine their tactics. If they're only 30 seconds to a minute down, they might try and bridge across early. If it's more than that, then it's going to be a long chase. You know, they might not see them at all.
No, yeah, definitely a challenge for sure. And we can see this great shot. All of most of our amateur athletes out there on course with alongside our professionals. And, you know, it looks busy out there, but actually, again, they do such a great job. It actually does not look congested in any way. Everybody's got kind of their space, but a lot of space and a lot of miles and kilometers left to cover here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. But a lot more of action to come.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And we're here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns with a great overhead shot of our male pros, top 3 athletes. A little rough on the swim on the overhead, but all is looking good.
I certainly think the conditions are getting worse in this swim. Just looking at the texture on that water, it looks a little rougher. Definitely more swells, a little bit more wind chop than when the gun went off, 40 or 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. And, if you told me before the race that it'd be these three athletes in the lead. I don't know that I'd be surprised. I would maybe think Curry would have been able to, if Marquardt could hang on, especially, and this isn't, we're not running an ad for the cruise ships right now, but we keep talking about Matt being on the cruise, but just because it's a great story, it shows that he's dedicated to, his family, his girlfriend's family, and, life outside of triathlon, as he said he would be when he turned professional. But it is kind of remarkable that he's able to maintain this level of sharpness while not having that like really, really perfect buildup. But my point before I started rambling a little bit was, I'm surprised a little bit that Curry isn't there and Marquardt is. Are you, Craig?
Well, historically, he's a great open water swimmer and revels in these conditions, but maybe he was a little slow off the start and missed the jump, missed the break. Maybe it's part of his just strategy today to be a little more patient. He knows he's probably in and around Mike Phillips, I would suggest, and a few other guys. So there'll be strength in numbers where Braden is. He's a smart tactical racer, so he won't be isolated on his own. But I think to your point, when the conditions are like this, you often see splits from athletes you don't expect, either better or worse. Some handle the conditions a lot better and others don't. If you're not used to swimming in these conditions, it can create some anxiety for you. Athletes like Jamie and Josh have grown up in these conditions, so they're very used to it. If Matt is up there and he's hooked onto the back of that front group, that's an amazing swim. I think, I'm guessing he hasn't really spent a lot of time swimming in these conditions, this sort of choppy, open water conditions with the water just moving around, knocking you out of your rhythm. And it's definitely an acquired skill and something that, athletes get better at the more they expose themselves to these conditions. But quite honestly, we just don't see these conditions in too many triathlons anymore.
No, I think you're right. I think you make a great point that start and what, saying, how Jamie Riddle was able to get a few meters just in literally 20 meters. What that does then is it forces those chasing athletes like an Amberger and a Marquardt to really push the pace to bridge that gap. And I think that's most likely probably what happened to Braden Curry. I know you're being a little bit generous, but I'll tell you, Craig, there's 0% that is a strategy from Braden Curry to ease in. That's not Braden Curry. He's a mongrel. He'll hang on as long as he possibly can. I don't think he's anything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've watched Braden race for a decade, but he's 39 now, and sometimes the engine's not what it used to be, particularly when the gun goes off. You don't have that get out speed. So, I'm the last person to blame age on anything. I think, in a sport like ours, you see athletes perform amazingly well into their 40s all the time. We saw Jan Frodeno do it. Cam Wirf's in his 40s. So, but it does, you do have a bit of a limiter put on you at the start. So, and that's why I think it was such a great strategy by Jamie, getting off the beach, porpoising or dolphining out, as you call it. He wanted to put everyone on the back foot early, and that's a great strategy. And then he has plenty of time in this swim. It's 3.0K to settle back into a rhythm.
Yeah, Craig, and I never used to use age as an excuse, and then, or I used to use age as an excuse, and then I saw you, kicking everybody's butt into your mid-40s, so that ended then. So we're going to add your name to that list of athletes that did so well, later in age, a little bit more length in the tooth. But, and there's one thing about Marquardt, and one reason, and you said, maybe he doesn't probably swim in these conditions that much, but sometimes you look at swimmers and you don't look at Marquardt and be like, oh man, that guy's like, his stroke is pristine, right? It's perfect. You don't look at his stroke like that. It looks a little bit, quote unquote, messy at times. And it's maybe counterintuitive, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but sometimes that messier stroke translates a lot better into rough conditions, right? Because like those pure strokes where that swimmer's, that pool swimmer, maybe low recovery stroke, like they can get more kind of knocked out of their rhythm, where when someone's just like throwing them in and pulling them through, they tend to do okay in rougher conditions.
Yeah, I know, I agree 100%. And as we see again, Jamie Riddle going for a little bit of throttle again and opening that gap. I love this. I love what he's doing here. And no, you're 100% correct. These swimmers are on their last little leg before they hit the beach and run into T1. And I'm not sure if that is Matthew Marquardt or Jack Sosinski, but whoever it is has got an interesting stroke, particularly with that left hand. And we talked about often in open water swimming, the higher rating works better. Ultimately, it only ever matters what happens under the water, that catch and pull through. If you're strong there, then that's the main thing. But yeah, definitely these conditions can knock you out of your rhythm. And that's why pure pool swimmers often struggle in these conditions. It's not all about sort of that momentum and rhythm and a classic high elbow recovery. It's just a slightly straighter arm recovery, rip the arms over quickly. And I think we're seeing Jamie Riddle. He's going to be the first athlete on dry land as expected. And I'm sure he's not going to waste any time getting up into T1.
No, and you can see the smart line by Jamie. He went a little bit further left to get to the shore quicker, while Marquardt and Amberger just followed Marquardt to the straight swim line all the way to the arch. But first out of the water, out of that Roca swim course, is Jamie Riddle, going as fast as he can all the way through, maintain the gap, put pressure on Matthew Marquardt and Josh Amberger, but maybe also get a little swim bonus. Let's see what Will's seeing down there in person as these athletes come through T1.
Yeah, mate, we've got 3 out of the water so far. So Jamie Riddle came out with about maybe 10 metres on Josh Amberger and Matthew Marquardt. So they've headed down, and we'll turn around this way. They've headed down to pick up their bags, and they've gone into the tent. We've got quite a large gap waiting for the rest of the athletes to come in. So those 3 have really been fighting it out. And as you guys have been talking about so much, it's about those conditions that have been a little bit more difficult. And Jamie Riddle making that little push off the front early on. And then these 2 are the only ones to be able to bridge up to them. And a long way back to 4th place. So Braden Curry will be disappointed that he hasn't been able to make that pack, as those 3 are going to be able to work together as they head out through transition 1 here, which we've just been seeing a little bit of, and then out onto the Captain Cook Highway. So as we wait for these guys to come out through the change tent, we're going to be able to call them through transition very, very soon. But yeah, basically fresh air between those top 3 and everybody else, as we now welcome back. And there is Jamie Riddle coming back into transition. Looks very fresh. He's been leading the entire swim. And a big cheer for Jamie Riddle as he comes past, having led into T1. And let's talk it through. Helmet goes on first. And he looks like a guy who's more composed than, considering he's only doing his 2nd full Ironman distance. Really smooth and straight out. He didn't quite know where to go there, but he's gone straight out, and he's followed by Josh Amberger, who's done this so many times before. And the pair of them have actually put a lot of time into Marquardt, who hasn't come through transition yet. So taking a lot longer in the tent as Marquardt came in, and I can tell you that 4th still isn't out of the water. So those 2, Amberger and Riddle, are out onto the bike already. And Marquardt went in, but he hasn't come out yet. So not sure what's happened to Matt Marquardt. So we're going to keep filling as we wait in the background here. But time getting put in by Jamie Riddle and Josh Amberger. And Amberger will be very, very happy, because Riddle has a fantastic bike. We've seen that in San Francisco. He didn't have a great swim because of that. He didn't. I'm just hearing that Matt Marquardt is in trouble now. He's having those cramp issues. He had it in Texas. He had it in St. George as well. It looks like he might be having some cramp issues. Let's come with me. We'll see what we can see. And we can see him walking back over here. So Marquardt just trying to walk out some cramps. As we can see, he's obviously lost a lot of time, and he's cramping badly in his left leg by the looks of it. So this is not a first-time thing for Matt Marquardt either. He has had some great results, but he's really had some issues with cramping in Texas and in St. George as well. And let's not forget that he had a 37-hour transit from Ohio to here, and he's really trying to work those cramps out of his legs. Other athletes are starting to come in now, so we'll just see if Matt Marquardt can get it out, but he looks like he's in real trouble. This could be the end of the day, and he's very unhappy, Marquardt. Trying to get some fluid in and trying to stretch it out. It is a long day, but he's lost the lead. Anyway, we'll go back to you guys as we continue to watch this play out.
Thanks so much, Will. Yeah, drama for sure. The hard part with Matthew Marquardt in that position is that, he does still have a lot of time. And if he can let those cramps go or find a way to get those cramps through the system, then he'll have a little bit better luck. But let's take a quick look at the Wahoo Element Rival swim split. First out of the water today, 49.25, Jamie Riddle. And it's frustrating and it's hard to watch Matthew Marquardt in that position. You know, I was able to see him very early in the race at the 70.3 Ironman World Championships in Topah, you know, have those cramps early on the bike, and he's done a lot of work to try to figure out what is going on with those cramps. But the hard part is, as a professional athlete, Craig, like you know as well as I do, that often those things, if you're sitting in a plane for 20 hours and, you know, he's getting these cramps kind of on that back chain, like you sit with that sciatic nerve in that position, like you're so much more likely to get those kind of cramps. And it's just, it's got to be so frustrating for Matthew Marquardt to be in a position where he doesn't have any control. It's not an effort thing. It's just happening to him. It feels like something is happening to him out of his control.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking for the kid. I mean, if you had have offered him the scenario that he'd be in the lead 3 with Jamie Riddle out of the water, I'm sure that's the best possible scenario, but it's quickly turned into a nightmare. And I guess the travel takes its toll on the body. He had some pre-existing issues. Of course, we've talked about what happened to him in New Zealand at the 70.3 World Championships, and it's just heartbreaking. I hope he can somehow get his body loose. But yeah, sitting on an aeroplane for that length of time is, your body's just not in a great position. Your hip angle's closed off. Your posterior chain muscles are in that lengthened, weakened position. So let's just hope Matt can get those muscles loose and get on the bike, because we know what a powerhouse he is on the bike. On a positive note, Jamie and Josh just looked great. You know, Jamie's in great form. He got 5th recently at the T100 race in San Fran. He's full of confidence, and I'm interested to see what his tactic is early. They've got a big lead here. So let's just see how these opening miles of the bike play out.
Yeah, certainly do. We had a shot there of that athlete we saw was Hannah Berry out kind of on her own in that swim. We'll see what kind of gap she has out of the water. But quick update kind of on the athletes behind those leaders. We did have in a group chasing, it was Jimpai Faruva. It was 2:16 back. Henrik Gosch at 2:24 with Braden Curry, then 2:26. Jack Sosinski in that group as well, with Mitchell Kibbe, Hamish Longmuir, and Sven Wise as well. Then we had Nick Thompson just a little bit behind him. That's Hannah Berry on screen again. Ben Hill just a little bit back. So a lot of athletes, Will Clark, Matt Kerr, Ben Hamilton. Ben Hamilton actually the first in the group, very, very far back. So 6 minutes back for him. Jared Osborne, Matt Hansen, Joel Woodbridge. So some gaps opening up in the men's race, Craig, as we do see Hannah Berry here in the women's race. But important thing, Mike Phillips, one of our pre-race favorites, there with Nick Thompson at 2:50 back. So those two athletes will definitely be compatriots here.
Yeah, they'll form a little partnership of convenience on the bike, as we see. Is that Hannah Berry coming to shore now?
I believe so.
Very hard to make out some of the athletes here, but yeah, no, I mean, I think Nick Thompson's the big one in there. He's a great bike rider. He recently finished 3rd in a pro bike ride tour. He got in the breakaway in the criterium and was 3rd on GC after I think it was Beck 3 Clark. Stages. So we see Beck Clark coming into T1 here. I'm sure we'll get a visual on these ladies very soon. So Beck's had a great swim, as we would expect. She's usually 1st or 2nd out of the water in all the races that she does. Not sure if we've missed a lot of Wilms already come through into T1.
No, I think we did see, you know, throughout that swim, we did see that there was a purple cap in front of a lot of Wilms at times. And I think that must have been Beck Clark that was there. So we see a lot of Wilms, you know, a little bit slower turnover than we had from Beck Clark, but we could see on screen there Wahoo Element Rival first out of the water. Swim split is 52-12 for Rebecca Clark. Not unknown territory for her to be first out of the water, but right now looking at a lot of Wilms coming out of the water here in a second. We're going to see her on dry land in a second, but Will McCloy down in T1, he's going to be able to get a vision of the eyes on Beck Clark, see what she looks like. What are you seeing from, you know, did we see Beck Clark take a big look over her shoulder? She looked comfortable, she looked calm. Is she going to go on her own, or is she going to wait up for a lot of Wilms? What do you think, Will?
Well, it's a very good point you make, Matt, and you made the same one about Jamie Riddle going out early and then going, well, if he's going to swim on his own, he's going to end up having a ride on his own. He doesn't want to do that. And now he's got Josh Amberger with him. And as we see Lotta Wilms come out of the water, those two hopefully looking to work together, I would imagine. Some of the male pros still coming out. There's still plenty of bikes racked here. It just shows you how well these women have swum. Beck Clark coming over from Wanaka, and one of many athletes actually coming back from injury as well. There's a few. Penny Slater's another one who are dealing with injury or infection, but Beck Clark 4 months without running. But it's good to see that she's had a fantastic swim as we're going to wait for them to go through the tent. Lotta Wilms as well obviously had a fantastic swim, didn't get caught until 10 kilometres into the run last year. And here we are as we welcome Beck Clark into transition. And yeah, as I said, 6 weeks in a moon boot at the start of 2025 after a double bone fracture in her foot, but she's always been a front pack swimmer and she's had a fantastic one here as well. Swam 50.42 last year in Cairns. Not really comparable this time out, to be fair, because the conditions have been tougher, but it just shows the great swimmers can really make a little bit of hay when the swim's a little bit more difficult, and we certainly saw that in the men's race with Josh Amberger and Jamie Riddle, who are still out there working together on the Captain Cook Highway as they head out onto the Zoot bike course. But as again, big gaps as the conditions get a little more difficult, the gaps get bigger and bigger, just as Braden Curry's trying to bridge up to those 2 men at the front. So is Lotta Wilms going to try and shut down Beck Clark. A lot of people had Wilms for the first into T1, but that hasn't turned out that way this time around, as there's a big gap back and there's no one coming towards us at the moment. So it's quiet, and Beck Clark will be liking that very, very much as he heads out onto the Captain Cook Highway. So we'll, I guess, keep you up to date as we wait for someone else to come back into transition. We're hearing maybe another athlete coming out, but at the moment, it's all quiet down here in the Western Front, Matt.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Will. And, you know, that is a fantastic, transition zone there. And,
hang on.
It's a pretty
now we
long
do have
transition.
a lot of Wilms coming into transition. So probably a 2-minute gap there or a little bit more as she puts the nutrition in the back of the lime green. Just taking her time and being composed. And when you're in the front of a swim, and obviously she's in second at the moment, you can have that time to make sure you get everything absolutely correct as she heads out onto the bike. And she was so strong on the bike last year and only caught by Hannah Berry, as I said, 10 kilometres into the run. And so those two, the favoured swimmers, working together to stay away from the chasing pack that are still out there in the water.
That's awesome, Will. Thanks so much. And, we saw Hannah Berry coming through, and obviously she's going to come through transition, but how did Hannah look? Often when you're that athlete that's chasing, and as you said, chased for a very, very long time last year, you can be a little bit panicked as we see some of our chasers. We have Regan Holyoke coming in, Jackie Herring. Tell us what you're seeing with Hannah Berry and her disposition, and an athlete like Jackie Herring. How does Jackie look? Well, we lost Will momentarily, but no issues there. But we will report that Jackie Herring was 4 minutes down off of our leader, which only puts her 50 seconds behind Hannah Berry, who is 3:25 back, with Regan Holyoke just in front of her at 4:13. So a little bit of a group there at 4:13 to 4:17 back with Chloe Hartnett. Gabrielle Lumpkes is in there as well. But Craig is starting to settle in a little bit. I'm surprised that we had those 3 athletes in the front kind of out on their own, like how much that women's field, separated itself.
Yeah, but in saying that, I think Jackie's only a couple of minutes back. I think she'll be very happy with that swim. I'll be interested to see where Penny Slater comes out of the water, and Hannah looked quite composed. I think she was 3rd or 4th out of the water, so not as much separation in the women's field. Interestingly for the men's, hearing Nick Thompson was 250 back, and he was with Mike Phillips, both amazing cyclists, and they're only 40 to 50 seconds behind that little group in front, which included Braden Curry. So, yeah, there's a few dynamics to play out early in this bike, but I'm pretty sure Nick and Mike will bridge that gap up to that group in front quite quickly.
You think so? Okay, yeah, no, that'll be fun to watch as we see our men's leader right now on screen, Jamie Riddle, looking over his shoulder as I said, we often see him do. No, not trying to pick on him at all, but I do see him look over his shoulder a little bit, and I think, that's where else can you look when you're in the lead from the very beginning, right? I guess I shouldn't pick on him at all.
Well, you could look up the road, but Jamie's probably thinking to himself, what's going on here? Have I gone the wrong way? Where is everybody? But he's this is what he's known for. He's very quick. And look, most athletes come to Ironman from short course, and when they step up, they bring a lot of speed with them. But I think Jamie also brings a lot of almost second-hand experience through his support network around him. And we saw his debut Ironman in South Africa. He had a phenomenal race. I think he was a tick over 8 hours. He biked 4:26. He ran a mid 2:40, and your first Ironman is almost a reconnaissance mission. You're just figuring out your nutrition, your pacing, your training. He would have learned a hell of a lot from that first go round in Port Elizabeth. So, yeah, he's got his ears pinned back and he's going for it here. I'm sure Josh Yarnberger won't be too far behind, but there is a considerable gap now. It'll be 2 minutes, so over a kilometre on the road to that next chase group.
Yeah, no, and I think you're right. It's Jamie is comfortable in the front, and it's just it takes a lot of gumption and confidence, for an athlete like that that's so new to this distance, to be okay with just going straight to the front. And he's not waiting around. He, I kind of asked that question earlier. Does he want other athletes to be with? And unfortunately, Matthew Marquardt was taken out of that situation pretty quickly. But Josh Amberger not bridging up to Jamie Riddle. And I think Jamie's, plenty okay with that. And I really do love his confidence. And he even said in that pre-race interview that he's not, overconfident or cocky in any way. He's just, he's here to win. And it's great to see an athlete that is that young in a sport that he's so excited about really have that confidence. And clearly, as you said, he's got supportive family and people around him that's putting him in a great position, but very talented athlete who just puts in a ton of work. And right now he's making those athletes behind work. And as you said, I don't think that you're wrong that Mike Phillips and Nick Thompson will be able to bridge up, but it's also, Braden Curry as well. And yes, they'll probably have the ability to do so if they're working together, so to speak. But, we're talking about three big names in the sport. And before we go too deep into that, let's take a little look at the Zoot bike course here in Cairns. It's a beautiful, beautiful zone. They exit out of Palm Cove and head north onto the Captain Cook Highway towards Port Douglas. And along the way, they'll venture up the iconic Rex Lookout, soaking up breathtaking views of the Pacific Ocean and the seaside rainforest, tropical North Queensland, and Ironman Kansas is known for. And, going back past where they started in Port Douglas and then back all the way into Cairns by the Cairns airport before they go down to the Fogarty Park, where the T2 is, and Fogarty Park. And it's an amazing course. You've ridden it before, Craig, I believe, at the 70.3 distance, and there's not much more of a scenic spot than Cairns for an Ironman.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot. They're on the Captain Cook Highway. We can see Jamie Riddle looking comfortable, just looks at one with his bike. Not a lot of upper body movement. He will be at that Rex Lookout very shortly that you mentioned. It's the high point on the course. I think it's about a 700 meter climb up from sea level. Average is about 4 to 5% incline. So we'll get a good look at the athletes there. But we just got word from Will McCloy coming through T1. Hannah Berry lost about 20 seconds fighting with a helmet strap. So that's not ideal. Ultimately, it's not going to cost her the race, but it's not ideal. Every second does count. Every second that you're stationary in transition and someone's on their bike at 25 miles an hour or 40k an hour, they're just extending that gap and making your job a little harder. So not ideal for Hannah, but I'm sure she'll shake that off and get on with it. As I think on the split screen here, we can see Jamie on the left, and is that Josh Yarnberger on the right? Who have we got on the right here, Matt?
Looks like it to me. Craig. Looks like the kit of Josh Amberger, looking smooth. I'm not too worried about the youngster, and it's hilarious for me to be referring to Amberger as a youngster, although actually looks like this might be.
I think it's our women's leader, Beck Clark. Sorry,
women's leader. Yeah. So Beck Clark.
I threw you a dummy there, mate. Sorry.
That's no, you're all good, man. And that's Beck Clark, and through 1.4 miles. She's 140 ahead of Lotta Williams, Hannah Berry 330 back. Let's take a quick look at our Ruby Transition 1 best times. That's Josh Amberger there of 2:01 with Bird at 2:01 as well, and Jamie Riddle at 2:05. So no excuse for Amberger to not bring back a little bit of time on Riddle. Got some in transition. And then for our women's Ruby Transition times, that's Hartnett at 2:12. Lumpks at 2:16 and Jackie Herring at 2:18. So Jackie trying to get any time wherever she can. But again, as we're looking at our women's leader, Beck Clark with 3:30 over Hannah Berry, 1:40 over Lotta Wilms, 3:50 over Chloe Hartnett, and Jackie Herring in 5th place at 3:55. So our top 5 women within 4 minutes of our lead women on screen.
Yes, we get a close-up look of Beck Clark here. And this part of the course is quite quick. I mean, as we mentioned, and Will mentioned it right off the top with the course preview, the wind blows out of the south or southeast here. So with that little breeze it's currently blowing, they'll be getting a little tailwind pushing them up to the northern turnaround. The first, I guess, landmark on this bike course, I think, is the Rex Lookout. It comes at about 17 or 18 kilometres into the bike. But Beck looking nice and smooth here as she's making her way up on some age group athletes, I think, from the 70.3. Nice cadence rolling there and just open road ahead.
Yeah, no, and she's used to this. Again, she was in the lead here early with Lotta Wilms and Lauren Brandon last year. So she's comfortable with this course. She's familiar with it. And, again, it's easy to, or maybe easier, especially in the lead, to continue to push yourself when you've got the views that she has over her right shoulder. But she's got a lot of more miles to ride here at the Ironman Cairns.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Hoka, fly, human fly. Well, we're out on the course, Craig, and it looks like we got some movers, some chasers. We'll get a little closer look. It does, I mean, that's the kit. Looks like Marquardt to me, but correct me if I'm wrong, Craig. I'm not sure if he was able to get out on course or not, but it does look like what I'm seeing here. It does look like Matthew Marquardt.
It definitely looks like Matt's kit for sure, and let's hope it is. He's in the I mean, just the build. It definitely looks like Matt from behind. I can't see him anywhere on the splits. I think the big mover at the moment is Nick Thompson. He seems to have come out of the swim 45 seconds to a minute behind that group in front. It looks like he's bridged up and now he's on the front of that group. So he didn't waste any time through T1, and he's now on the chase.
Yeah, so it does look like that it is Marquardt, and he's right now he's 17th on course. So we saw him, lose 3 minutes in that first section. So he's now 6 minutes and 15 seconds down, including the time he lost in transition. And for Matthew, it feels like an eternity, right? And this, what I told him early in the race in New Zealand, right, is like, man, that time's gone. Do what you can to let the legs come. And then if you can get that cramping, reaction out of your legs, it's an Ironman. You being 6 minutes down, yeah, clearly not what he came into this race wanting to do. He's an aggressive racer. He wants to get off the front. He wants to put everybody else on the back foot and chasing. But, man, you lose 6 minutes, no big deal. Like, if you think about the race at the end of the day, the top 5 athletes are going to be separated by much more than 6 minutes, right? So you got to kind of keep your head in the game, and that is the hardest thing to do when your body is saying you can't move forward at all.
Absolutely. I think you just got to move on. You hear people say it all the time. You just got to adjust your attitude, compartmentalize, and move on. Not ideal. He was in the box seat. He's such a powerful bike rider. We're just watching him here. He looks great on the bike. And I mean, cramping that early in the race, to me, that's not electrolyte depletion or fatigue. No. There's some underlying issue there. And I know he and his team are working to get to the bottom of it. He had a great start. There's a little speed bump, a couple of curveballs being thrown at him, but it looks like he's getting back to work. And we'll track him throughout the day. I expect him to ride through and catch a few of the athletes in front. And I'm not saying he's going to bridge to the front, but he is one of the better bike riders in the field. So his race is definitely not over. Certainly not for a podium or a top 5.
No, I don't think so. I think you're right. And I think, it was watching him in that position, you could tell there's an athlete behind him. So he's actually moving at a decent rate of speed, right? He's not just moving through the course. He's putting some power in the pedals. It looks like, maybe we've got our first athlete coming up, one of our early risers. I'm not sure if that's Rex Lookout yet. Doesn't look like they're quite there. But we can see Jamie getting out of the saddle for one of the rollers on course. But yeah, I think you're right, Craig. I think he's got the ability to put himself back in it to the front. Probably not, but it's a long day, and maybe his running legs will get him there.
As we see Jamie up on his base par here on one of the little climbs, it is a flat to undulating bike course. There's a lot of fast sections. So what I think we will see is these athletes just hold their aero position, even on some of the little false flat uphills, as much as they can. They'll want to minimize that drag. Keep their, on courses where the average speeds are higher, there's a huge penalty for breaking aero position. Of course, sometimes you do it just to give your back a little bit of a rest, stretch out, or you're on a climb, and it looks like Jamie is on one of the little climbs. I think this is the Rex Lookout climb. Just looking at these pictures here, Matt. I mean, it's been a long time since I've raced in Cairns, but I think they're coming up to the Rex Lookout climb just by some of the age group athletes in the 70.3, the way they're bombing down that hill on the other side of the road.
Yeah, that's a great call, Craig. I believe you're right. This is him going up kind of the backside of Rex Lookout. And, if you look at the profile on this course, you think, oh, this, it doesn't look that hard. But when you add it all together and you add it with the texture of the road and the heat, whether it's just humid because of the conditions and where they're at, or if that sun that can be so, obtrusive is out and is beaming down on the shoulders of these athletes, then it gets a lot harder. But there are these sections that are really, really challenging that put it to him. And I will say Rex Lookout was a beautiful, beautiful place to watch the race last year and to just look at the surroundings. I mean, absolutely. People ask you, is it really that beautiful out here in Cairns? Well, take a look at this for a second.
Yeah, that's spectacular. That is definitely the Rex Lookout they've gone over. Spectacular scenery here. The Captain Cook Highway. I think the big news on course, Nick Thompson, The splits
moving.
we're getting, it looks like he's coming through. He's launching an attack early. I mean, he's under a minute by the looks, or is it? Am I seeing that correctly? I think he's moved up past Joshy Armbridger into second place now. So as we see Jamie get back up to top speed, coming down that descent really, really quickly and get back down in his aero.
Yeah, no, it looks really good, and he's being efficient there. And it looks like, we might have a Kylie Simpson update with Will in T1.
That's right, Matt. Well, we know Kylie Simpson loses time in the water, but maybe this could be a bridge too far. We'll see what happens with Kylie. Of course, she's twice a winner of this event, a course record holder as well. Won it in 2021 with a course record and then broke that course record in 2023. She's got a fantastic bike run, the quickest in the field, but we're expecting maybe 15 minutes. It's a little bit more than that, and she's going to have a massive, massive job ahead of her if she's going to catch these women. She's finished 4th, 1st, 3rd, 1st, and then 3rd last year. If she can keep that up, I think she's going to have one of the old bike runs of her entire life.
Very well said, Will. And yeah, that's 20 minutes that she has lost so far. And you're right, it might be a bridge too far. But, I said the same thing last year. I was just as shocked last year. And I immediately wrote her off. She has no chance. But she was 18 minutes off the leader last year and 15 minutes off of the eventual winner last year, Hannah Berry. So she's in a position that she can race from, right? She's about 17 minutes from Hannah Berry at this point, right? So the podium still in touch, winning a race. Craig, you tell me, but giving up 19 minutes before the bike starts, that's maybe a little bit too much.
And didn't quite catch Lotta, but ended up on the podium. So her race is not over. She's used to this sort of mindset or mentality of just not being too concerned with the distances or splits she sees out of the swim. Those conditions would not have helped Kylie. I think when you're not from a swimming background and the water gets chopped up a bit like that, it's much harder, and you tend to lose more time. But I think she's held, 15 minutes, I think she'd be quite happy with that. So let's see. She does have, I think she's the current bike course record holder with a 4 hour 40, and she's definitely the run course record holder here. So, and as Will mentioned, she's a 2-time champion here and never finished worse than 4th. So her race is far from over.
Yeah, and you're right. Her bike run combo is ridiculous, right? So, she has the ability to make up that much time, but to be able to win a race of this caliber with the heat that's on it from the Ironman Pro Series, that's a bit challenging, but we can see right now on screen Beck Clark doing the work at the front of the race, and now we're back to Jamie Riddle, still using that momentum from the Rex Lookout climb and now descent. But through 19 kilometers, Josh Armbridger's lost 1 minute and 40 seconds to our leader, Jamie Riddle. And Ben Hill now is 3 minutes back, so kind of maintaining time, where Nick Thompson's moved up 3:01 in 4th place, but he's only gained 7 seconds in the early sections of the bike course on our men's leader, Jamie Riddle. Let's see if we've got Braden Curry still technically in that same group, Mike Phillips in there as well. So there is a quote unquote group of about 8 athletes within 20 seconds of each other. Actually looks like more than that, about 10 athletes. So a big group behind Jamie Riddle, riding at about the same speed as our race leader.
Yeah, I certainly went off early about Nick Thompson. He's pulled up 6 spots, but he's still around that 3-minute mark. So, and there is a group that's formed there. I think Nick's in the group, as you mentioned, Benny Hill, Mitch Kibbe, Braden Curry's in that group, Mike Phillips as well. So plenty of firepower in that group, but again, just like we saw in the swim, Jamie is not hanging around. He's not waiting for anybody. And yeah, I like this tactic from him. I really do. Out of the water, conditions suited him. Now he's got a little tailwind on the bike. I think he's just keeping the average speeds high. If these boys want a bridge, they're going to have to work.
No, they are. And I love, and I'm probably going to use this word more today to describe the way that Jamie races, but I love the gumption of this kid, right? Like, he's not just saying, because I think sometimes you will get, an athletes that'll be like, yeah, I'm here to win. And it's like, well, you didn't show me that you were here to win. You didn't race like you were here to win. You raced like you were wanting to see what everybody else was going to do or what they were going to bring to the table. And Jamie Riddle's like, no, you're not on my wheel. Then let's go. It's time for me to go, and I'm not going to wait around to see what you have to say about it. And I love it. Again, it takes a little gumption, it takes a little courage, and Jamie Riddle's not afraid to put his nose in the wind. Right now, we've got another shot of, it looks like Matthew Marquardt getting passed now from some of our other male pro athletes. So, he hasn't, from what I see, we haven't seen Marquardt go through that 19-kilometer mark. We'll have a better idea of where he is when he gets through that space, how much time he's losing. But you can tell he's on that Rex lookout climb. And Craig, I think this is actually important. Be able to see when you're going on a climb like this, that's when those legs will cramp up again. Like, that's when that's going to be an issue. Like, you were able to get your momentum going, but that was a problem for him before, and this would bring it out of him. We were able to catch up with Matthew earlier in the week with our fantastic Fighting Chance crew. Let's, as he rides up and gets out of the saddle, I think great sign that his legs are back underneath him. But let's take a look and see what Matt had to say coming into this race.
My name is Matthew Marquardt. You get literally everything. I've gotten Marquette, Marquardt is what I get a lot. So you kind of get it all, and you get used to kind of some pretty crazy interpretations. This is my first time in Australia, and actually this is the 6th continent that I've been on, so that's like kind of cool. I've now technically spent at least a day on every single continent except for Antarctica. In the grand scheme of Ironmans, this was very much like a last-second decision to come to Ironman Cairns, and was driven mainly by the fact that I had had kind of such a rough start to the beginning of the season with kind of the cramping that happened at 70.3 Worlds last year, and then Texas again, and then St. George again. I currently actually don't have an Ironman World Champ slot, which is a new position for me. Normally at this part of the year I've qualified. It was a combination of like, the cramping only happens when I race, and so I need to be able to race to see if we're making progress on it. And also I need to qualify for Worlds, and I wouldn't say that I'm no longer a contender for the Pro Series, but certainly the start of the season hasn't gone the way that I wanted, and there's still the potential to revive it if this race goes well and like Placid goes well. And since I made this last-minute decision, that meant that I was going on a cruise smack dab in the middle of the build-up to the race. It was a cruise my significant other's family had been planning for a year. They invited me on it. We always knew that it was going to be in the middle of the season. It was obviously very important to me to be able to go on that cruise and celebrate the fact that she's now a physician. And so there's no way I was going to skip that, but also at the same time wanted to be able to do this race. And so took the bike and the trainer on the cruise and took a little bungee cord and was able to, I honestly think was able to get in a really good week of training. It was about 24 hours of work over the 7-day cruise, and it was also a great way to pass the time. Being able to show that like you can perform at a high level and also kind of have, like other things going on outside of sport, I think is something that I really pride myself on, and hope that I'm an inspiration to the other age groupers and kind of up and coming pros. I like to kind of show through the cruise and also my medical studies that like, hey, you can do both. Yeah, so this course is definitely up there in terms of one of the most beautiful courses that I've ever been on. I was just kind of stunned doing the bike recon of just how beautiful the course was. And ocean swim, I think, is always kind of up my alley. The weather, in terms of it normally being a little bit hotter and humid, also generally plays to my strengths. The bike, like, it's maybe not quite as, I don't want to say challenging, but not quite as, I guess, dynamic as maybe some of the other courses. The run course, it's flat, it's fast. I think it's a course that certainly can play to my strengths, but also teach me some new things as well. So all around good.
Great stuff from our Fighting Chance crew, who's always out there getting the great details and ins and outs of what our pros' lives are like, and kind of those race weeks leading into these big events. And I believe this is an overhead shot of Josh Amberger, looking like he's going over one of those rollers that we've been talking about. And Matthew Marquardt, Craig, doing great stuff, showing that he's well balanced, even though he's at the very, very top end of our sport, and just update through 19 kilometers, he's 8 minutes down. So he is moving backwards, but considering he lost 6 minutes in the first 1.5K to the leaders, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. But he did just have Matt Hansen pass him and wasn't able to hang on. So like one of those tickets to ride, maybe having momentum to move up has kind of gone through. But Greg, how impressive is Marquardt? And to me, the fact that he's like, oh man, this is a really weird position for me to be in, not having qualified for World Championship. And this is what, his second year racing as a pro? Like, the kid is ridiculous. Third year.
I'm a huge fan. I love that he went on the cruise. You've got to have a balance in your life if you want to have a long, sustainable career. And he's still got 25 hours of training in for the week. It was probably an easier week from him because he normally trains and then has to go off and do a 10-hour rotation at the hospital. So more power to him. I'm a big fan. I hope he can pull himself back into the race. Interesting to hear him say that he only cramps up in the races. So it must be something to do with that intensity. You can try and simulate that intensity in training, but I think it relates to what you were talking about with Jamie Riddle. It's not an arrogance with Jamie, it's a confidence, and confidence can work both ways. Jamie is really confident at the moment. He's come off a 5th place in San Francisco. His preparation and training has been good. Matthew's probably, like you say, your legs can't feel great after locking up like that. So I think in the back of his mind, he's probably not pushing absolutely as hard as he can because he's just wondering if it's going to happen again. And that kind of lack of confidence in your body can undermine you as well. So we'll keep a close eye on Matt. I love that he went on the cruise. He didn't, his partner graduating was a big deal for him, and good on him for going. So as we see Josh on the left, he's no stranger to being on his own on the bike in his beautiful Win Republic kit. Always has great kit designs, Josh. I love that about him. He's a little out there, Josh. As you know, he's a little left field, but got a quirky personality. But he's one of the good guys on tour, and he's no stranger to being on his own. He will just get about his work. He'll be riding to his numbers, and I just saw him have a little interaction, a little chat with the moto there, so maybe getting a split to Jamie up the road. And he's in a good position right now, Josh.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think he's gotten smarter in his, air quotes, older age. It's still funny to me to think of that because he's always one of the young guys on course to me. But he, he's a little bit more patient. But I would bet, Craig, that he's asking more for the split on the group behind than Jamie Riddle up front. I think Josh is probably right now biding his time. He's smart enough to know that if he burns matches here, he might run a 310 instead of a 250. So Josh Hamburger, patient on the Captain Cook Highway.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruby, the indoor cycling experience. And here we are out on the Zoot bike course with Beck Clark, our women's leader, still out there doing it on her own and finding some of the rolly sections of the course herself.
Yeah, it's interesting. A lot of Wilms is made up about a minute from the first bike check, a kilometre into the ride until the Rex Lookout bike check at 19K. So a lot of Wilms is closing this gap, and I think we'll see her join Beck quite soon. Hannah Berry also is making up time. She's made up over a minute as well over that time check. So the defending champion showing her intentions early in this bike ride as well.
Yeah, and I think it's hard for an athlete like Beck, especially with injuries in years past. You tell me if you disagree with this, but I think I don't think she wants to do this whole ride by herself, right? I think she knows it's going to come down to what happens on the run, essentially, anyways. And last year, it seemed like she rode really well, being with company. And I think she won't be bummed for that Hannah Berry, Jackie Herring, Regan Holyoke group to catch her, right? I think she's going to go through and try to maintain as best she can, but not push herself early.
Yeah, it can go either way, I mean, I think often when we see triathletes who have running injuries and they're out for a prolonged period of time, we heard Will say she was in a boot for 6 weeks. She would have done a lot of swimming and a lot of biking, I presume. So she may be conservative, or she might just say, the only card I have to play if I do have serious intentions of getting on the podium here is just time trialing this swim and bike to my capacity, whatever that is right now, the fitness that I bring into this race, and let the cards fall where they do in the run. Often we see athletes have good runs when they haven't had the most ideal preparation, particularly with their run lead up, and because their swimming and biking goes up a level and they have a little bit of juice left in the tank for the run. But I just think Rebecca's just doing her normal race here. I don't think she's got a tactic to take it up the road.
Right.
I think it is what it is. This is how we normally see her race, off the front in the swim, and gets about her work on the bike. I was curious before the race, having that prolonged time off running, whether she had upped the biking and maybe would try and launch a little bit of a surprise attack on the girls, during this Zoot bike leg.
Yeah, and not to disagree, Craig, but I do think sometimes, you're right, she probably has much better bike legs and swim and bike legs at the moment. But sometimes that gives you an opportunity, if you have that space in the swim, to really settle in and not push early hard, right? Because we know the days of racing Ironman as a time trial in a pro they're kind of gone to a certain extent, unless you're that off the front swimmer, and you can, physiologically, you're going to maybe have your best performance if you ease into it. And Beck has that opportunity to really ease into this race by being able to settle in and wait for those behind. And someone who doesn't have time to ease in whatsoever is Kylie Simpson, who is on screen right now.
That's exactly what I was about to say. I guess the options you have and the tactics you can roll out depend on where you come out of the water. And Beck does have that choice, but Kylie never has that choice. She has to go hard and really rely on her two best legs, as we see her now. And she looks great. She looks super aero, super low, pushing a huge gear there. So, yeah, interested to get some splits back to Kylie. I mean, she would not be in any way, shape or form despondent after seeing that split out of the swim. She would have been expecting that. And now for her, this is where her race really starts. And she looks good. She looks good at the start of this bike leg.
Yeah, and she has to, because she's got to be flawless from as soon as dry land starts, when you give up that kind of gap. But, we see our fantastic pro women out on the front of the course. But addition to them out on course today, there are over 2,800 age group triathletes competing in both Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns and the Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3 Cairns. Among them are a number of triathletes using TriDot, the official training platform of Ironman, to get race ready. These TriDot athletes get the unique benefits of expert coaching and AI-powered training plans, including predictive race day splits, to guide their strategy. Today's TriDot athlete is Brent McKinnon. Brent is racing the 70.3 Ironman today and is coached by a pretty good coach that I know down the road, Craig Alexander. Let's hear from Brent about his goals and strategy for executing his race plan today.
Hi, my name's Brent McKinnon. I'm from Sydney, Australia. I'm here in Cairns, Gimoy country, for the Cairns Airport Ironman 70.3. I've chosen this race to start my 2025 season after having a great time in Kona in 2024. I've had a bit of a break and started my training back up and aiming for the back end of 2025 to re-qualify for Kona next year. TriDot's been a great platform for me. Having a very busy life with work and life requirements, I can shift my sessions around to suit my program and my timings. The flexibility and session structure is great for this type of training I like to do. Having raced here twice before in Cairns, it's always a great day. I hope to just get a good understanding as to where my fitness is at. So I think just putting down a good time and being confident with that and understanding where my training needs to go. I'm very fortunate that Craig Crowe Alexander is my coach. We've known each other for nearly 20 years, having met through swimming when he was a professional still. And we work on the TriDot platform to set up our sessions, understand where my thresholds are at and what we need to work on moving forward. He's a great coach, obviously one of the greatest of all time in this sport, and having him in my corner has been fantastic. As I mentioned, I'm aiming for another qualification for Kona in 2026, so I'm targeting Ironman Malaysia in later this year. The training block for that will start post Cairns 70.3 next week, and we'll build our way up to that using the platform to really set a definitive program to what will suit for that race.
Well, my obvious question, Craig, is how much did you pay Brent for that positive feedback?
Brent, thank you, mate. The check is definitely in the mail. He's a great athlete. I mean, he's only been in the sport. This is his third year. The first year he was in the sport, he qualified for the Nice World Championships, and then he qualified for Kona last year. So he's very busy with work and a young daughter. So I'll be interested to track his progress throughout the race. He's one of the few athletes I know who starts a training block with a race. So we'll see. I don't coach too many people, but he's a good mate. And yeah, good luck today, Brent. We're all shouting and pulling for you, mate.
Well, that's awesome. We'll be checking in on Brent's progress later to see how close his actual times are to his predicted splits. And, I'm excited, Craig, to get your insider input on that. And what has it been like using TriDot with Brent and his preparation?
Yeah, for me, it's been good. I mean, I haven't typically done a lot of coaching the last 5 years, especially, but, historically throughout my life, I'm always slow to the party with technologies and innovations. So I know AI is taking over everything in our lives. I think it's only a matter of time before it infiltrates all corners of our life. It's certainly in endurance sports. So yeah, I wanted to get on the bandwagon early and find out what it's all about. I think definitely has a lot of huge applications, positive applications in endurance sports. And I'm still new and learning the platform, but it's been great so far. So I don't really have too much else to compare it to, but it works for the few athletes I coach. It works very well for us. And yeah, I'm pumped to see Brent today. I know he's got a long journey ahead, wanting to qualify again for the Ironman World Champs next year, and I have full confidence that he'll do it.
That's great. That's great. And as we're coming back to the race, we can see this men's chase group. And at the front of the chase group, we saw earlier was Ben Hill really, really pushing the pace at the front of this group, as we see one of our athletes, averting a water bottle, looks like was dropped on course in a bumpy section. So this group has Ben Hill, as I said, in it, Nick Thompson, who we spoke of earlier, Josh Amberger, Mike Phillips, who I believe was that athlete on screen, Henry Ghosh, as well as Will Clark, Mitchell Kibbe, 13 seconds behind. Big shocker for me, Craig, is that not in that group, is Braden Curry. So he's a minute off. And I will say, but looking at the aerodynamic position when it came on screen, I was like, whoa, who is that? And that was Ben Hill, and he is absolutely driving it. And I think that's why we see Braden Curry not able to hold the pace.
Yeah, well, he is a former elite pro cyclist, and yeah, he's getting about his work here. This is a powerful little group, but they're not really making up much time on the leaders. I know it's very early days. They're at about the 35, I think, or 40 kilometer mark. They're doing the little out and back section off the Captain Cook Highway before they continue on to the northern turnaround point. Expect to see some separation as they head back towards Palm Cove, because that's when they will get the wind in their face. But this group seems to be working well together. It is a a regular occurrence these days. We just see drink bottles shoot out of those rear bottle cages. And I heard Will talk about it too. It was interesting. He talked about, I think it was Taylor Knibb in Ironman Texas with her dismount, wasn't it? Had a little crash, wasn't able to get her leg over. And, you know, I know Ironman have new rules around the drink bottle placements in the cockpit and the behind the saddle, the rear placement. It's very, very aerodynamic, but it does change the handling of these bikes. It just gets a lot of weight up high and sort of forward and back. So it distributes the weight differently. So yeah, I think a lot of these athletes, they need to practice. It just changes the handling and the feel of the bike.
No, it certainly does. And, you know, Taylor Knibb was hoping we were going to get through a broadcast without talking about her crashing.
Not a chance.
Her
not
bike,
a chance.
It didn't happen. No, but it does happen. And you forget, right? You forget when you're riding it that you've got this thing that you don't train with. It's over the back. So it happens more often than you think. But right now what's happening is Ben Hill is tearing apart this chase group. Nick Thompson right now, the only athlete that's comfortably there as we see athletes moving around to bridge up. Like Mike Phillips making that gap look small. But a lot more action to come.
What do you want?
You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Great overhead shot here at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. We're looking at Jamie Riddle at the front of this race, moving through one of our turnaround sections. I'm Matt Lieto here with five-time Ironman world champion Craig Alexander calling the action for you. We got a hot race. Jamie Riddle, the youngster, off the front, just through 40 kilometers in 55 minutes. Craig, I remember when going through 40 kilometers in 55 minutes in an Olympic distance race was fast. To start off an Ironman on your own at that kind of rate, that's an athlete that's putting it out there.
Yeah, it's very quick, very, very quick. I do think they had a little bit of a toe in pushing them up there, but it's certainly not flat, and that's great riding by Jamie. Ben Hill is having a stormer of a ride. I think he's just on a mission to get to the front, to close up as quickly as he can, and he's taking a couple of willing allies with him. Nick Thompson also, as I mentioned, I mean, something that caught my attention earlier this year was, well, apart from his 354 bike split in Texas, but something else that caught my attention was he went in an open bike race and he finished third on GC, a stage race. So we know Nick loves to ride his bike very, very hard, and so he'll be a willing ally for Ben Hill, and it looks like they are slowly bringing that time down to Jamie off the front.
Yeah, and on screen, Ben Hill, and again, he looks like the position of an athlete that's, at the caliber of a Tour de France athlete. And we can see, we just saw Jamie Riddle going around this corner. We could see Ben Hill getting over the back of his bike, taking that 180 like a champ. Nick Thompson probably going to take it a little smoother. I saw him on one of the 180s last year, lay it down right in front of me. So he's taking his time, making sure he doesn't pedal through that, but right back up to speed, out of the saddle again, like he's in the Tour de France time trial. That is an athlete, Craig, that is trying to get rid of any of the athletes behind him, and he's created a gap. So he's got 4 seconds around that 180 on Nick Thompson and 10 seconds on Mike Phillips, Josh Amberger, Henrik Ghosh. And if you're that type of athlete, like, you want to get rid of Mike Phillips, right? And the time to do it, if you've got a little bit of a gap and you see them being stretched already, you've distanced Braden Curry, where are you going to get that? If you're a cyclist of the caliber of Ben Hill, it's on a 180. You take that better than anybody else. You get up to speed. You put it into 600-700 watts, get up out of the saddle for a second, stretch them, make them do that. Their legs can't handle that as well as yours can. And Ben Hill getting after it.
That was telling, wasn't it? His body language, the aggressiveness out of the 180 turn, I think signaled his intentions. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want any free rides, any free passengers in this group. Nick Thompson, again, showing his class and experience, just sitting second in the group. And again, he is one of the stronger bike riders in this race. So this is a little power group on the front. But they still had everyone in tow. You're right, that concertina effect as the athletes breaking into the 180-degree turn, as Ben was accelerating out of it, it would have put a bit of pressure onto their legs, trying to attach themselves back to the back of the group. But I'm loving this from Ben. He's had a great swim, and we've seen him have a lot of solid results, performances in 70.3 and Ironman races, but he's up the front here, really pushing towards the front of the race, and it's great to see new names, new faces really get up and mix it up at the pointy end of the race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And if I'm being honest, Craig, I was just trolling to see if I could get you to say Constantina. So we've done it. Mission accomplished. But at the front of the women's race, or trying to get there, I should say, is a lot of Wilms, but I can't really tell. Has she caught Beck Clark?
Yes.
At all? It does look like it, yeah. So it's a lot of Wilms in the lead, going around one of these bendy left-hand turns here on the Zoot bike course, with Beck Clark right behind. And a lot of Wilms her goal wasn't just to catch Beck and then settle in with a new partner in crime. She's trying to move through as much as she can, Greg.
Yeah, well, a lot of Wilms has taken the lead now. Beck's settling into second. We saw them take that left-hand turn off the highway. So now they're on the little out and back section before the northern turnaround. As we see, Regan Holyoake coming through the field, which again you predicted, Matt. She's had an amazing 12 months of winning Ironman races. Jackie Herring, I think, is sitting in a nice spot, as is Hannah Berry and Chloe Hartnett as well. So this race is shaping up nicely. I think some of the other pre-race favourites that we talked about, Penny Slater's a little further back, so she's still got some work to do, and Charlotte McShane sitting at about 11 or 12 minutes, so she's a little off. But it's still early doors in this race. But, I loved, you've watched so many of these races now, Matt. You've seen these athletes, their body language and the way these races play out. And what we're seeing from Lottie here is what we would have expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think even she seems more aggressive and more confident in herself after, again, her consistent performances last year and, finishing very high overall in the Ironman Pro Series. And obviously that's a goal for her again this year, and a big reason as to why she's racing here in Cairns today. And I will say, as much as we're giving kudos to her, great work from Beck Clark to do her best to hang on. I think it's gonna keep getting harder for her to hang on to Lottie, because Lottie is not going to get off that gas. And I think, as you said, that Constantina it's already happening. At a certain point, she's going to throw out the parachute and look for that chase group. But as you said, a lot of chasers coming from behind. But right now, let's again, we have our fantastic Fighting Chance crew out in Cairns, checking out and catching up. So we have a little bit of a soundbite from Beck Clark, and let's hear from her.
Yeah, so I had an injury, broke 2 bones in my foot from a rolled ankle. So I had 6 weeks in a moon boot, about 10 weeks off running. So yeah, it was a pretty mentally challenging way to start the year, knowing that I wouldn't be able to miss like most of the start of the New Zealand Australia season. But yeah, luckily I didn't have any setbacks along the way. Foot's healed, able to do a good, really the last 6 to 8 weeks have brought the run volume back up. So yeah, it's still a little bit of like unknown of I haven't done missed a bit of a chunk of run training, but still feeling fit. They're feeling definitely not over race because second race of the year, and it's midway through the year already. Yeah, I don't have any long haul travel. I did over to Port Mac for one race. Otherwise that I've just been at home settled. I love where I live and train in New Zealand and Wanaka, and that just kind of helps me. I think I find it hard to be on the road. Like as a triathlete, former New Zealand triathlete, we're on the road for 4 to 5 months of the year, and so I really enjoy that time at home. And so I kind of feel like I'm going into the races more like settled and more relaxed, like in myself. Yeah, I mean the swim is my strength, and I didn't get to utilise that at my last race in Port Mac. So I had a good swim. Got away with Lottie and Lauren. We don't have Lauren this year, but Lottie's she likes pushing the pace. I like pushing the pace. So hopefully the two of us can get away and make a gap to some of the faster kind of bike runners. Yeah, so I've got actually already on the start list for Lake Placid, which is comes up pretty soon after this race. But I think this is a year I could do it with that block of training behind me and not much racing. So I'll head to the States. Then I'm eyeing up a couple of races in Europe, and then hopefully I'll be on my way to Kona after getting the qualification hopefully this weekend.
Great stuff, and we'll be crossing our fingers for her to have a smooth race today to be able to get that Kona spot as well. I'd love to see Beck Clark out in Kona giving it her all, but right now we see her chasing a lot of Wilms around the corner of the course here at Ironman Cairns. Okay, right now we are with, looks like Charlotte McShane chasing here, kind of early sections of the course still, but an athlete that we know more from kind of short course, U23 world champion. But Craig, she came from actually long course racing. She started when she fell in love with the sport, and then Triathlon Australia grabbed her and said, hey, let's try the short course thing. And turns out she's pretty good at that, but you think she's going to be pretty good at this too?
Yeah, well, it's her first race after first Ironman and in a long time after being on the ITU circuit for nearly 15 years. As you mentioned, under 23 world champion in 2012. So I'm sure it's been a bit of an adjustment to her training. I was surprised to see her so far back out of the swim actually, because coming from that ITU world, you just cannot have any weaknesses. You cannot have a weak swim leg and compete for podiums in those races. So, but Charlotte's getting about her work. I mean, she got into the sport watching her dad race in Kona in 2001. So I think this is an awesome story that her career's gone full circle, and now she's doing a race and a distance of racing that she's always wanted to do. So we'll keep an eye on Charlotte throughout the race today.
No, we certainly will. And, she's got some work to do, but it's going to be on the bike and the run where she does it. But let's hear what she had to say coming into this race.
I've really enjoyed the change in training for Ironman. When I decided last year that I would end my short course career, I was trying to weigh up what I wanted to do, whether I wanted to continue with the sport or perhaps do something else. And for me, Ironman really excited me, I think, because it is so different from short course. I think the middle distance races are still quite similar in the training and the competition to short course. So I really wanted to do something completely different. So the change in training has been so refreshing. After spending such a long time racing short course, it's been super nice to have a complete change. The most difficult thing about it, I think, is getting used to the nutrition and also the different setup with the bike. I guess it has been quite overwhelming, all the changes on the bike and trying to become aero, but also not trying to rush it. That's been, quite challenging to get used to that, and I'm still trying to get used to that. And then also the nutrition side is really trying to dial that in and trying to get in, you know, as many carbs as I can possibly get in, again, without overdoing it. My goal for the race is to, I guess it sounds a bit like a cliche, but to really enjoy myself out there. It's hard to have a real, you know, idea of what time I want to do or position I want to do when it's my very first one. It's all so new to me, so, you know, I can't really say exactly, you know, what I'm aiming for. So hopefully I can just really enjoy myself out there and battle through the tough parts and make the most of the good parts.
What do you think, Craig? To me, that sounds like a pretty good race plan going in. As we saw, it looks like Lottie Williams losing a bottle at the front of the race course.
Yeah, I think we just saw Lottie lose a bottle. Yeah, it's great to hear Charlotte. It's great to hear that she feels revitalised and has found a new passion within the sport that she's been in for so long, and probably feels nice to do a distance of race that she saw her dad do all those years ago in Kona. So she's been just an awesome athlete for Australia across a lot of years, representing us at major championships, and we'll keep an eye on Charlotte throughout the race today.
Yeah, no, doing a great job, and you know, I think going out and having a good time as much as you can is, you know, maybe keeping things under control, and I think that's a great race plan going in. But a lot of Wilms, you know, she might have some fun, but I don't think that's the #1 goal on the top of her list. I think it's hurt those legs as much as possible, and if she's hurting those legs, she's killing the legs of the women behind. So a lot of Wilms doing the work right now. It looks like that chase group again, but it looks like Ben Hill in the back of the chase group now. So I don't know if that means that they have bridged up to the front and there's a bit of a settling, but it looks like Ben Hill in that group still. We do see Mike Phillips in there as well. Again, Ben Hill just in the back of that group. Looks like Nick Thompson at the very, very front end of that, Greg.
Yeah, Mike Phillips, interesting to see him in there, a guy who finished 3rd here last year and is a 2-time winner of Ironman New Zealand. Just a super consistent athlete in the sort of the reddish or maroon kit, making a pass now on an athlete. And yeah, interesting that Ben's come off the front. He seemed to sit on the front of that group for a while. And I think he just wanted to test the legs out. And it's very early to be doing that, though, because there's still so much strength in this group. And now we see Nick Thompson on the front. And again, he's one of the stronger bikers in this race. I know Texas is a fast course, but that bike split that some of those lead men rode over there was just unbelievable. So as we get a close-up look of Mike Phillips now, who Big Mike Phillips, as they call him, he just looks comfortable on the bike. Not a lot of upper body movement, which is super efficient, super aero, beautiful, smooth pedaling. We see the athletes come here through the aid station. I heard one of the athletes lock up their brakes there, so always an area you need to be careful. I think that's Henrik Gosch on screen.
Yeah, you got to be heads up. It was a bit chaotic in there. We could see a few athletes dropping bottles, but yeah, you're right. That's Henrik. They're in 2nd position. Nick Thompson looked like he was kind of, you know, he looked like the one that was most comfortable sitting behind Ben Hill at legal distance, but, you know, not pushing himself too much. And then Ben Hill, you know, gets off the pace and he's straight on. But that pace, you know, as you said, it's a big effort to put in early when there's this much firepower, but that group was a lot bigger early, and they were able to actually, looks like from our timing splits, that Josh Amberger is put off the back of that group. So he's still, you know, claiming, you know, some victims with that effort that he put in there. And now it's just other athletes in that group that are kind of carrying the torch, and we'll see if they can continue to, you know, push through that pace. And Craig, would you say that the Rex Lookout is kind of the spot on this course that you're going to try to dislodge anybody if you have the opportunity, obviously going over it both directions 2 times?
I mean, it's definitely, there's a climb there, so you can soften up the athletes you're with, but I really think it'll be on this portion of the course on their next lap when they're riding into that headwind. Heading back into town. So I really feel that's where the real contenders will show their cards. You mentioned Ben Hill just really upping the pace on the bike. I think it's similar to what we saw Jamie Riddle do in the swim. It's not like suicide pace for those athletes. They're more than capable, but it's an uncomfortable pace for everybody else. And it's just that softening up that we see. You know, this is a 12-round boxing match. We're only in the early rounds here, so they're just trying to soften up their opponents, perhaps without trying to land the knockout blow just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, as you said, like Nick Thompson went through that first 40K in 53:30. I mean, that's crazy that you can get through the first 40 kilometers of an Ironman, you know, and we know that these athletes are going to be running low 240s, you know, for the top step out here on the race. So, yeah, definitely burning some matches and pushing the pace early. And I do think, you know, often we'll see a group like this kind of stick together once it's established, but there's some aggressive racing in there, and I do think that we're going to continue to see it split up, and I believe this looks like a shot of our leader, and that is, of course, Jamie Riddle at the front of the course, looking great. I mean, Craig, from an athlete that has come from, you know, a draft legal racing, ITU Olympic distance racing, his aerodynamic position looks absolutely dialed. Like, he's not sacrificing anything. He looks very smooth. As his CDA looks sweet, and he's moving along with as little energy output as possible at those speeds.
Yeah, he looks beautiful on the bike. And, you know, we heard Charlotte McShane talk about it. One of the biggest adjustments for her was going from a road bike to a time trial bike. I just think this current generation of athletes, they're so well dialed in with the bikes. The bikes these days, they're incredible. They have more adjustability than ever. They're more aerodynamic than ever. And the athletes do a lot of testing. I mean, Jamie grew up in a family that, you know, his dad raced Ironman races, so he knows all about, you know, those marginal gains and the things you need to do, particularly on the bike. And I just think the bike companies these days and a lot of these top athletes, they're doing so much testing on the velodrome, in the wind tunnel, you know, trying to find their optimal position and lower that CDA, that coefficient of drag, as you mentioned. And these days, you don't have to do that at the expense of comfort. They look so comfortable, a lot of these athletes. There's not a lot of upper body movement. The pedal stroke is nice and smooth and consistent. The cadence is consistent. And it's just, really is just beautiful to watch.
No, it really is. And you would think they're time trial specialists, again, from a cycling background, looking at how efficient they are. And to me, the ones that stand out on the men's side of things, because we've had more time seeing them on screen, we'll do a comparison on the women's side when we get more from them as well. But it's Ben Hill and our men's leader, Jamie Riddle. But a lot more to go over Rex Hill a few more times, and got a little marathon to battle out too, but a lot more to come from Cairns, Ironman Airport Cairns.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And we're here with Char McShane in the front of this little group here. But again, chasing, you know, in her first Ironman distance race. And, after a very long and successful career, she's doing her best to see if she can, stack up against what is one of the best fields we see out in the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, interesting, this women's race. I think it's shaping up beautifully. A lot of Wilms has got to the front, as you mentioned, Matt, and Beck Clark's still hanging tough with her. But this group, this power group of Jackie Herring, Regan Holyoke, Hannah Berry, they're slowly but surely eroding this lead. I think they're down to a minute 20 at last check. Chloe Hartnett's losing a little bit of time, not a lot, and Penny Slater's hovering around 4:40 to 5 minutes back of the lead. So the women's race on this first lap of the Zoot bike course, it's shaping up really well. I mean, some of the best runners are up close to the front of the race. I think most people had Holyoke, Herring, and Berry as three of their big favourites, and they're very close. They're only a minute 20 from the front. So I was trying to do the maths and work out what kind of a lead I thought a lot of Wilms would need to hold on and win, and I thought it was going to be 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's
minimum.
Yeah. Okay. Minimum. Yeah. I mean, I think she might need a little bit more than that, but again, it depends how that bike race is raced. And right now, we just saw Stephanie Demestichis cruise pass and make a pass there in midsection of the course. It's our athlete there in blue. Give thumbs up to Steph, cruising through early sections of this course and looks quite comfortable, Craig.
Yeah, most of these athletes look good on their bikes. It's interesting that the temperature today not being as hot. We can see the cloud cover coming through on the footage. A cooler race typically or historically means a faster race, but I think on this course and any course that really hugs the coastline, like the course in Port Elizabeth for Ironman, for the South African Championships, the wind will be the telling factor. I know that we try and predict and look at the run splits, the top run splits, a lot of these athletes, and work out what kind of a lead they would need. But if that wind gets up, we won't see the run splits, even though the conditions are cooler. I don't think we'll see the run splits that we've seen on this course before. I know the men's run course record is a 2:37 high held by Braden Curry, and for the ladies, it's I want to say it's a 2:50 or a 2:51 for Kylie Simpson. So it all depends on the conditions and what this weather and this wind throws up, particularly on this second lap in the ride into Cairns.
Yeah, and I think we're going to need to see, certainly from Kylie, a run that faster if she wants to be kind of part of the mix, especially with these women up front. Again, a lot of Wilms, kind of raising her game. We saw Jackie Herring have amazing Ironman results last year, and she's sitting on a lot of energy, that she was looking to spend a month ago. She had some bad luck with some flat tires, but she's ready to go, and we know she can run in the very low 250s as well. So it's going to be a lot of A game that needs to be brought here today.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie ran a 2:52 last year in Hamburg. Again, a cooler race, so you might say it's fast, but also a course that it's got a few twists and turns, and it's not as fast a course as it could be, especially on the third and fourth lap when she was having to navigate all the age group athletes. But this race is playing out nicely. Lotta she's gone to the front. She's looking smooth, typically what we see. I've got a question for you though, Matt. Question without notice. Right off, I mean, you've watched a lot of these races now, and you know these athletes well. You know their body language, their technique. Every athlete has little telltale signs in their form and their technique. I mean, right off the top, you said you thought Braden was a little off his game from the swim, and that proved to be the case. He was further back in the swim than we thought. And then onto the bike, we also saw he tends to be dropping back through the field. I mean, it is still early stages. We're not quite at the halfway mark of the bike ride, but typically something we wouldn't see Braden do.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, and for me, it's as much as I'd like to think otherwise, that's it for Braden, right? Like if Braden's on a day where he can bring that fighting energy, as we see Jamie Riddle going over the Rex Lookout climb, he's doing it from the beginning, right? Like, there are times that we talk about it, and you know this, that sometimes the bike legs aren't there for whatever reason, but you get to the run and you've got run legs. I don't think that's the case with an athlete like Braden. Yes, he'll still probably get off the bike and run in the 240s, but he's not going to run through the field if he's losing that kind of time. He's asking the engine room for something, and the engine room is not giving it to him, right? And like he's used to being able to call upon that and get it in return. And I think especially with a group like this, the race is just going away from him. And I think, I don't want to talk about it as it's an age thing, but the way these younger athletes in the last 3 to 5 years are racing just so aggressively, they're basically throwing it at the wall, and if it sticks, it sticks, and if it doesn't, they blow up. That kind of racing, Braden's not going to be able to compete unless he's there with them the whole time.
Well, we know he's a fighter and he won't give up. But and if he has got his run legs, we know he can run. We've had 2 runs in the 230s at this race, and most notably the 237 course record, but that shoulder-to-shoulder battle with the legend Javier Gomez a few years ago. As we see back here with the men's front chase group climbing up to Rex Lookout, we saw Jamie go over the top of it probably a minute or so ago. So still holding strong at the front, Jamie. I think this is, again, it's a great tactic by him because he's been able to ride his own rhythm this first lap, hasn't had the sort of the concertinaing, the in and out of the draft zone, having to worry about that, worry about all the traffic. He's just been on his own, riding to his own numbers, looks smooth, looks calm, looks composed off the front. And I'm sure at some point this group may make contact with him, but I'm sure maybe that's part of what his race plan was.
Yeah, no, certainly could be. And, I think great input there and observations. And I will say, Greg, if Braden heard me say that, he would race all the way to the depths of his soul just to spite me, and I would deny ever saying such a thing. But I did just see and was sent just a few minutes ago on Braden's Instagram that it looks like he's racing at 80%. He's been sick the last few days. So not one to give an excuse before he's out there, but answering our question, you can tell when Braden's on because he's up front. If he just has that capability. If he's not on, then that's what's happening. And right now that's well explained as we talk about it, as we see these athletes aggressively go down kind of this corkscrew descent on the backside of Rex. And man, look at, again, Ben Hill just looks like a Tour de France style professional cyclist. Right now he's at the back of this group, but he just knows how to get over the center of the bike and descend well. And these athletes are still bringing back some time on Jamie Riddle. Not a ton, but now Nick Thompson at the front of that group was 1:17 behind Riddle, with Ben Hill at the back of the group at 1:33 back, and Josh Amberger is now a minute behind as our wonderful cameramen get up to the shoulder of Josh Amberger. So this is Josh 1 minute behind that chase group as we can see him going through some of those corners that we saw that front group go through, Craig.
Yeah, Josh has been unhinged from the back of that lead chase group, so he's got some work to do. But yeah, Ben Hill, he looks beautiful. I mean, you can always tell and pick out the great bike handlers. They just look smooth. They don't wash their speed off going through the corners. They pick the right lines, tend to come in wide, hit the apex, and use the whole lane or the whole road they've got to work with. And we know Ben comes from that cycling background, so he brings in that skill set. And he also brings in an amazing set of powerful cycling legs, and it's great to see him right up the front of this race, really pushing. They're only probably 15 kilometers away from making the turn at Palm Cove to start this second northern loop. So we're starting to eke our way through this bike course now, and we haven't seen too much other movement. The race is sort of established now. It's settled into a rhythm, as races do. These longer races, they tend to settle into a rhythm at some point, and of course, they're long days, so you've got to ration your energy. But yeah, interesting to see. That front group's moving if this boy's been dropped off the back. Josh his whole career, he's been a front pack cyclist. So let's see if he can make his way back and potentially regain contact with that group. But at this stage, it looks like they're moving away from him.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's funny. I think it shows a maturity in Josh, because I think he knows now that what's going to make or break him in these races is his running legs, if he has them or not, right? And we've seen him in the past under any circumstance, like, don't get dropped, be off the front as long as possible, hold on to as much time as you can. But I think he's learning in his experience in this racing that those smaller gaps don't matter as much, right? Like if you lose a minute, that's no big deal. He knows that if his race, like he was right in the mix last year and then the wheels kind of fell off on the run here, a minute's nothing on the bike. You can lose 10 minutes in 3 kilometers on the run. He's making sure he's not losing those gaps of time, right? Like he was never an athlete that looked forward. He's like, I'll get to forward when I get there. Now you can tell he's looking forward kind of when he's in it.
Yeah, for sure. And we just saw a graphic on the screen there. He was holding about 1.8 kilometers from the lead. So yeah, that's over 2 minutes on the road. But he was still ticking along nicely at over 50 kilometers an hour. So this is a fast course. There's faster sections. Of course, you've got the headwind sections, but there's a lot of tree cover and shelter from some of the windier sections. But that just does show Josh's maturity, and that's often what you learn from this racing. As we flick back, I think we're looking at Penny Slater here. First time we've had a good look at Penny, and as we see her take on board some nutrition, getting some carbohydrates or calories in, fueling her effort. She looks good. She looks composed, relaxed. She was hovering about 4:40 to 5 minutes behind the leaders, and I think that's blown out a little bit now. So she's at what I think is at 6:13 on the screen there. So, but again, same with Josh. I think the same scenario applies here, Matt. It's just Penny's an experienced athlete, 7th at the Ironman World Championships last year. She's had a podium at the North American Championships, so she knows these races aren't won or lost in the first few hours. You're just laying the foundation for what comes later, and she'll be just getting about her work again, riding to her heart rate, to her power, and she'll be getting regular checks out on course. All these athletes know where they are. There's a couple of out and back sections, plus they get some splits out on course. So Penny looking good at this early stage.
No, she certainly is, and she's an athlete that, if she's looking this good early, I'm expecting to see even greater things later. Like to me, it seems like when things get tough is when Penny Slater kind of moves through and shines, right? We saw her 7th place last year at the Ironman World Championships in Nice, and that's no easy feat at all, and expect big things out of her today, and we were able to catch up with her. Let's hear what Penny had to say.
Regan and Chloe Hartnett, #1 enemies. There'll be bragging rights between all 3 of us. The problem is they're both so nice, so I give them a bit of shit, but they'll give it back. Chloe will give me a bit of stuff back, probably. Got to be the #1 Aussie across the line.
Putting the old race wheels on, thank you.
G'day, I'm Penny Slater. I'm from Canberra in Australia, and I'm 29 years old. I've been at this game for a while now. Yeah, I feel like every time I've raced here, I haven't quite been there, so I keep coming back for a bit of redemption each time. So hopefully this year will be good.
It'd be nice to stand on top of the podium here. Hey, it's a big race.
It's a big race. It means a lot, as an Australian, to win this race. I feel like it's like one of the most important races of the season for us, and definitely for me it is. I mean, who doesn't like winning? I think this is my official start to the season. I'm wiping Geelong off the board. Yeah, I had like injury and sickness for like 8 weeks, and then made some coaching changes, and I feel like the last 6 weeks have gone as well as they could, considering I had a bit of time out. I mean, the main aim of like Cairns is to definitely try and lock in that Kona slot, so then I can just have that one out of the way. But then we're going to go for a late run at the Pro Series. So the plan is to head to Swansea and then Lake Placid, so back-to-back race weekends, and then the 2 World Champs to hopefully make up my 5 races for the Pro Series. I almost threw it out the window, but it's hard to resist, so I thought I might as well have a crack.
So quite a strong field here.
Yeah.
You got yourself, Hannah and Lottie, all top 10 in Nice World Champs. Pretty strong swim bikers as well, with Regan up the front there.
Yeah.
How do you think it's going to play out?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have my work cut out for me, as we know. The swim is not my strong suit compared to the other girls. I just have to let whatever's happening up the road play out, and I'm pretty confident in the back end of my race, as long as, you know, everything can goes as well as possible that can in an Ironman. Like, I should be round there in contention. I think I just got to play my game and race how I always race, which is from behind on the swim, but definitely be aiming to like really push that last 90 minutes of the bike, and hopefully my run legs show up.
Great stuff from Penny and our Fighting Chance crew, always down on the ground getting us some amazing insights that only they can get. And yeah, Penny seems to be like she's on route to do what she's saying. Craig, what do you think? She's going to be able to nail that last 90 minutes into that headwind back and then have a banger of a run?
Yeah, I think she's got a lot of strength. Penny's a real strength athlete. We tend to see her come through in her races and just get stronger and stronger. Interesting to note, she's had a coaching change this year. She's now coached by Liz Blatchford, who, interesting little footnote, it was her husband, Glenn Murray, Liz Blatchford's husband, who was just conducting that interview with Penny just then. But Liz is she's a 3 times Ironman Cairns champion, so I'm sure Penny's been getting some great insights about this course from a 3-time past champion here and just one of the great coaches now, Liz. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Penny. It's interesting. There's quite a few of the women, you know, Penny Slater, Kylie Simpson, who they do tend to give up a bit of time in the swim, but their race is not over. It really only starts for them when they hit T1, and they tend to just chip away with composure and patience and make their way through the field.
Yeah, and I only expect Penny to get better, you know, knowing now that she's got one of the legends in the sport, Liz Blatchford, coaching her. And, you know, it's obviously the content of her coaching is going to help, but I think just that wisdom that Liz gained throughout her career and you know, the huge races and accomplishments that she had, being able to glean that from Liz is going to be hugely advantageous for Penny, especially an athlete that we already saw as a patient, strong athlete late in races. I think we'll only see that get better, Craig.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Liz, podium finisher at the Ironman World Championships, very decorated ITU career as well. It's been in and around the sport for a long time. Should be a great asset to Penny's team as we get our eyes back on Jamie here, so back with the lead male, and he's just been flawless so far. It really is fun watching him race. He shows his intentions right from the start, but it's not reckless intention. It's positive intent, aggressive, and it really does add to every race that he's in.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And that's a good point, too, because it does come off positive. And it's always positive, like, for him, but it's never negative towards any of his competitors, right? Where I think sometimes when you get younger athletes, it comes off braggadocious or, like, you know, like they're just kind of throwing it at the wall a little bit and, you know, just think they're better than everybody else. I don't think Jamie thinks he's better than everybody else. I just think he thinks he can beat everybody else on the day, and I love that about that kid. Nick Thompson, he's one he's going to have to fight with. Let's see if he can close that gap.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kick or Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. Looking for a good finish right now, and doing the work to get one is Nick Thompson. And last we saw, he had a little bit of a gap, Craig, on those athletes behind. You know, use that momentum that we saw Ben Hill create, kind of stringing out that group and making it challenging for them, softening up the legs, so to speak. And I think he's taking advantage of it and trying to bridge across to Jamie Riddle. And as you said, you know, this is an athlete that had an amazing race at Ironman Texas, incredibly fast cyclist. We've seen him have some, when he doesn't race well, you know, I never want to put anything on luck because everybody has bad luck at some point, but it seems like he generally, when he's racing clean, he has good races. We've seen him, like last year, we saw him crash here, had kind of a long day, still ended up with a decent result, but looks like he's having a clean day-to-day and letting his legs speak for him.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he used the old 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
He let Ben Hill do all the work on the front of that group and then, you know, soften the legs up. And then when there was a little bit of a drop in pace, he just kept it going. So, yeah, he's an athlete on the rise. He's still young. And I think, you know, in a lot of these races, you need to learn how to manage yourself well throughout the whole day. Avoid that bad luck. Sometimes you put yourself in positions where you get the luck that you deserve, as they say. So, and I think, you know, Nick's learning how to manage himself. He's getting a lot of international race experiences. Now we're back with Jamie Riddle, and he's heading towards that southern turnaround point near Palm Cove, which will mark about 75 kilometers into this bike leg. And I tell you what, Matt, I'm just loving the aerial shots of this course. It is absolutely spectacular. If you are a triathlete out there watching this at home, do yourself a favor, get down to Ironman Cairns. It is just a beautiful, beautiful race course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what you're saying about Nick is right. And, you know, he's having a good day out there. And to me, you know, when I look at it, I'm looking at our splits on the left side of the screen. He's also an athlete that's looking for an opportunity to have that big win. And, you know, if you look at like the athletes that were here last year and, you know, Burton and where he was with this race and, you know, already getting into control to a certain extent, in this period of time, you had Braden Curry that was up front still having a good day. If you're Nick Thompson and you're looking around, you're like, wait, like, yes, Mike Phillips, super talented guy. Like last year we had Arnaud Guillot in that group as well. Like there was a lot of firepower and he's got great athletes around him. But right now he's got Will Clark, Mike Phillips, Henrik, and Hill. But this is an opportunity. And, you know, an athlete up the road, Jamie Riddle, doesn't have as much experience as Nick Thompson. Nick Thompson is used to racing athletes with more experience. Right now, this is an opportunity for Nick to get his first big win. And I think he feels that, right? And he's going after it. He's being aggressive about it.
Well, he feels like an athlete who's on the verge of a big win, doesn't he? I mean, he's been there or thereabouts. He's been knocking on the door. I think he's got all the tools. And, you know, sometimes, Matt, as an athlete, and you know this, just like I do, that you've got to work on your mental progression and development as much as your physical ability. And sometimes you have the physical ability to win a big race, but it takes a while for the belief and the confidence to catch up to that. Not saying that that's the case with Nick, but that's what you often see with athletes coming through before they actually make that first huge breakthrough performance. It's you know, I guess the penny has to drop for them that they do belong at the front of the race and they are good enough to compete with, you know, the Matt Burtons and the Braden Currys and the Josh Armbergers and these big names and big favourites who we always talk about. And, you know, Nick's looking like he wants to write his name onto that list and he has all the ability to do it. And I think for him, it's a matter of he does seem to have the physical tools, but just using his strengths at the right time in these races. They are long races. There's more depth in this racing than there's ever been. And, you know, you just can't go blazing a trail, you know, throw caution to the wind the whole time. You can do that for part of the time, but you've got to be strategic as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think the way he got to where he's at, sitting on Ben Hill, using his momentum to get there is a smart way to do it. But and to me, what stands out about Nick and why I do think he's kind of knocking on that door, or part of the puzzle pieces, is, we're talking about a guy in Texas. He rode 3:56. Like, that is incredibly fast. He is what we would call back in the day, like a air quotes Uber biker. But he also has a small frame to be able to ride as fast as he's riding, right? So when you put him in these positions and in the conditions that we're at here in Cairns, like, he has the ability to have the economics in his run form to not overheat, right? And let's not forget, Matthew Marquardt is also an athlete that he thought was going to be here and isn't here, right? So, like, he's putting himself in that position, but I do think he can back up. And, if he's able to get the carbs an hour, up in the 150, 160 range on the bike ride and put himself into a good position off the bike with that frame and, ran a 249 in Texas, like, he has all the tools. He just needs to put them all together on one day.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he's definitely the dual threat in cycling. He's small and compact and aero, but super powerful for a guy his size and stature, which would lead you to think that he's probably going to run well, and he does run well. We've seen him win races. He's won Ironman 70.3 races. He's been on the podium at big races. So, definitely one of the storylines today. Nick Thompson, can he break through for that first big win? And but this is the man he's going to have to battle with, or one of the men. I'm sure there's going to be a few others as well. And I'm just loving, there's a lot to love about Jamie's race at the moment. Just the tactics at the beginning, the aggressiveness, the intent, creating that separation, consolidating it at the start of the ride, and now just in a nice rhythm. Look at his cadence. Look how smooth he looks. Upper body absolutely motionless, very quiet position, as they call it. And he's about to make the turn, and it looks like Nick's got designs of trying to ride across to Jamie and form an Uber power group at the front of this race.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And again, there's good energy at the front, and these athletes are getting close to that turnaround. And, we're going to see them turn around and have to do the same loop on the Zoot bike course over again. And, this was a part of the course that doesn't seem like a big deal, but we did see Nick Thompson struggle last year. We saw him lay the bike down. So he had some issues there, and we're going to make sure these athletes get around it smoothly. But let's go down to Will McCloy at the turnaround.
That's right, mate. I'm at the spot that you were at last year, where you captured that moment with Nick Thompson. And so it's like, we've slightly moved it because it was the Nick Thompson's race memorial corner in 2024. So he's got some, after the penalty as well, he's got some demons to put to bed, I think, Nick, and he's certainly in a position to do that. And the two of them at the front, Jamie Riddle and Nick Thompson, we should see Jamie coming down here in just a second. They're very good mates. So when Jamie Riddle first got into long course racing, he actually spent some time in WA with Nick and became great friends with him. And there was a great story that they talked about at the pro panel where Nick was explaining that Jamie's so competitive that they actually did an 80-kilometre TT together, and it was 2 laps of a 40-kilometre loop, and a bushfire started, because that's what happens here in Australia. So Nick stopped after 40 kilometres, and Jamie continued on and rode through the bushfire to make sure that he actually bested Nick. So those guys have got a great bit of banter and a great battle ahead of them as well on this run and on the second lap of this bike. And it shouldn't be too long now until we see Jamie Riddle come, and I can start to see the helicopter come before. And Nick Thompson, as you say, like such a great biker, an Uber biker, as you said, and a small frame too. I didn't realise how small he actually was until we spent some time together. And at 6'2", I was looking down on the top of his head. He's such a powerful athlete, and now he's had a good swim. He's in a great position. But Jamie Riddle, like when you look back at his stats from San Francisco, where he rode from 14th through to 2nd, he was averaging 4.85 watts a kilo, which if you get into like virtual racing, you realise that's quite a lot at 338 watts. So he's obviously doing what he said he wasn't going to do. So on Wednesday, he said, I'm going to try and hold back on the swim and the bike and then show everyone the run that I haven't been able to show them yet in South Africa, and then again here, again in San Francisco. But then by yesterday, he said, I'm going to put them to the sword, was his exact quote. So he's obviously got more excited as the week's gone on. And we can see the lead moto back there now as well. So we're going to have to see Jamie pick his way through a few of these age group athletes and try and make sure that he doesn't lose too much time here at the turnaround, as the age group athletes are either going straight on and back down towards Cairns if they're in the 70.3, or the Ironman athletes as well. And here comes Jamie Riddle coming through all of this. You can see him there in the white with the white helmet. Riddle obviously having a fantastic race thus far, taking the inside line and getting around the Nick Thompson Memorial Corner without too much trouble, although a little bit of traffic there. And heading out for the second lap to the cheers of this crowd, and Riddle looks extremely focused, up out of the saddle, making sure he gets that pace back as he heads back along this long straight. And now we have about a minute 20 or so to then wait for Nick Thompson. Now, I've got time then to tell a story about Nick Thompson, because he's a guy that's really burst onto the scene in the last little while. And here he is, actually. He's about to turn. He's obviously gotten a little bit of that gap gone now in that bright lime green helmet and in the blue, and he has made it safely around the corner that he didn't before. It was his birthday on Wednesday, and he's giving himself a fantastic present as well. And he's been asked a lot of times this week about being the fastest Australian Ironman in history, and he's a little shy of that one, to be fair, because, you know, he didn't win that race in Texas. He did set that fast mark, a 7:39, and that's an incredible effort, and you guys would agree, having done so much, especially you, Crowy. And he was asked what was his, I guess, who did he look up to, and who does he really look up to in the sport? And he said he once went to Kona as a little kid, and he was on a boat, and he looked across, and Craig Alexander had just won that race, and he looked across to another boat, and there he was by himself, Craig Alexander, with the wreath on his head, in his budgie smugglers, sitting on this private boat by himself, and he thought, I'm going to do that one day, and he certainly seems to be on the way to that. There's another pack coming through very, very soon. We're going to come back to you guys at the moment, and we'll keep giving you updates from the course. But a little bit of tidbits and background for these two guys who are going head-to-head at the moment.
Great stuff, Will, except for that, especially for you, Craig. I caught that. I got that. No, great stuff, and it's awesome to hear a little bit more about these two athletes that are now up here battling for the lead of the race.
We saw Jamie there just sit up, make sure he's getting his hydration, his fueling on board. Of course, at the turnaround, you get a visual on the gap. He would have seen what the gap was back to Nick, and I don't think it would have shocked him at all. I think at some point these two athletes, as Will mentioned, they did live and train together for a while. They are good friends. I think they would have expected to be together at some point in this ride. So, and I think they'd both deep down be excited about that. Two powerful guys off the front, two good mates. What could be better? And I loved Will's story. Tell me you're in Australia without telling me you're in Australia. Jamie rode through a bushfire. How good? How good is that?
That's a good call. That's a good call. Yeah, I mean, looking at, we said 33 seconds from Jamie to Nick Thompson is the gap. But Nick Thompson in just 20K has put a minute and 20 seconds onto that group, Craig. So Mike Phillips now a minute 20 back. And, if Nick continues that momentum forward, we're going to see big things. And I think that's what you spoke of. Generally we have a headwind heading back towards the swim start and back towards T2. And you're going to see a cyclist that's putting power to the pedals, get more time in that headwind section. And I think, it kind of all worked out perfectly for Nick, and obviously he did it by choice, and he's a smart racer, but letting Ben Hill push that pace in that tailwind section, and then once it turned into that kind of headwind, really get after it. The athletes, their legs are a little bit more tired and pushing for it. And, I think we're going to see him, get up to Jamie Riddle and really push that pace that way back. If he put a minute 20 into those athletes with, just that, to get to the halfway point, you know how the athletes, the legs are going to soften even more and more. That last leg back, we can really look, if Nick has dosed his energy correctly, him to create even a bigger gap.
Yeah, I think he definitely has. I think that was heads up, high IQ racing by Nick Thompson. As you mentioned, with a tailwind, the average speeds are higher. It's harder to break away, and he was quite content to let Ben Hill soften everyone's legs up. And that just gave him a little launch pad once they turned into the headwind. And we see Jamie here looking around. He knows his good mate's coming. So, yeah, I think this race is about to get really interesting and really exciting. I think these two boys can do some damage. They'll ride up. It's probably, 35 kilometres up to the northern turnaround. And as we see Nick come into screen now at warp speed, like the green flash. And no doubt they'll exchange some words, and this will be exciting for them. They're going to work together. They're absolutely, this is a great little partnership that's formed here. Two strong guys, and they want to take this race up the road, and I think they're just about to do it.
No, certainly, and you know, I agree. And we see Jamie looking over the shoulder, Riddle looking over for his buddy Nick to catch him. He does, and you know, I think he has intention to stay with him, but you know, he needs to focus and get there. But yeah, I mean, the camaraderie. I mean, speak to that, Craig. Like, there's always a little bit of camaraderie when you're up at the front, or often there is. Sometimes, obviously, you're not with the person that you want to have camaraderie with. You know, you're out there to win, but to be able to be at the front of a race with someone that you've lived with and spent time with, and genuinely want to see them also do as well as they can, does that give you wings?
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, it's an individual sport, but you develop friendships, and you've got to. I mean, first and foremost, you've got your team around you. But you develop friendships within the sport. This would be exciting for these guys. It'd be like a dream come true off the front of a big Ironman Pro Series race, the two of them together. And I think what we'll see is some good riding, some steady riding out to the turn, and it'll be interesting on the way back into town. That's where they'll hit that headwind again, and the legs are further softened up. But, you know, those numbers that Will talked about that Jamie put out in San Francisco at the T100 race, that's huge. To hold 4.85 watts per kilo for 80 kilometers or a 50-mile time trial, you know, and you can imagine the speeds they were holding too, because not only the power that these boys have and girls, but the aerodynamics. Combined with the aerodynamics, that translates to a lot of forward momentum and fast speed. So looks like Nick's content to get on the front and keep this pace. So I'd be interested to see if they do swap turns every 5 or 8 kilometers or so, or maybe even shorter than that. But yeah, Nick is certainly a powerhouse. I mean, his results, I'm not going to say he burst onto the scene, but 2 or 3 years ago, we started seeing his name just pop up consistently. And he somehow always finds himself at the front of the races on the bike leg. And I think he's figuring out how to keep himself there, so he's there at the end of the run leg as well.
Yeah, no, and I'm curious to see as well how much they'll be swapping turns. You know, maybe a little shorter distances than that, but I do imagine that Nick's probably going to carry the weight here for a little bit, because there is a mental fatigue to a certain extent when you're that athlete that's out in the front all by themselves. So, you know, maybe letting Jamie take a little bit of a break from that sort of thing. But we'll see if the dynamic duo can continue to work together and extend that gap to give a little bit more cushion for the marathon ahead. and we're here with Beck Clark, still holding strong near the front of the race on the women's side here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Greg, she's still looking real smooth.
Yeah, she's still looking smooth. I can see she's lost a little time to Lotta, who's off the front. She's about 34 seconds. So, and then the chase group behind with Jackie Herring, Hannah Berry is about 2 minutes down. So, yeah, Beck still looks good. Looks like all the extra bike riding she did when she couldn't run is paying dividends. I mean, she's always been a good bike rider though. So she's known for her swim bike. So I think, yeah, I think she'll be quite happy with the race situation so far.
Yeah, no, I think she's in a great spot. You know, just a little bit of time lost to a lot of Wilms, but you know, still has a comfortable gap on this chase group with a bunch of firepower in it with Jackie Herring, Hannah Berry, and Regan Holyoke. But that group is getting close, right? They're 2 minutes off the front of the race, so just 90 seconds off of Beck Clark, off of the last split that we saw, Greg.
Okay, so yeah, that's an updated split. Beck Clark's now a minute back, and the lead chase group over 2 minutes back. I actually think they've lost a little time. I think Lotta might be riding away a little bit. I want to say they were under 2 minutes at the last check. So interesting. I mean, they're not race-winning moves at this point in the races. We get a look at Jackie Herring, and she, yeah, again, just looks smooth, compact, comfortable, really nice cadence, very little upper body movement. And I think she'd be really, really happy with her positioning in this race. She's got some good athletes around her. Of course, the defending champ, Hannah Berry. And I mean, these athletes know each other so well. Jackie finished 9th at Ironman World Championships in Nice last year, and I think Hannah was 10th. So they're used to racing in close proximity, and you know, not quite half distance on the bike yet. I think Jackie would be quite happy with her day's work so far.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it was, you see Jackie making a move through the group here. Yeah, I think she'd be happy with that, and I think in the end, yes, you always want to be as far up as you can, but would 2 minutes halfway through behind a lot of Wilms put up any red flags or alarm bells for Jackie Herring? I don't think so, right? Like, the more important thing, and no disrespect to Lottie, and I don't think Jackie has any lack of respect for Lottie, but it's 2 minutes and it's an Ironman. What's gonna matter is the energy that you bring towards the marathon. And you know, if you're within 2 to 5 minutes on the bike ride at this stage, you know you're in a position where if you then get to T2 with good energy and good legs, then the race is yours to race.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, it'll become a lot more obvious on their run into town on that second lap. This southbound journey down past Palm Cove and then the last 18 miles or 30 kilometres into Cairns City, I think we'll get a better indication of this kind of separation that we might see coming into T2. But if I'm Jackie Herring right now, I'm thinking this is a good scenario. She's got the defending champion in the group with her, an athlete she knows very well. She knows the athletes up the front well as well, and she'd be concerned. I mean, she doesn't want to give up too much time to Lottie and to Beck. But I think, to your point, Matt, right now, I think she'd be very, very comfortable with this race situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think possibly, you know, what she'd be looking at is, you know, we know who won this race last year is Hannah Berry is right there with her, right? So, like, it's keeping an eye on that competitor, and I think in her head, as long as Lottie's within that, like, 2 to 3 minute range, but you have eyes on Hannah Berry, and if there's an opportunity to, you know, if you see Hannah, which I wouldn't expect, fading in any way or looks like struggling, then you put an effort in because you've, you know, kind of saved that energy and are allowing yourself the space to be able to take advantage of it as we see these athletes rolling through an absolutely beautiful section of this course. And, you know, Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is called the race in paradise, and it's easy to see while watching the race why it's referred to as that. And this event wouldn't be possible without the local support and the partnership with Tourism Events Queensland. Will McCloy was able to spend time with Bree James, Queensland Assistant Tourism Minister. Let's hear what they had to say.
One thing that the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns enjoys so much is support from the local community, from the local council and from the state government, and that's why we keep coming back, and this event is so fantastic. And Assistant Tourism Minister Bree James is just the tip of the iceberg, I suppose. Bree, they call it the race in paradise for a reason. It could not be a better place, and it's so great to showcase this race, showcasing tropical North Queensland to the world.
We are one of the best places in the world here. Right now it's winter. Can't you feel it? It's beautiful. So this is definitely paradise. This is a place for so many great events, especially this one. It's amazing for our region, and we absolutely love having Ironman here.
Well, Ironman goes all over the world, and Ironman Cairns has been voted the world's best Ironman, and it's the race in paradise. And what is it about this race and this area that speaks so much to people coming from all over the world?
Well, we're between two World Heritage areas, so the wet tropics and of course the Great Barrier Reef. So there is no other place on the planet that has the beauty that we have here. So not only is it a challenging race for competitors, but it's one of the most spectacular visually for people watching from home on their TVs and feeling like they should be competing and not eating chips. So.
I mean, one of the best things about it, and all the athletes say this, is the amount of support that is on both sides of the road when they're running, especially through town, but all the way through the race. And it really seems like the entire community really gets behind it.
Far North Queenslanders love to see people having a good crack at things, and you know that's what's the best thing, is just seeing all the local families here, but all the competitors from around the globe that come here, and they come here for this event but they stay for a bit of a holiday, and everyone just gets behind it. We absolutely love having this event, and it's so great to see the community out here cheering on all of the competitors.
Has it given you any inkling of wanting to do an Ironman at all?
Look, I think my days in Lycra are done, but you know, I think I get passion from watching people, and I think, you know, I admire them, but I don't think, I'm just not a runner, okay? If I didn't have to do the whole thing, then I'd probably give it a go, but yeah, I think I'll just support everybody, ensure the government keeps supporting, and wish everyone the best of luck during the competition.
Before I let you go, one thing we just saw was the Iron Kids as well, so 500 kids from around the region having a crack, and it's so good to see the next generation get inspired to be fit and active as well.
Absolutely, and with the 2032 Olympics on our doorstep, the Queensland Olympics we're calling them, because we're going to be having events here in Far North Queensland as well. This is the time for children that have that aspiration to compete, to build that resilience and be here. So well done to all of the kids that competed, and I hope you keep training so that you can be at the 2032 Olympics in one of the sports.
If you're sitting at home thinking, what Ironman should I do in 2026, just have a quick look at the surroundings and you've got to come to the race in paradise.
I would agree, Will. Absolutely amazing spot. And if I was to do another Ironman, I'd say I would do it down there. Very hospitable folks as well. As we get back to our women's lead chase group, moving through this section of the course pretty quickly, Craig, and they look smooth.
Yeah, they look good, making sure they get their hydration and nutrition on board, which is, as we all know, is a very, very big part of these Ironman races. You got to make sure the engine's humming nicely, but you got to feed the engine as well. You got to stay fueled up, and it looks like, Matt, that the forecast for cloud cover, that it seems to be burning off a little bit. That sun seems to be poking its head between the clouds, so that'll impact this race, because it'll send the heat up and maybe the humidity even a touch as well.
It is definitely going to get warmer out here pretty soon, Craig, but it doesn't look like it's any trouble for Hannah Berry as she pushes through early sections of this course, and right now she's sitting in third position with Beck Clark up the road and Lottie Wilms in front of her, but obviously she does have company, Jackie Herring riding with her, as well as Regan Holyoke. But those athletes sitting 2 minutes off of our women's leader, and then gap to Chloe Hartnett at 5:43 back, Penny Slater at 7:27 back, and Gabrielle Lumpks at 10:20. So definitely spread out a little bit, but I would say if you were betting on who it might be by the end of the day, to me it seems like the big names were what they were before the race, and they're all in position to capitalize on that, and that's Lotta Wilms, Jackie Herring, and Hannah Berry.
Yeah, I think in the women's race that is the story. It's a lot of the names we expected. Mm-hmm. Again, we're not at halfway distance on the bike yet, but it's kind of playing out. One thing I've noticed, this women's chase group, they tend to spread out a little more than the men's chase group. They tend to be 5 or 10 seconds each athlete. So I wonder if that's just the way they race, because 5 seconds on the road at 25 miles an hour or 40 kilometers an hour, that's a big gap. So I wonder if this group is just starting to separate a little. We can see Jackie's got about a 10-second lead on Regan, and then it's about 5 or 6 seconds back to Hannah. So just interesting observation. The men's group they were right on the limit of what's allowed, of course, 12-meter draft zone, whereas the girls are just a little bit more spread out.
And I will say, Craig, that in no way is that surprising. Right. Also what we would have expected to see, but no fault. And again, we've got a great crew of officials out there, and from what we can see, what's great with the technology that we have out there, that the men were riding legally, right? So not inserting at all that they're being too close, but the women tend to keep it a little bit further apart, which I can appreciate, and we see them still doing that in this group. And people, we talk about groups, and back in the day, I think when we talk about groups, there was an insertion that they're drafting, right? Where now with the technology that we have, I think it's great to see that we know that they're not, because we all can see by the color of the lights that are flashing that they're not within legal distance. So that's sweet. And I want to go back to a point you made earlier that I think was spot on, is that how different the men's race is. If you and I would have predicted what would be happening at this time, at this point of the course, we would not have predicted in any way what is happening in the men's race, but would have predicted probably pretty close what the top 5 of this women's race was.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think the women's race is definitely going to script a lot more. But I mean, I think that's what we love about racing, right? There's that unpredictability, and we can study the form guide and look at recent form, and but still there's those intangibles that happen on race day. I think looking at these women in this front chase group, we have 2 women who are in very, very good form. Of course, Jackie Herring finished 2nd at Oceanside in an earlier Ironman Pro Series event, and then got 3rd at St. George, Utah. And Hannah Berry's had a great start to the season as well. She had a podium finish in Geelong.
Yeah, Craig, it looks like we have our women's leader coming to the turnaround. Let's go down to Will McCoy.
Yeah, Lotta Wilms is just making the turn at the south end of this course, and she looks extremely smooth and in control. Obviously a little bit fresher this year in terms of the racing that she's done, Lotta Wilms, which obviously we're seeing didn't have the swim that we expected in terms of getting out of the water first, but she's certainly a little fresher. Not probably the way you'd want to be, because she was suffering with those shingles for a period of time there, but she's certainly come back and is on it with reasonable force ahead of Beck Clark, who's had a fantastic swim and managed to hang in there. So we should be seeing her actually. She's probably at 30 seconds away. So looks to be maybe gapped a little bit more, Beck Clark, since the last timing, Matt. She's another one who's fresher this year, having done a little bit less racing so far, having been in that moon boot and then 4 months off running. Now, the thing about both Wilms and Clark is that they probably don't have the runs that they would like to have, and you feel as though Jackie Herring would be happy with where she's at the moment. I think Wilms was, I think the best she ran was a 3:08, and then Clark ran a 3:15 here last year, and then she's had time off running since then. So if you were Jackie Herring, you'd be pretty confident at this point in time about where she is, you would think, given that she has had such a long travel and then came here off a reasonably interesting prep after Hamburg, where she had that obviously issue in DNF for the first time in something like 25 Ironman races, and then had to go back to the US and then go back and then come to Australia on short notice. And I think we're going to see them in the background very, very soon, as I can see some more motos coming through. So we'll capture them as they come down this lovely straight. It's just getting a little bit warmer out here than it was about 30 minutes ago. We'll just turn around because I think we see Beck Clark at the bottom turnaround now. So Clark, as you said, great bike in Port Macquarie. That one, that 70.3, shortened to a duathlon. She didn't have a great run at the back end of it, but a good bike. And then here comes the women's chasers, Jackie Herring in the pink. And Hannah Berry has overtaken her. So Berry, defending champion, in the lead, then Regan Hollyoak, and then Jackie Herring on the back of a train of 3. So Herring Wilms, Clark, they're all aiming for Nice slots. There's not that many. Regan Holyoake is one who is qualified already for Nice, but the rest of them are all in the mix for those 5 slots for the World Championships. And we'll go back to you guys as we've seen the top 5 women come through, and they're out on their second lap before that long run into transition 2 into that headwind.
Thanks so much, Will. A great call. And yeah, we do see that top 5 all the way through. Beck Clark just about to get caught, and we can see that the momentum's out of I think there's a certain point where she knows she's going to get caught, so she's going to make sure she has the energy to be able to hold into this group as they come by. And well said. I do think Jackie Herring probably feels like she's in a better position than Beck Clark and Lotta Wilms, but Hannah Berry is right there, and she is the contender. I think that is probably most in Jackie Herring's mind, but she's going to need a great marathon to be able to battle against Jackie Herring, as we see Hannah Berry on screen on the right-hand side of the screen, and on the left-hand side, it is Mike Phillips. We did see him again this year win in New Zealand. He's an athlete that is a little understated. You don't really hear anybody talking about predictions that Mike Phillips has thrown out about how much he's going to kick your butt at the next race. He's a quiet man that speaks out on the course, and he is a strong, consistent runner. Not one that you would say is a quote-unquote uber cyclist. We could see he didn't have quite the stamina to hold on to Nick Thompson when he left, but held on longer than Braden Curry and was able to stick in this very, very small elite group. And he is an athlete, Craig, that I think if he's within 5 minutes of the lead of this race, maybe it's strong to say, but it's almost his race to lose in my point of view.
Yeah, no, he's a guy that we need to keep an eye on. I mean, we talk about uber cyclists. I think of Mike Phillips as just an uber triathlete. He's just consistent across the board. He's never far from the front in the swim. He's strong on the bike, and we know he can run. I mean, he broke the Ironman New Zealand course record with one of his victories there, and he broke Cam Brown's, I think it was a 240 he ran there. So might have even been a sub 240. So I'm not sure if that record still stands, but that Cam Brown's time stood for years until Mike came along and took it down. So, yeah, I think Mike would be quite happy with the race situation right now. I mean, everybody's got their different cards that they want to play at different times. We're really getting to the business end of this bike ride shortly when we make that northern turnaround up ahead. For me, that's where the real fireworks and the interest will start, because I think we'll see greater separation occur in these groups. And just interesting, listening to Will talk a few of the stats, and I did a little deep dive myself of historically on this course. And you mentioned at the start of the broadcast Matt Burton, the defending champ, course record holder, 7 hour 45 minute race last year, which is unbelievable time on this course. He biked a 4:05 last year, and I mean it's probably not unusual to what we see on the global circuit these days, but I would suggest this course is harder than a few. But what I guess pricked my interest was seeing, I mean, Matt Burton is always one of the best bikers in any race he's in. He usually has the quickest bike split or second quickest. And he had the quickest bike split here in 2014. It was a 4 hour 36. And last year he did a 4:05, so he was 31 minutes quicker. And I think part of that is his development as an athlete, his aerobic conditioning, his strength. I remember Matt back in the about 2015, he was riding a giant bike. He's much more aerodynamic now, just a better all-round biker. But and I took a peek at the women's results, and it was the same. I mean, the women's course record has come down. I want to say it was 5:10, and now it's 4:40 with Kylie Simpson. So it had come down 30 minutes as well. So for me, and I know you as well, and people who are fans of the sport, it's just interesting to watch the progress that these athletes have made times the last decade. And it's something, it's patterns that we see throughout the history of the sport. But it was just interesting seeing Matt Burton have his name on that top 10 bike split list, 10 years apart and 31 minutes difference.
Yeah, no, I think that's very well said. And how it progresses, like, you talk about these splits, and, Mike Phillips, who an athlete I think is kind of in the driver's seat to an extent right now, position-wise, if he's got good energy, he doesn't really ever run over 245. And it used to be like insane when we had athletes that could run under 2:45, right? So it's the game has just completely changed, and we're seeing some of the cream of the crop here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns doing their best, and our leaders right now, Nick Thompson and Jamie Riddle.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
Nick Thompson cruising over one of these rollers on course with Jamie Riddle in second position behind. These athletes now have 1:47 on the closest chaser, Ben Hill. Then Henrik Ghosh just behind him at 2:16. Then Will Clark at 2:19. Mike Phillips at 2:21. Josh Amberger at 4:11. We see Jamie Riddle trying to get as much hydration and cooling himself down as much as he can as he moves to the front and takes a pull, Craig.
Yeah, we see Nick taking care of his hydration here, his fueling, making sure he keeps his core body temperature down. Interesting to hear Will say that when we crossed to him the last time, he could noticeably feel the temperature going up. So, I think that forecast cloud cover hasn't really eventuated. It's not going to be as cool as predicted. And so that'll factor into the racing here because, of course, hydration requirements and also by the time they hit that marathon, I'm sure it's going to be a few degrees warmer than now.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I do think as well in this section with the tailwind, and at that turnaround last year, it was quite hot at that time when these leaders were coming through and the sun's up, it's a little bit higher, starts to heat up. And with that tailwind, it feels so much hotter, especially in those aerodynamic helmets. These athletes, especially athletes that are trying to push in the later stages of the bike ride, they're going to be slowly, kind of increasing their core body temp with that tailwind. And then they're all going to want to ride the quickest on that headwind section. But it becomes a challenge because if you've raised let your body temp get too high, even though it's going to feel not as hot when you're in that headwind section, you're working harder. And we will start to see these athletes fade. And that's not the time you want to feel that, right? But that's going into a marathon. But that's the challenge of Ironman racing. And on a course like this, again, I do think one of the best courses we have on the circuit for its challenges and challenges that you don't necessarily, you don't see on screen, right? It's a lot harder than it looks out here in Cairns.
Interesting also, most of the recent racing we've seen has been in the Northern Hemisphere. So there's a real opportunity for these athletes, male and female, to really, you know, bag some Ironman Pro Series points and really move up that point score ranking system. I think, you know, of course they're racing for the title of Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns champion, which brings $18,000. But we know the Ironman Pro Series, Matt, has really changed the landscape for a lot of these athletes with the way they schedule their season, and you know, needing 5 races, 3 Ironmans and 2 70.3s to get your maximum tally. I mean, I think that's why we saw Jackie Herring jump a plane to come down here at the last minute. And you know, these 2 athletes on the front here, Jamie Riddle, I mean, with a win here, he will go shooting up that Ironman Pro Series ranking table.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And Craig, just looking at the splits here, not what I thought I would say, and I don't think right now it's necessarily anything that's going to affect the podium, but Braden Curry has kind of stalled his loss of time, right? He's at 6:19 now back, and he's actually, through that last 20 kilometers, he rode slightly faster than our chase group. You know, Ben Hill was able to ride faster than him, obviously Nick Thompson and Jamie Riddle, but that group with Will Clark, Mike Phillips, Henrik in there, he's riding faster than them and is only 4 minutes right now out of that 4th place position. So someone that we know came into this less than 100%. If he put a number on it, he said 80%. Maybe he's letting the day come and he's doing all the things right that he knows how to do. He's not a quitter. If it was that bad, maybe he would be thinking about a race in a week or 2 or a month and it would have pulled out at the turnaround. But he's hanging in there and he's putting in the effort. And right now, sitting in 10th place, 6 minutes off the lead. That's not that far back, Craig.
Yeah, well, we know Braden. He epitomizes the mindset of a champion. You know, someone who gets the most out of himself, not only on his good days. I mean, he's invested a lot into this race preparation, as has his family. You know, so some athletes have good days and have DNFs. Braden is not one of those guys. He has good days, and then he has days where he fights. He's a fighter, always has been. We look at his pedigree. I mean, he got 3rd at the Ironman World Championships in Utah in 2022. He's had 2 other top 10s at the Ironman World Champs in Kona, a 5th and a 7th. I mean, the last time the men raced in Nice 2 years ago, he was in the lead or second. He got what I felt was an unfair draft call, but he didn't give up in that race. He doesn't give up. It's not in his DNA. And on paper, he has one of the best, I was going to say run form, but it's really just run pedigree. On paper, he has the best run pedigree in this field. So, yeah, let's watch Braden pick his way back through this field.
No, and Craig, you know who else is a fighter and who else I did not think I would be saying a single word about at this point of the race? Matthew Marquardt. Matthew Marquardt now 20 seconds behind Braden Curry, riding in 12th position. So he is now 6 minutes down from the lead. I believe when we were 1.5 kilometers into this bike ride, he was 6.5 minutes off of the lead. So that is an athlete that did not give up for a second and has managed. I mean, click back in your head, Craig, of what visual we saw in transition of that man hobbling, and he looked dejected, right? He could not walk to his bike. He's now over halfway through this bike ride, only 6 minutes off of the lead. If I had a hat on, I would take it off, and chapeau to Matthew Marquardt. He is the biggest mover outside, fastest mover on course outside of the top 2 men. What do you think about that, Craig?
Yeah, it's super impressive. I mean, he was 8 minutes down at one point. He's back to 6 minutes. We know his strength on the bike, but those visions we saw of him running into T1 with his legs completely locked up, I imagine it was a very painful first 20 or 30 miles until his legs loosened up, and he probably had thoughts in his head, is this going to happen again? You know, that confidence that we talked about when your body's not quite working the way it should. It seems like he's put all that behind him, and it's so good to see. I mean, we know his strength on the bike. He typically leads off the bikes, and it's a real shame for this race today. We were robbed of another interesting dynamic in the mix, because I have no doubt he would have been with these boys up front. But yeah, it's testament to, but these athletes invest so much into their racing, whatever distance the race and wherever it is, they invest so much of themselves, and their families, their support crews do the same. So, they don't go away lightly, and it's great to see Matthew turn it around. Hopefully we can see him progress even further. We know biking's his strength, so let's hope he can take back a couple of more minutes on this second loop.
Yeah, Greg, I was just looking back, and at 20 kilometers, he was 8 minutes and 15 seconds down, and now he's 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So fastest mover through that period of time. Nick Thompson obviously did move up and through as well. But, maybe I wouldn't say there's complacency, but at a certain point, when you do see an opportunity, if you're like Jamie Riddle and Nick Thompson, you're like, wait, all those guys we were thinking about aren't here. Like, maybe we don't have to be on the gas that much, right? Like, maybe we don't have to be fully in that race mode that got us to this position. But then you've got Matthew Marquardt just sitting right there, ready to go. It's impressive.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if Matthew and Braden get together, if Marquardt and Curry get together. I think that's definitely a power group. It seems like Braden's finding his legs the longer this race goes, and that's often the case when you're a little bit sick. It takes a while for the engine to get up and running and the body to follow suit. So we definitely know Braden's run pedigree, and it's good to see Matthew back on course, and let's hope he can take a couple of more minutes back.
Yeah, let's look for it. And again, that's the fighting spirit that we like to see. But right now we see these two athletes that have also have that fighting spirit just at the front of the course. Nick Thompson and Jamie Riddle cruising through one of these sections of the bike course out here. And let's take a look at the AG1 supplemental stats through 106 kilometers. Jamie Riddle, 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 26 seconds. Over 46 kilometers an hour. That's pretty quick moving by Jamie Riddle.
That's absolutely smoking in anyone's language. And it's interesting, we're on the part of the course, Matt, where you brought to our attention that Ben Hill was the guy making all the moves at the front. This is this little out and back section before they get back on the Captain Cook Highway and get to the northern turnaround. And this is really where Ben Hill started agitating and I think putting pressure on the others. And it was shortly after they came out of this and got back onto the Captain Cook and then made the northern turnaround that Nick really got stuck into his work and bridged up to Jamie. So these two boys together, I think they'll be content to stay together. Yeah, the litmus test for me is when we head south back into that headwind. I'm not sure how strong that wind is at the moment, but it's always there. It comes out of the south, the southeast. It'll be blowing in all of these athletes' faces, so they'll be getting a little bit of cooling from it. It'll provide some respite, but really they'll need to work harder and be hard work that last stretch into town.
Yeah, for sure. And Craig, on this course, how much do these athletes appreciate this little shaded section? It feels like a little reprieve, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's one of the unique things about this course. I think you are sort of on the fringe of the rainforest and you have these little pockets, beautiful, that provide some shelter. So a lot of this northern part of the Zoot bike course is in shade. Once they get back to Palm Cove where Will's located and then head back into town, that's all open and exposed, and that'll be the hottest part of the day. So that'll be the real, I think, tipping point for this race. We'll get a better idea of who's feeling good, who's pushing on, who's been managing their hydration, their fueling, their core body temperature, their pacing. All of those little things that in a moment don't really count too much if you get them wrong, but they accumulate over the course of the day. And when they get to about that 100-mile mark, or not 90-mile mark, I should say, and about 140K on the bike, that's when a lot of those little mistakes that you may have made can manifest.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, very well said. And I think it's all those little mistakes. And then again, if you add that, maybe you didn't get enough nutrition in earlier, you're paying too much attention to something else. As we see Jamie Riddle moving on the outside of Nick Thompson to take a pull as they go through one of these corners. And again, these good buddies chatting maybe a little bit about some tactics or how they want to dose their energy or road quality. It's hard to say what they're chatting about, but definitely a great camaraderie between these two young up-and-comers of the sport, definitely carrying each other through this section of the bike course. Again, last check we had going through just 1:48 over Ben Hill, who's now made a move and separated himself from that chase group. So moving things along quite quickly. And that chase group is 3 minutes behind these two leaders. As we see him go around a 180, we see Jamie Riddle looking over to Nick Thompson again. It seems like definitely a lot of interaction from those two right now, and they're going to look to the right and see Ben Hill in not too much time.
Yeah, I think they'll be encouraging each other and saying, come on, let's keep it up. We've got everyone on the back foot. Let's press on. They had to navigate that tight 180 turn there, little hot dog turn, and some of their age groupers as they go through. But our top professional men and women are so used to that. They got great skills, great bike handling skills. So, yeah, it's an interesting part. I guess this is almost, it's not even technical, but you'd say it's the most technical part of the course. There's a 180 degree turn, a couple of sweeping right-handers, left-handers, 90 degrees, turns that you take at speed. And I guess that's where you see, I think that's where we saw on the first lap, Ben Hill really showed his prowess, just carrying his speed through those corners. A little harder to do now with back markers and age groupers. Sometimes you don't get to hit the line into a corner that you want. So something that these guys will have to be mindful of as they weave their way through this traffic.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I bringing up Ben Hill, it's clear. And you said, and I think you're right, that, into the headwind section, we're going to see the stronger cyclists show themselves. But to a certain extent, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but I think Ben Hill, like sometimes that tailwind section, like clearly he loves it. That's where he's made his moves. You can maybe get on the RPMs a little bit more, use that efficiency and that fluidity that you have as a high-end cyclist to finesse your way through it. Maybe you're getting some of that free speed, right? And obviously if athletes are a little closer than legal distance, which again, I haven't seen it all today, you're not getting any advantage. And again, we see go through 110 kilometers, Ben Hill still 149 behind these two up front. But it's fun for me to be able to see the different times where we see these quality cyclists really making their big moves. And Ben Hill certainly likes this tailwind section. These two seem to enjoy the camaraderie in that headwind section on the way back, but we'll see if they're able to make up more time on Ben Hill and those chasers from behind, including now Braden Curry and Matthew Marquardt. Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. Craig, an amazing overhead shot of a course that I can't stop talking about. And as beautiful as it is, as challenging as it is, again, if there was an Ironman I would do, if I was to do another Ironman, it'd probably be Cairns.
Yeah, it's a beautiful course, one of the most scenic. I think it was voted the most scenic race on the circuit. So it's definitely a destination race and a challenging course too. So it sort of checks all the boxes for the athletes. As we see, just Nick and Jamie continue to go about their work here. It's I'm not going to say it's a race-winning lead, but it's setting up the race nicely for both of these boys. If they've got designs on winning this race, which I know they both do, they're still going to have to close out with a low 240 marathon, I think, given who's in that chase pack. You mentioned before, Mike Phillips has a number of 240 runs to his name. I think he ran a 241 on this course last year. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I expect to see a little bit more separation actually on this southbound trip back into town, but time will tell.
Yeah, and it was a 242 last year. And again, if I was a betting man, which of course I'm not, I would never, I'd be betting on Mike Phillips as being his race, knowing that he doesn't run over 245 really if he's feeling good. And he's shown with a 242 here that he can run well in the heat. But, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I think the biggest challenger to him right now is Matthew Marquardt. He's now at 6:16 back, so just 3 minutes behind Mike Phillips, and moved in 8th place. Just Josh Amberger separates Matthew Marquardt from Mike Phillips, and zero chance at 1.5K, or when we were looking at those visuals in T1, did I think that kid had any chance. But he showed in New Zealand, I mean, he was a mess early on the bike ride, like could barely stay on his bike. And then, he didn't have a great result in New Zealand, but he fought all the way to the end, like his life depended on it. And he's cruising, man, and he's in a fantastic position. And I'm impressed. And he's not, we talk about, him valuing everything outside of the sport of triathlon, right? We talk about the cruise, and we talk about, obviously the great things he's doing in his education and his work and his research. And I think part of the reason why he fights, Craig, is because he feels at times that triathlon is a sacrifice. He's sacrificing those other things for triathlon. So when he's out in T1 and he's cramping and he can't walk, and most people would have pulled the pin, he's like, man, seriously, I'm taking time away from my studies and my research and my family to do this. I better give 120%. And again, I don't mean to not talk about the athletes on screen with Jamie Riddle and Nick Thompson having fantastic rides at the front, but not in a million years would I bet that Matthew Marquardt would be in 8th place at 110K into this bike ride.
Yeah, he's doing amazing, Matt. I mean, but it's the same with Braden. We talked about Braden having a rough start to the race as well. And I know he races with his heart on his sleeve, Braden, and really mindful of the support he's received from his family. So, and a lot of these athletes are the same. They invest so much into these events. They just don't lay down. And that's what we love about this sport and about the athletes in the sport, as we see Jamie and Nick make the northern turn now. Now it's all southbound, baby, all the way back to Cairns from here. About 70 or 80 kilometres, around 50 miles into a headwind. I'm just going to give a shout out to Pete Murray and all the legends on the ground in Cairns.
Yeah.
Working the slumming it while we're here in the studio, Matt. But yeah, you know what? If I was a betting man, I mean, Mike Phillips is a good bet, but I think Jamie's odds are coming in a little bit as well. He ran a 246 in South Africa, so I think he's got the pedigree. I know people might argue he's still a little untested over this distance. I think he's got the training in the bank. I think he's got enough good people around him. I think he's got the right mindset to be confident and have self-belief, but still to have patience and composure at the right times. And Nick Thompson as well. I mean, I think these two boys for me are in the box seat with still a third of the bike ride to go, and most of that or all of that into a headwind. I'm expecting that lead to blow out a little more, maybe not over Ben Hill, but definitely over Mike Phillips and Henrik Gosch and Will Clark. I think that will blow out a little.
Craig, I will say, way to put yourself out there, really hang yourself on the limb. The two guys in the lead, I think, are the two guys in the lead. I'm just kidding, buddy. But no, I think that's a good call. And I do think, like, Jamie Riddle, you know, if you say anybody else, hey, he's done one Ironman, is he going to be able to run a low 240? I would say no. But you're right. Like, to run a 246 in South Africa, he knows what it feels like, right? So he knows what he needs to do. I just think that kind of that experience and what these other athletes, have been through. It's when you've done that, as you know, in a world championship, and you've had to battle the best in the world when you don't have any time to give up. That's a different thing, right? When you're racing, the best on the planet. But we'll see. And one of the best on the planet is on the right side of the screen, and that's Lotta Wilms, who is still continuing to push the pace at the very front of this bike course now. 2 minutes and 11 seconds on the closest chaser behind, and that is Hannah Berry through 94 kilometers, with Jackie Herring just behind. Rebecca Clark also right there with Regan Holyoke in that group as well. So Lotta Wilms very comfortably in the lead, 2 minutes over this group of four that is chasing. And I don't think it bothers her at all that she's all by herself. While those athletes are kind of in a little bit more of a group dynamic, I think she likes it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she's no stranger to being off the front on her own. And you know me, Matt, I'm a fence sitter from way back. I get splinters in my backside. I sit on the fence so much. But I think Lotta's just doing a good job here, just keeping things nice and steady. Again, this is business as usual for her. I know it's probably a touch too early to be looking at the PBs of these women for the marathon, but Jackie's got a low 250 to her name. I don't think Hannah Berry's ever broken 3 hours. I think she ran a 3:04 here last year, which is her marathon PB. So that run that Jackie put in was in Hamburg, though, a much cooler climate, and I don't want to compare an apple to an orange, but the recent form of all these ladies is quite good, particularly, I would say, Jackie and Hannah. They've both been peppering the front end of the middle distance races. Hannah had that great result in T100 Singapore and a podium in Geelong, and Jackie had 2 podiums in North America at Oceanside and Utah. So they seem to be in form, but at the moment, it's Lotta Wilms on the front and doing what she loves to do and what we see her do often, which is just set the tune for everyone else to follow.
Yeah, and we look at, St. George, Lotta Wilms ran 3 minutes slower than Jackie Herring. So, we know Jackie has maybe a little bit more running pedigree, but Lotta Wilms a little bit more used to these conditions, spending a lot more time down here. So I think, maybe advantage in her court, when it comes to the conditions on this course, as we see her cruise through one of the more shaded sections, as we see the boys, the dynamic duo up front, swapping poles, in one of the, sunnier, warmer sections of the course. But Nick Thompson, not afraid to be up front. They both actually have, if you look at them, obviously a little bit different build, those two, but their air position's quite similar. I wonder if they've been together working on that. And on the left-hand side of the screen, there he is, the dude who is absolutely just making us all look bad and making himself look great. And, he is cruising, Craig. Like, you can tell when an athlete is really just, quote unquote, on it, and he is leaning in to it. Like, any win that's in front of this athlete, he's using it as energy, right? Like, you just see him just pressing into any resistance. And, he might not look as fluid as some of the other athletes that are further up front, but Matthew Marquardt is such a powerful athlete. He has, so much musculature that puts him, continues to help him push forward. Right now, just 25 seconds behind Josh Amberger, who was one of our early leaders in the swim and second place for a long period of time on this course. So just 25 seconds to moving into 7th place, which again is just right behind Mike Phillips, just a few minutes behind. So Matthew Marquardt not giving up at all. And Craig, I always like to, I've been accused of being like a devil's advocate, and you smile on your face, I could tell.
Really?
You've heard it before. You've heard it before. Part of me thinks that, some of the way the athletes are racing now, these younger athletes, as I said before, they throw it against the wall and see if it sticks. I think tactically that works, right? And it has, and we've seen it with Sam Laidlow in these aggressive races at World Championship level. But I still believe if you have to get the most out of your body over the distance of an Ironman, if you have the option of tactics not always playing the most important part, and they don't in every race, I think letting yourself ease into the bike ride and build and negative split the power and have that momentum of that elastic snapping back the right direction. In the last 100K, all you've done is pass people and pass people and pass people. I think that can be the recipe for your best possible race on the day, especially when you see an athlete like Matthew Marquardt that is used to being like, I'm just going to go as hard as I can. Like your legs aren't warmed up as much early on the bike ride, but you're putting out the most power you're going to all day. And then they start to fade, where if it's the opposite and Matthew's been babying his legs for the first 40K, okay, I got to do as little as possible to make sure they open up, that he then builds into it. And I think it's possible he could have, yes, he would race better theoretically if he didn't cramp and walk in transition. But am I totally wrong in thinking that it's possible that an athlete that races as a time trialist and isn't playing tactical games can have a better race on the day?
They can have a great race on the day. I mean, how many times have we seen athletes not have the bike ride or the first half of the race that they wanted to have and just come through late? So it's not going to be his best day because, as you mentioned, he spent 3 or 4 minutes in transition, shaking the cramps out, trying to loosen his legs up, and then he probably spent the first third of the bike ride wondering if they were going to lock up again, so not going for full power.
Yeah.
Now he's having this is a great comeback into the race for Matthew. That split screen was amazing. Just looking at the different builds of these athletes, and
right.
He's a big beast. He's a beast on the bike, and just that side-on shot, his position, the torso right down on those drink bottles, covering that gap in front of his torso, hands, aero bars angled up, face tucked in behind hands, the aero helmet down his back, just beautiful position. And they have the strength and conditioning, the core strength, and also the discipline to hold the positions, all of our lead men and women. But just getting that close-up shot of Matthew Marquardt there, you could see the power that man was putting through his bike. But it was graceful as well. He was holding a beautiful aero position. There was no frontal surface area to speak of. And there's no question that he hasn't burned as many matches in this race as he would have otherwise. But I mean, for me as a fan of the sport, I do feel a little cheated that he's not up the front, adding to the dynamic at the front. But we've only got what we've got, and he's making his way through the field, and he's one of the best bike riders in this field, and he's showing that right now.
Yeah, and he's the fastest mover on the course. And again, to me, it's, we like to build the drama, but it is good drama, right? Like this is an athlete that you and I, if we were betting, would have bet zero chance that he would have a chance to be back in the top 5, and he's not too far away from doing that right now. So as we say in the business, anything is possible, and Matthew Marquardt is certainly showing that out here today at the Cairns Ironman.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
Tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic.
I'm Craig Alexander with Matt Lieto, and you're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Race 10 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And the big story so far, well, in the women's, I think everything's on script. As we rejoin, I think the women's chase group we've got on screen here. Oh, no, sorry, that's Nick Thompson and Jamie Riddle. So we're rejoining with the men's leaders, going through aid station, making sure they keep their fueling and hydration on point. I think the big storyline with the men's race, Matt, is the young superstar from South Africa has taken the race up the road early, and he's got company now in the form of Nick Thompson. And in the women's race, we're seeing a really strategic battle and not too many surprises so far, but a lot of intrigue still to come with, the main players in that chase bunch.
Yeah, I think you're right, Greg. It's playing out to be what we wanted it to be.
As we see Jamie Riddle again taking the lead, and Nick just falling in behind at about 15 meters back there. You can see up on the split screen, we've got
we can see on the right-hand side of the screen, Craig, that is
Braden Curry, I think. We've got Braden.
He's back, and he's doing it, right? And again, the old-timers bringing it back. Braden Curry, we counted him out. I do think I'm going to take responsibility for him coming back. I bet somebody whispered to him out on course that I was saying that he had no chance. Again, out of spite, Braden Curry back. Just kidding, obviously. But this guy, on the other side of it, Greg, it was a surprise to us to hear that he was sick and not feeling well. So that made sense when he was falling off. But he's a man with great experience. So what you said earlier, even in the swim, you said, oh, maybe he's pacing himself. And I'm like, no, Braden never paces himself. Today he probably did, because he knew that he wasn't at his best, right? So it was not a surprise to him that he does not feel his best. So when he gets to the start line, he has to say, how do I possibly, if I'm starting this race, how do I do so with the best chance of me having the best race at the end of the day? It's not Braden Curry style where I go as hard as I can to start. And, we do have a soundbite from Braden from this week, and I don't think I'm making it up. You can hear the cold in his voice in the soundbite. So let's check in with what Braden had to say coming in.
Yes, good to be back here. I do enjoy the place. It's a nice time of year to be here, especially coming out of New Zealand. And great course, spectacular course. And that run is probably one of the favourites with great crowd support. Quite a tight run course with that 4 laps. Yeah, definitely taking a step back from last year. Last year definitely felt like we were just chasing ourselves. Bouncing country to country, race to race, trying to get a result. And this year definitely sort of focusing on just trying to make the ones that I do good and have good performances at the key races, and that's it. Yeah, definitely a strong swim group. Going to be leading out of the water. Swim's been going well, so hopefully I can be in that group. And I'd imagine if that group came out together, then it would be hard to see them getting reeled back in. So, yeah, some ways I think the race is going to be out the front, and you know, it's a tough course. It's going to be a hard slog back with probably a pretty solid headwind. So definitely going to be a little bit about managing yourself and being able to pull off a solid marathon. I think for me, I'll always go. I really like that part of the bike section. It's flowy, it's fast, and yeah, you can sort of make some of those corners and hills work for you. So yeah, hopefully there'll be the energy there and the enthusiasm to want to push that section hard.
There you go, and he's making the best out of it today. And, you know, again, not to plan, and I'm glad he brought that up, because I do think he was chasing his tail last year. And again, when I heard and we read that, you know, he wasn't feeling good today, I felt bad for him, because, man, the guy's luck is not great. And in the end, you know, it all happens. We've all had streaks of that in the past in our racing. But, you know, Braden did chase his tail a little bit last year, and hope to not see him do that this year. And again, it looks like he's handling this challenge today as good as you can.
Yeah, I think a couple of points there, Matt. I mean, some athletes just don't post every detail on social media, and they keep things close to their chest for a lot of reasons. They don't want their competition to know, or if they talk about it too much, they feel they might will it into existence, that they're not feeling well and they're just trying to put it out of their mind. But I think what you mentioned about Braden's racing, and he mentioned it, he felt he over-raced last year, and now he's sticking it out in this race. I think it's because of the Ironman Pro Series, with, you know, the way the point scoring is, and you only have so many opportunities, so you really can't afford to have too many false starts. You need to schedule your season well. You need a bit of flexibility to make some late changes, as we saw Jackie Herring do last week and turn up here in Australia. But if things are not going well, you need to hang in there, because you still need to bank some points. But we see a lot of Wilms here taking that left-hand turn, heading up to the little 180-degree hot dog turn in this little forest section here, shaded section. And Lotta still looks great. I mean, you know, we bang on about athletes' technique in all the disciplines and efficiency, and, you know, what the textbook says is most efficient. In the end, it's not only the textbook that's important, it's what's effective. And a telltale sign is also if an athlete's demeanor or their posture, their body language changes. And Lotta looks the same now as she looked an hour ago. So I think she's doing the race and sort of executing the plan and the strategy that she had set for herself pre-race, as she makes that tight little hot dog 180-degree turn. Now she'll get a visual on the chasers pretty soon.
Yeah, well said, Craig. And yeah, she does look smooth, and she's losing a little bit of time now. She's lost 30 seconds to that chase group, but you know, no doubt she's going to maintain composure. She's where she wants to be in this race, and continuing to ride smoothly as she now, you know, only has that 70 kilometers left in this bike ride. But she knows, just as the rest of them do, that it's going to be a run battle. They are. They're setting themselves up for a good one with this chase group of 4, and, you know, pretty, you know, I would say, or anybody would say, looking at, you know, recent-ish run splits, that Jackie Herring probably is in the driver's seat if it comes to everybody comes off the bike together. But it'll be a battle to get there, and I think we have a lot of women that I would define them as being very, very strong in longer, harder races, and in the back half of the run in those races. So I think that lines up to be a type of battle that they're all going to be, like, cautious about getting into, and I think they're going to start to realize what they're in for, right? When you've got 5 athletes getting off in a pretty close proximity, that all are battlers that I would classify, and then you throw Penny Slater into that as well, not too far behind. Greg, I think we're going to have a run battle on our hands here in the women's race.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, we can try and predict, and we can look at recent form and PBs, but a lot of it will come down to who's managed themselves well throughout this bike ride, their pacing, haven't spiked their effort too much, who's taken on board the right amount of carbohydrates, got, you know, replenish the liquid they've lost, the electrolytes, all of those things come into play. But I mean, in the end, it always comes down to a run. The race finishes with a run, and the run it's not a standalone marathon. It's the sum of the rest of your race. How well you've managed yourself throughout the swim and the bike determine how well you run as well. So, but I agree. I think Hannah Berry and Regan and also Jackie will be really comfortable with where they're at the moment and this race. And they're only a minute to a minute and a half behind Lotta Wilms. So I think if you'd suggested that would be the case at 110 kilometers onto the bike, they would have taken it every day of the week.
No, I think you're right, and I think they're. You'd always prefer to have maybe more of a gap or less of a gap depending which side of the coin you're on. But I think it's all being set up for the strongest athlete to rise to the top, right? And I think maybe there'd be some thought as maybe Jackie's on it earlier, maybe she's being more aggressive, and maybe she pushed that pace and have a gap. And I think a lot of these athletes would be stoked to see where they're at. But Jackie has had to really change plans, and I think the more you do have to change plans and adjust, especially if it's taking you that much further away from home, these long haul flights, being cautious. And if I was Jackie, I'd be a much better runner than I am as Matt. But if I was Jackie, I would be letting it come down to the run. Be as patient as you possibly can. Know that you be confident in the fact that you have run splits that show that you can outrun all these people, and just make sure you get to that run with as much energy as possible. And I do think there's maybe something in the Pro Series that, we know every second matters, but to a certain extent, especially this time of the season, every second does matter. But Jackie doesn't need to win right now by a certain amount I don't think she's thinking about the gap she can have on other people. I think she's now just trying to get as many points on the board as possible. So if she gets 5,000 points, that's 5,000 points. I don't think she cares if Hannah Berry gets 4,997 points, as long as she gets the 5,000. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's exactly, I think, the key point with the Pro Series point score. If you win the race, you get the maximum number of points. But we have seen in races past that when athletes are in a position and they're about to win, they still push it all the way to the line to try and cash in on a good day and extend that time period, because we know every second behind the winner is a point off your tally. So first and foremost, though, each of these athletes will be just trying to win the race. I think those calculations come into it a little bit later as we get another side-on view of Lotta here. Doesn't seem to have as big a gearing as some of the other women in the race. It still looks good. Cadence still good. Upper body still relaxed. A little bit of a bob and a weave with the upper body. I think the head's moving a little bit. I mean, I don't think her technique, her position on the bike, her posture has changed too much. And she seems to be. We see she's got 3 bottles on there, so we know we've seen her go through a couple of the aid stations and fuel up. We know she's got a lot of experience too, and has raced here before, raced here last year, as you mentioned, and pretty much led the race until the end of the first lap of the marathon, 10K into the run. So she knows these conditions well, she knows this course well, and she looks like she's just going through her systems checking all the boxes right now.
Yeah, Greg, and I think you said, she does look really good and does look smooth. She does have that head bob, but she has that kind of from start to finish from what I've seen of her. And it's, similar, ideally you want to be as smooth as possible, but some athletes, whether it's structural, biomechanical, or if it's like a momentum thing, some people have like a little bit of just a movement to the body. We saw that with Matthew Marquardt, with him moving through, right? So I think we see that from her, but she's doing all the things, and I really do love her position, right? Like she's got her hands where she needs them to be. Her CDA is quite low, but she's also she's a lot more upright than we see some of the other athletes, right? So she's putting herself in an aerodynamic position that allows her to be very, very efficient, but is also allowing her to not sacrifice anything for possibility of running well off of the bike. right? So I think that's important to see. And we do see the right-hand side of the screen. I believe that's Jackie Herring and Hannah Berry. A little frozen shot there. We'll maybe get back there here in a second. But a lot of Wilms doing all the things. You know what? You got to do all the things right early, but you got to do them all the things right late too, because late, air quotes, late on the bike ride is still pretty early in an Ironman, Craig. Like there's still a lot left to do that marathon. And I'll tell you what, you've seen it, you've been there, but it can get, as much as there is a literally like unparalleled crowd support and dynamic and energy on this course here in Cairns, it is hot and it is tough, and like all those out and backs, they're great, but like at a time when you're getting hot, it's challenging. Your headwind one way, tailwind getting hot the other way. This run course is brutal, and I'm sure most of these athletes are starting to think about that. It's certainly these two right now on screen, Jackie Herring and Hannah Berry, and with the energy they're putting in, it does look like Jackie is starting to push the effort a little bit, starting to try to bridge that gap back, or whether or not she's seeing a weakness in some of the athletes with her and Hannah Berry and Rebecca Clark and Regan Halioki. But 90 seconds back now is Jackie Herring pushing the pace at the front of this group, as we see on screen Hannah Berry riding in third position just behind Jackie Herring, but Hannah also getting that nutrition edge. We can see how close they are now, is that aid station that we just saw Lottie come through. Oh, that was one of the best bottle handoffs I've ever seen. Craig, did you see the speed at what that volunteer was running to get that to Jackie? That was remarkable. I want to replay that.
Man, let me tell you, the volunteers down here in Australia are no joke. They are no joke. There's some classic bottle handoffs. They'll jog next to the athletes to make sure they're minimising that speed differential. It makes it a lot easier to grab the bottles. So I'm sure Jackie and all the athletes appreciate the lengths that the volunteers go to hand off those bottles, because we see a couple of horror stories too on the circuit, don't we, Matt, with bottles flying left and right at the aid stations and near collisions and near misses. But yeah, that was a pretty sweet bottle handoff.
Oh man, we need to start giving awards. That was the volunteer day that at least we got on camera. They're on a flat or a downhill too. They're moving, and that they got up to speed. And I guarantee you, Jackie appreciated that. Again, it's hot out there, especially from any athletes coming from North America. It's brutal, and still in this group, riding well. Haven't seen a lot of shots of her because we've been focusing on Jackie Herring and Hannah Berry, but in third position there we see Regan Holyoke, and we were able to get down there with our amazing Fighting Chance crew and catch up with her. It's race week leading in. Let's see what they found out.
Hey guys, we're here today at the Cairns Aquarium. I'm here to get some swim tips from the fastest fish in the ocean for Sunday. This is my first time racing Cairns, so I'm really super stoked to be here. What a beautiful place to race. The weather's great, so I'm really excited for the weekend. I think this course seems to be a really honest course. It can be a bit of a choppy swim out at Palm Cove, which suits me. The bike course is, nice and honest with the potential for some breakaways later on in the race. So I'm really excited to race in paradise, but race on a course that's really challenging and honest. I think the tougher the better for me. That sort of plays into my strengths as quite a robust athlete. So I'd be quite happy for it to be pretty warm, pretty windy, pretty choppy. And I think that will, suit my strengths.
When was the last time you were at an aquarium?
Ooh, I'm just trying to think. I reckon when I went to Malaysia. That was the last aquarium I went to. This one looks pretty great though. Yeah. So I've just spent 3 weeks in Kona, Hawaii. The purpose of that was, one, for preparation for October to get a bit of a feel of the place, but also a really good heat preparation for here. So we worked really hard. We built a lot of fitness. I'm in a really excellent place physically and emotionally. I think that was the perfect preparation for here. When I arrived on Monday, it certainly didn't feel hot, and I've actually been complaining about the temperature of the pool being a bit cold. So I think I'm adequately heat adapted, hence, hoping for a pretty hot race on the weekend.
Do we have to worry about him on race day?
I announced at the start of the year that I would be focusing on the Pro Series, so I might make another trip over to Placid. We'll see how we go here. But I'm really enjoying the Pro Series, the challenge that creates, the competitiveness of the fields. So I still want to focus on that for this year, and obviously I'll be going to Kona and Marbella regardless. It's so awesome to see some of the internationals coming over to Aussie racing. It's just amazing over here, and I don't think it sometimes gets the respect that it deserves. So the field goes really deep, so I think we'll have some dark horses out there, but I really thrive on competitive fields, and I'm really looking forward to racing those girls.
Raced Cairns before?
No, first time. Yeah.
Yes. Have you been to Cairns before?
I have been to Cairns, but in a past life when I was much younger and for a very different type of holiday, so we won't go into that.
Wait, I want to go into that. I think we ended that AFC at the wrong time.
That's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. It's been so good to watch Regan's progression the last 12 or 18 months. Of course, she's coached by Clint Rawlings and Tim Reed at Reed Performance Group, two of the best coaches in Australia, two of the best tri coaches in the world, actually. And she's also part of Cupcake, Team Cupcake, former pro athlete Callum Millwood and his partner Elise. So, but she's just been on a tear, Regan. I mean, she won Ironman Australia last year and Ironman Malaysia, and she also won Ironman New Zealand earlier this year. So she's forgotten what it's like to lose these events. And she's got herself into a very, very nice position in this race.
Yeah, do you think I'm overlooking her as far as does she have the run speed if she's in this group, in this race, to be able to come away with the win, right? Like, I'm not seeing anything under 3 hours. And I'm not disrespecting that. You're right. Everything you said, totally true. Amazing, the progression that she's had. Does she have the chops to start a run with Lotta Wilms, Hannah Berry, Jackie Herring, and get a win?
That's a tough question to answer. When an athlete's coming up through the ranks like she is, they normally level up their performance quite a bit. So this is her opportunity. She's probably dreamt of this opportunity to get off the bike with athletes who have this sort of background and resume. But I did a little bit of research. I mean, at the Ironman World Championships last year in Nice, Jackie had the quickest run out of the ladies close to the front of the race. She ran a 2:57. Hannah ran a 3:09 and Lottie ran a 3:05. Regan ran a 3:06 recently in New Zealand. Now, I know it's a different course, different climate, but she's an athlete on the rise. So I guess we're going to find out. Today's her opportunity. And, she's ridden this bike ride really smart, tactically really smart, just paced herself, made sure she stayed on top of her hydration, her nutrition, has kept Jackie and Hannah, in her sights, but it's really just sat on the back of this group at a legal distance and is probably has a plan. I'm sure she's spoken through her plan with Clint and Tim about the best way as sort of to ration her energy on this course as we see her make a pass on Jackie now. And, this part of the course, this is where the wind gets up and then they just battle this block headwind all the way into town. So I think we're going to get a good indication of not only who's got a bit left for the bike ride, but who's got a bit left for the marathon after that as well, Matt.
Yeah, no, it's, she's got a lot more ahead of her for sure. And, but she's showing, Craig, that she's not afraid to put herself in there. And I think you said it great when you opened that, which was she's been dreaming of something like this, right? Like, she knows she's done everything that she needs to do to progress herself, her and her coaches. And I think you're right. Some of the best coaches in the sport are doing what they need to continue to improve in this space. And the only thing above that then is to put yourself against the best in the world and see what it feels like to try to go shoulder to shoulder, because you can only race as fast as you can race an Ironman and win races for a while. You, at a certain point, have to put yourself against the best in the sport. She's shown that she's not afraid to do that here today, and I'm excited to see what she's capable of. And there's some other athletes out here, Craig, that I know you're excited to check in on, and I certainly am. And I think it's time to check back in with our TriDot athlete, Brent McKinnon, to see how his predictive times compare with his actual times. So let's take a peek here, Greg. What do you see? So predicted swim. There you go. He's right there, 5 seconds off.
Yeah,
And,
I mean, that's good. That's good. Brent's a great swimmer. Brent's a great swimmer. So I think he was 15 seconds off with the RaceX prediction, and yeah, I think it's a good setting his race up nicely.
Yeah, no, he seems like he's right in there for those predicted splits. So it's awesome to see that. And
happy coach so far.
Isn't that great? Isn't it great? You get you're double dipping here today. Double dipping. I love it. It's always great to be able to see our athletes perform. You know, certainly when we're able to call them in the race, and you know, it shows us that we're doing the job, and doing the job is Regan right there, as you said, cupcake athlete, and Callum would be proud. A lot of proud coaches and supporters down here in the Southern Hemisphere today, watching their up and coming athlete. And what's cool about it is they all know. They're like, these guys don't know. We always knew she was going to do this, right? And when she has a great race today, they're going to be confident and know that was what was going to happen, and that she's not afraid to put herself out there to do so.
Yeah, she's having a fantastic 12 months. And, I mean, you can never really know, right? You see traits and characteristics in a young athlete, and you think they might have the goods, but really it's just got to play out in real time. And as we get a shot back here to Beck Clark, who, you know, has had a strong race, led the swim, led part of the race until Lotta Wilms came past, and is still hanging in there. You know, it's going to be very interesting to see how she does run after having that leg and a moon boot for the 6 weeks. That's a big dent to take in your run preparation leading in. But you know, we've seen it before. Athletes who have, particularly the run discipline is the one that's the hardest on the body. It's the most unforgiving. Tends to be where the injuries pop up, and athletes have time off running. They work on the other two disciplines, and in the race itself, actually swim, bike, and run well. So I think that'll be exactly what Beck Clark is trying to do here today. She would not be thinking for a moment that, I'm just giving up on this run, or I think she'll be thinking, I've just got to take care of my body, look after myself on the swim and bike, and then deliver a great marathon.
Yeah, and an athlete like Beck isn't going to start a race if she thinks she's not going to be able to put a decent performance out there, right? And we've seen it many times, athletes that have had to take time off of running. Yes, clearly you want to have the best prep going in as you could, but at times we see athletes not be able to run before races and have great results. One that comes to my mind is Tim O'Donnell. I don't think he ran for almost a month before he was second place in Kona one year, and it happens, and you then just have to prepare knowing that you're maybe a little bit underdone on the run, and then execute your race performance to know that you need to have a little bit. I talk about energy a lot, Craig. You'll probably get annoyed at that sooner or later commentating with me, but I do think we talk about the pace and how much time behind you are, but an Ironman, it's almost a new race when you start the marathon. And if you start that marathon without good energy, you don't have a chance, right? So I think that's what an athlete like Beck Clark needs to do and needs to be thinking of, is get myself to that run with how am I going to have a good run off of not great run prep, getting to that run with good energy.
I love your energy, and I love when you talk about energy. It gets me excited, but there's a lot to play out in this race, and it's shaping up. The women's race in particular, I'm loving the dynamics right now.
No, for sure, and it's look good. We see Hannah Berry pushing the pace now in this group, going up one of our rollers. Looks like it could be Rex Lookout here coming up, but Hannah Berry moving.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
I'm Matt Lieto here with Craig Alexander at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. And we're here with the chase group. Looks like Beck Clark maybe got back up to that chase group here. So Jackie Herring there in the next position. These athletes doing their best to stay within good distance of our women's leader, Lotta Wilms. And I'm impressed. Beck Clark was off the back of that group a little bit, but has managed to get herself right back on there. So, again, group of 5 athletes cruising just about 2 minutes back. So the gap continues to go, it's about 30 seconds, right? So a lot of Wilms still definitely pushing her effort, pushing the pace. So it was at 90 seconds. Now it's at 2 minutes again. So great work from this chase group of women to be able to hold as tight as they can. But right now, seeing Beck Clark at the back of this group, and looks like Regan's maybe at the front taking a pull. But these athletes, again, about 90 seconds behind our race leader as we go through this group. And you can see on this course, it's a great course for disc wheels. Some courses, it can be a lot of crosswinds that make it maybe a little uncomfortable, feel unsafe to be on a disc wheel. But this course, Craig, tends to be just a tiny cross, but usually just a headwind or a tailwind. No better race for a disc and a deep front wheel than this race here in Cairns.
Yeah, I think so. I think the prevailing wind is out of the south or southeast, as Will sort of let us know right off the top with the weather forecast. And this highway runs north-south, so you've either got a headwind or a tailwind predominantly. Maybe some crosswinds on the out and back section, but that's sheltered through the forest. So, and not a lot of climbing. I think 1,250 meters of total elevation gain on this course. So, no real weight penalty or penalty at all to ride a disc. That would be the choice I would suggest for most athletes: the deep rim or tri-spoke on the front and the disc wheel on the back.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Very good call. We see Jackie Herring right at the front of the group here. And she's not afraid to take her pole as she's moving up on Regan there. He's got a lot of bottles on hand. There we go. Safely gets that bottle back in the rear cage and is ready to get aerodynamic again and chase down Jackie Herring. It's a great one. Surprise to me, maybe not surprise, just development in the women's race. We talked about Penny Slater kind of having that back half. I'm surprised that it doesn't seem like she's maybe having that last, I guess maybe we're just reaching that last 90 minutes, but I would expect to see her maybe moving up a little bit. It looks like she's getting a little bit more distanced as we go through this ride now. Penny Slater over 12 minutes down, riding in 7th place, and especially seeing, as I was talking about, Craig, this group that we see on screen with Jackie Herring, it's going to 90 seconds behind Lottie, then to 2 minutes, then to 90, then to 2 minutes. So they're not really like riding very aggressive in this group. So a little I shouldn't say surprising, but noteworthy to see that Penny Slater is still losing a little bit of time at this stage of the bike ride.
Yes, certainly not what we thought might happen, and Kylie Simpson as well. You know, I think
Oh, yeah.
Kylie is an athlete who we know at this race. Another great Will McCloy stat. She's raced here 6 times and never finished worse than 4th. And in every one of those performances, she's had to fight back from a very, very sizable swim deficit. So, but she's losing time as well. So I'm not sure if that's because, you know, her and Penny, as you mentioned, are having bad days, or the women on the front are having great days, or maybe a combination of both. Certainly know with Kylie in particular, she's no stranger to being on her own for the majority of the race. I wouldn't have suggested that she would be disheartened seeing a 15-minute deficit in T1. But yes, that's grown, as has Penny's out to 12 minutes. So not ideal for them, but, you know, still a long way to go. Still an hour plus on the bike and then a full marathon to run. So opportunity to make up some time. They're not going to get themselves back into this race, but they will make up some time if they have good marathons.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it is surprising to me. If you look actually at Kylie's split from the swim exit to now, it's identical on the race leader, right? That race leader was Beck Clark at the time. But for her to have a performance and a comeback like she did last year to get 3rd, she needs to do a little bit more than that. And yes, she's a runner that can run 15 minutes faster than some of these women that are in front of her, so she's still in it. But for that podium, I think that's you know, she's left a little bit too much on the table, so to speak.
I really feel this win's going to play a part and have a big say in the outcome of this race. It seems to me the wind's really picked up here. You know, these athletes are going to have to battle into it. A block headwind for the last, 50, 60 kilometres now. So that's going to, from where I sit, I really feel that's going to play a part in sort of the outcome of this race as we rejoin the men's leaders. And I mean, it looks like it did an hour and a half ago. Nick just looks amazing. He looks relaxed, just churning that gear. Yeah, doing what Nick Thompson does. I mean, that 3:56 bike split in Texas. I mean, it's not often you see, you know, an athlete get off the bike with Cam Worth in a race like Texas.
Right.
I mean, it's different in the bigger races, the big championship races with extremely deep fields. But generally speaking, if Cam Worth's in a race, he's usually off the front on his own. And Nick rode with him, got off the bike, faded to 7th in that race, but I think he can take a lot of confidence from that performance, and I think he has.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and he did, quote unquote fade to 7th, but he played his cards, right? So like, and this is against some of the best athletes in the world, right? He ended up finishing in front of Leon Chevalier and Cameron Worth and Matt Hansen, Ben Hamilton. He only was bested by Paul Schuster, Casper Storns, Daniel Baekegaard, Rudy von Berg, Benito Lopez, and Christian Blumenfeld. Like, that is a stacked field, right? And he's having a similar type of day today, but today he's gonna come off the bike, and it looks like he's distanced Jamie Riddle at this point. So from what we're seeing on course and splits, it does look like he has, not seeing Jamie. We've got 10 seconds on the GPS, but just seeing maybe Jamie coming around that corner. So it looks like a little bit more than 10 now, but he's going to have wings. He's going up this riser here, looking under. He does a good job. Jamie could learn something from Nick on how to look over the shoulder without the person behind you knowing you're looking over the shoulder. That's a definite, someone's putting in a definite effort to drop someone around them, especially a buddy, if they look back under their shoulder, under their armpit, so the athlete behind can't see it, right? He's definitely putting in a definite effort here and into that headwind section, like you said, Craig. And I think it's going to be very different when he gets off of the bike in the lead at the Cairns Ironman. He will have wings. This crowd will go absolutely bananas for this kid, and rightly so. And he's putting in the good work and the good effort on the left-hand side of the screen. Another man we've been talking about, that's Matthew Marquardt going through the aid station. He's about to bridge up to Mike Phillips. I think can't quite see Mike. I think that's still some of our lapped athletes, but last check, he was not too far behind, just under 30 seconds behind Mike Phillips and Henrik Ghosh. So Matthew Marquardt now just around 5 minutes behind the man that we just saw on screen, Nick Thompson, and not where he would want to be. If you told him he was 5 minutes behind Nick Thompson coming off the bike, he'd be bummed. But if you told him that when he was walking in transition with both legs fully seized up, he would have called you a fool. So Matthew Marquardt doing incredible things, as are all the men in front of him.
Yeah, well, Matthew Marquardt definitely drinking from the glass half full rather than the glass half empty. And
well said.
And I love it. I love this. I love it. I love the effort from this man. He looks strong, still looks focused. I'm sure he's feeling a lot better. No doubt his legs are feeling better, but I just think his emotional state and mentality would be better, not having cramped since those initial cramps. Hopefully he's feeling a little more confident in his body and able to really go for the throttle and push on here. This is a stretch of road and a stretch of the course, the Zoot bike course, that it's tailor-made for Matthew Marquardt, just strong into a headwind. And Nick Thompson as well. When we get the split screen there, it's interesting looking at the setups of these two men and the way they're riding the bike. You mentioned Jamie Riddle had been distanced a little from Nick Thompson, but he's still within. I think he still had him in his sights. He still had a visual on him. So, but yeah, no doubt. It looks like Nick's going to slightly right away and come into T2 with a lead. And you talked about the race in Texas and the men who got the better of Nick that day, the Blumenfelds and Casper Storns of the world. But that's the level. That's the level that the highest level of our sport, and that's the level that Nick wants to be at, and that's the level that I'm sure he flew over there because he knew he would race those men. And it's one thing to watch it on the live feed and to read about it on social media. It's another thing to experience it in real life, and I think he would be much better for that experience. And I put Nick in the caliber of athlete who can get up into that stratosphere with those athletes. I think he has the level, and let's see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. But I mean, today he's doing it well, but I think he's still young in Ironman terms, and I think he has massive upside.
No, I think you're right. And I think to me, he's actually reminiscent of like a Leon Chevalier, right? Like he's an athlete, like I say, I think you're totally right. Has all the ability and the skills to be up there. And Leon's shown that more at the highest level than Nick has. But they both have a very laid back attitude where triathlon, yes, is important to them, but it's not the only thing. Having fun, being enjoying your youth, being a fun person, enjoying your family and those around you is important to them too, as is obviously the man on screen. And I think that I don't think Nick or Leon, for an example, take themselves too seriously. And I think maybe that's my point, right? And when you have that ability and you put yourself, you're doing it because it's fun, right? You're like, oh man, I'm going to go race the best in the world and see how I stack up. And I think that's where Nick's at. And I think when you do that enough, and I always valued that in my racing too, it's like you do that enough and you race against the best and you never go for the soft fields to try to get a result. The next thing you know, you look over and you've become one of those athletes yourself, right? And I think that's what Nick's doing. And right now he's got 33 seconds on Jamie Riddle, so he's certainly put in an effort. You can see that with the split back to Ben Hill being 2 minutes, 7 seconds. So the gap between Riddle and Ben hasn't really changed, but obviously off the front is Nick Thompson. So I think we probably won't see gaps come down from those athletes chasing. Like, I don't think we're going to see Marquardt getting closer than 5 or 5.5 minutes to Nick Thompson, because Nick Thompson is clearly putting in a sustained effort here. He's the big mover, right? He's not maintaining, he's accelerating.
Maybe not to Nick, but I can see Matthew taking time out of everybody else.
Agreed.
I think this run into town, even though it's as they come off the range past Palm Cove and it's a pretty flat run into town through the cane fields, it's a headwind the whole way. So I think there's still a chance for the motivated and strong athletes still to take another minute or a minute and a half here. So but it's interesting. You talk about Nick, and just looking here on his, I always love when the athletes wear black Nicks because you can see a couple of the salt markings on his race kit there. It's a hot, humid day. It is Cairns, and even though it's winter, the average temperature this time of year, they need to be mindful of that, and I'm sure they all are.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
I'm Craig Alexander with Matt Lieto, and you're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. As we are now with our women's leader, Lotta Wilms. She's on her run back into the city of Cairns. What are you seeing here, Matt? Tell me what you're seeing.
I am seeing Lotta Wilms doing a lot of Wilms things. You know, she looks just like she did a few K into this bike ride, right? Like, in a few K in, she was chasing down Beck Clark and found her way to the lead not too far into the race. And now she's doing, you know, something that is in some ways, I think, more challenging. Being, and you can speak to this obviously a lot more than I can, but being the chaser there's less weight to it, right? Because it feels like an obligation. You got to get to the front. But then when you're in the front and you got 5 or 4, actually at this point now 3 women that are good runners sitting a couple minutes behind you, there's more weight to that, right? It feels like it takes more courage or exposure to do that. And I think she's doing a great job, and she's not faltering. And to me, what speaks volumes about her and her character and how she races is we've seen that gap go from 90 to 2 minutes to 90 to 2 minutes. Now it's at 140. She's fighting back constantly. She's staying consistent. She's not really letting them dictate what's going to happen. She's dictating it herself.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, that time split sort of yo-yoing in and out, and quite pretty similar to what we saw in the Ironman European Champs in Hamburg a few weeks ago with Laura Phillip and Kat Matthews in the run. One of the great battles ever in a triathlon marathon, and the gap just hovered around 30 seconds. And it is a different mindset. You know, you think of in that marathon, the composure and the courage of Matt to go off the front, which is what we're seeing here with Lottie, just the courage to take the race up the road, but then the composure and the patience of the chase group. Probably playing a little bit more of a tactical game, understanding exactly where they are in the race and what the race situation is. And that takes maturity and experience. And I think all 3 of these women would be very, very content with their position in this race right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we can see the dynamic of this group. And, it's clear that there's a lot of calculations or looking over the shoulder in this group. But I think that they're all in a great spot. But when you see a group stay this close together and stay this close to the front, to me, nobody in this group here is pushing the envelope. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think something else would be happening if they were really pushing the envelope. And maybe now's when it's starting to happen. And it's kind of when it would, right? We're 140 kilometers in. Maybe something will start to stretch. But it feels like, to me at this point, it's like, okay, we're within a couple of Lotta, and the rest of the competition that I'm worried about today is literally within sight. I'm not going to stress myself. I'll let somebody else stress about it if they want to push the pace.
No, I agree completely. And this is where the sort of the underlying race tactics and dynamics come into play. Not that they don't respect Lotta and her ability, but these women have all raced each other so often. They know their capabilities and capacities, particularly on that marathon. And I would agree. I would suggest that Jackie's thinking about Hannah, and they're both thinking about Regan, knowing the form that she's in. Obviously, Jackie and Hannah were very close to each other, crossing the finish line at the Ironman World Championships last year. So, as was Lottie. Actually, you can throw Lottie into that mix as well. Those 3 women were 7th. They were 8th, 9th, and 10th, actually. So, it's a very good and deep women's field here today. So, and I agree. I just think it's got to that point in the ride now where if any damage was going to be done, it would have been done. And now it's about consolidation, fueling. And they all look fantastic. I just keep looking at, every time we flash up next to Jackie Herring, her position is relaxed. It's comfortable. Her cadence hasn't changed. She looks comfortable. And I'm not suggesting by any stretch these women are riding easy, but I think they're riding with an idea of how they want to run this marathon. They're riding with the marathon in mind.
That, I think, is a very more succinct and well-thought way to say what I was trying to say in a very long-winded way. So I appreciate you doing that. You always pull me out. That's perfect. Very well said. And I think that's I think that's the case. You know, this race will come down to the marathon. If Lotta Wilms wins this race, it'll be because she has a fantastic marathon, not because she got 90 seconds on the bike ride, and vice versa from these other women. Hannah Berry, one that we know is very consistent over the Ironman distance, and one obviously that is right in the driver's seat here as we watch these late stages of the bike ride. And we were able to get a little bit of time with Hannah to see how she was feeling coming into this week. Let's have a listen.
Yeah, feeling good. Yeah, had a really good race here last year, so I have really good feelings here, and it's nice to be back. Feeling fit and healthy, injury-free, so yeah, can't ask for much more really. Just got to go out there and race smart on race day and do my best. I think now that I know the course, so obviously just having some course familiarity is obviously a good, I guess, advantage going into the race this year. Being aware of the conditions as well. I do remember from last year that I felt really hot in the swim, just because it's a wetsuited swim, but the water temperature is warmer than usual wetsuit legal swim. So just sort of using little things like that, and also I remember feeling quite hot on the bike, and that I was feeling quite thirsty. So I've adjusted a couple of things in terms of the amount of water I'm taking on the bike course with me, just to have a bit more. And yeah, done a little bit more, I guess, preparation in the wetsuit in the pool for the warmer temperature swim here. So yeah, a couple of slight adjustments I would say, but not too much has changed. I had a good race here last year, so I think even though it was my first time here, did a pretty good job of preparing for it. So there wasn't too many major things to change.
I think that's a bit of an understatement. I did a pretty good job preparing for it. Won the race. I'd say you did. Hannah, she's great. Love her energy and, you know, what she brings to this sport just on a personal level, the effort that she brings into her training every day and her racing. And she takes it seriously and is excited to continue to see where the sport can take her. And I love it.
So impressive. I mean, she's got a PhD in biotech engineering. She's a doctor of all things. So just a high achiever across the board. But yeah, it's interesting that the athletes we've spoken to who have done that little bit of heat acclimation or heat adaptation, it makes a huge difference. I kind of feel that, you know, this race is tougher than it actually looks on the screen. I can hear the wind whipping through the microphones. I reckon this last 50 miles, this 80K stretch, is taking its toll on some athletes. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Marquardt gets up onto the podium at some point, podium position on the bike, I should say, not podium, and he still may get on the podium at the end of the day. I think the last pictures we saw of Jamie, he looked to be struggling a little bit, but I think he might be trying to regroup. It wasn't a good sign that Ben Hill just went straight past him, but we're now firmly entrenched with the lead women's race. And again, it's just fascinating, this battle. Quite a few of the last crosses, we've seen Jackie on the front. So, you know, she's probably, I would suggest, potentially the best credentialed along with Hannah in that group. But I'm sure both of those women are very well aware of Regan's last 12 months as well. So there's a little bit of cat and mouse going on here.
No, there certainly is, and rightly so. Definitely watching each other and, you know, setting themselves up for a marathon that is certainly going to be a battle. And this man here also up for battle. He's certainly has a lot of work left in front of him. You know, he is in the lead. He's got 2:20 over Ben Hill, 3:30 over Jamie Riddle. Matthew Marquardt is going to pass Jamie Riddle, just 27 seconds behind him at the last checkpoint. And Nick Thompson would not have thought of this at all when he probably ran past Marquardt while he was standing in transition. Might have passed him on the early sections of the bike. Did not think that that was someone that he had to worry about. He was rearview mirror. Matthew Marquardt is going to make Nick Thompson hurt at some point in this run. This is going to be a battle. It might be short-lived. Maybe Matt passes him by 15K. Who knows? Maybe it's late stages. But those two men will lock horns. I'm confident in that because it does seem like Matthew's cramping issues have literally only happened post-swim early bike. Whenever it's happened, it's been straight away. And once they've gone away, they've gone away. So all that being outside of it, Nick Thompson, not taking anything away from him, fantastic race, but I feel a battle coming, Craig.
Yeah, well, this race, there's a hell of a lot to play out. And, you know, I think we'll get a good indication the first lap of that run. You mentioned that Matthew's going to make Nick hurt. I think Nick likes to make Nick hurt. I think he's exactly where he wants to be. He's off the front of a big race. Matthew's had an incredible bike ride. I mean, when you consider just anyone who knows or who's suffered from cramps knows exactly how debilitating they are. They're the one thing that can actually just stop you in your tracks. So for him to bounce back has been a Herculean effort. But there's still other, you know, Henrik Gosch is 7 minutes back. Mike Phillips, 8 minutes. Young Aussie Jack Sosinski's up into the top 10 now, who's been hovering around the top 10. So great performance from him so far. You know, we need to keep an eye on Jamie Riddle and see if he can just back off the gas a little bit and see if he can regroup, get some fuel in, bring the core body temperature down a touch. There's a lot of this race to play out, but, you know, if you were to choose to be in anyone's shoes right now, I'd love to be in Nick Thompson's shoes. I mean, he's got a couple of minute lead over Ben Hill. Matthew Marquardt, he's had the, so far, performance of the day, like you say, hats off, just incredibly tough and gutsy. But would we expect anything less as we see Nick riding past Cairns Airport, the title sponsor here? So he's literally just a handful of kilometres away from transition, 5 kilometres from T2, and still looking great.
Now, Craig, I don't call you out very often, but I'm going to call you out right now because would you take Nick Thompson's position? Come on, you're the chaser, man. You love breaking people's souls late in the race. I know a guy who's been on the receiving end of that a handful of plus amount of times. Did you have races? I know you did have races, but did you prefer to be the predator, or if you could get off the bike first, you'd be like, yeah, of course I want to be off the bike first?
Yeah, I mean, I just think it depends on your form at the time. And, you know, I know you're referencing your brother, and he and I had a couple of great battles, as we see a lot of Wilms on the split screen on the left. And, I mean, the last time I won in Kona, I was second off the bike behind Chris. So I wasn't the leader, but I had a lot of good men behind me. So every race is different. I think you always try and race to your strengths, and that's exactly what Nick's trying to do here. And it's exactly what we see a lot of Wilms doing. She's known as a swim biker. I suggested she'd want 3 minute plus lead. Maybe she would have liked a touch more than that. I think she's going to have about 2 minutes, but she's still looking good. And you know what? Her marathon time was on par with Hannah Berry's at the Ironman World Championships in Nice last year. Different course, different day, different circumstances, I know, but every day is different and every course is different. And, you know, I often say that we'll learn a lot the first lap of the run, because what we'll see is who's managed themselves well, particularly the last hour and a half of this bike leg.
And Craig, I do think, sorry, Craig, I do think Lotte is setting herself up for a good run. I think she, you know, I noticed earlier, and I got some confirmation from stats from somebody out watching from the Ironman crew, that her position is drastically different than it was before, and she's moved that front end up a lot, and she did that because she didn't feel like she was having great runs off of the bike, and it wasn't just a physiological thing. It was she felt like she could make a change there. Great shot of a airplane leaving from our title sponsor, the Ironman here in Cairns, or the airport here in Cairns, and I think her being in that more elevated position with that up front, we see Nick Thompson taking this left-hand corner, that could set her up for a difference, because you're right, her and Hannah have run similar paces at times, but if that was because, you know, she had some limitations because the hips were tight, or the musculature was more fatigued, or the lower back was tight, and she's been able to move that front end up but maintain great riding ability, as we've obviously seen, that she could surprise some of these women with, like, oh wait, I expect to see Lotta come back a little bit quicker than she normally is.
You know, absolutely. And you mentioned it before when we saw Lotta make the turn at the northern end of the course, her position, it looks more comfortable. It's still aero. One of the most aerodynamic things you can do is not move around. It's what's called a quiet position, and she has a very quiet position. And you're right, there are many things that can limit our performance running off the bike, our cardiovascular fitness, our fueling, but also biomechanics. I mean, if her hip angles were closed off and she wasn't able to access that full range of hip extension like all good runners can, maybe it's a good change that she's made, and I'm sure she's trialed it and tested it in her lead up to this race, and we'll see the fruits of that. You know, when she hits T2, and we see Nick here, he's only got a handful of kilometers to go until he dismounts and hits the marathon course. I noticed on that last run into town, a little bit of a pro move by Nick, hugging the cones over on the right where the traffic was, just to get any little bit of assistance that he could. And so he's still got his head in the game. He's still thinking, making smart decisions, trying to maximize every second, save as much energy as possible. This is actually part of the marathon course now, as well as we can see some of the 70.3 runners over to the left on that high shot. So Nick is literally seconds away from dismounting here.
Yeah, he's getting close for sure. And, you know, we can see him, you know, getting that last minute hydration in. And we can see that the path, there's that run course. We see some of the 70.3 athletes on the left-hand side of the screen. And on that run course, we're going to see Nick Thompson there not too long. So he's got a few kilometers left to go, obviously, as he continues to ride that bike. And, you know, it's the time of the bike ride where, yes, you're trying to maybe not ride as hard as possible, like let the legs loosen up a little bit for what's to come on the run, but still putting good effort in. And Nick Thompson in a very different position than he was a year ago today. You know, Matt Burton had a big lead coming into this run. Nick Thompson was convincing himself that the crash he had halfway through the bike ride wasn't going to limit his performance on the run. And, you know, he hung in there and was able to get across the finish line, but nothing that he was, you know, overly obviously proud of his effort putting it out on the day, but not the performance and the finish position that he wanted. And today, it's a very different place. Nick Thompson in the lead at the Ironman here in Cairns, and doing so, you know, aggressively. You know, 2.5 minutes now over Ben Hill. Jamie Riddle is a former, you know, compatriot, a little bit further back now, chasing and trying to hang on. But Nick Thompson in the literal driver's seat, getting ready to get off of that bike in T2, and we see him coming close to the transition here. And once we get a little bit closer, we're going to throw down to Will McCloy, who's going to be able to see the eyes of Nick Thompson. And I'm a little bit jealous, Will. I know you can hear me, and this is normally where I'm at, and I get to feel the energy, and I want you to tell us what Nick is feeling when he comes off of the bike. And Will, take us through transition as these athletes come in. What do you see, Will?
Oh, hey guys. Didn't pick up that I was on just there, but here we are. And I'm just waiting for Nick to come through, and it's all quiet here. All the bike catchers are ready and ready to make sure that we don't have any mishaps as he comes off the bike and heads to pick up his bag, and then we'll chase him. We'll chase Nick into the change tent. We'll try and go around the outside and catch him on the other side. But it's good to, as you say, get a look at him and just see exactly how he's feeling, because he's looked really smooth, as you guys have been calling, through the last 40 or 50 Ks of this bike, as he gapped Jamie and then continues to hold off Ben Hill and Matt Marquardt, who I would agree with you guys is having such a wonderful race, considering he was 6.5 to 7 minutes down coming out of T1, for those who have missed that part of the race, and just had the most incredible cramps. His quads just look twice the size that they normally do. And then to be able to ease into this race and continue to fight, he'll just be picking up confidence minute by minute. So a little bit of calm before the storm while we're waiting for the last couple of Ks to be knocked over, Matt. And as soon as he comes in, we'll come back down here and we'll chase him through and just see exactly what he feels like and what he looks like going into this to this marathon, because he's capable of running a sub 250 and he'll need all of that if he's going to hold off the chasing pack.
Great stuff, Will, and very well said. And yeah, I know this space well, and he's getting very close to you. And you know, I know it's a little hard to navigate that change tent area, so don't get you know, I know he's a shy man, Nick Thompson, so don't get too close. But we're excited to see what you can bring us here. And I'll tell you, he's about 150 meters from taking that left coming in to T2, and this is the fastest man on course. He's been that way most of the day, and he takes his feet off right before the dismount line, almost gets his foot out of that shoe, and he is running in flats, touching that left quad a little bit, but he's on to the red carpet, and he is off the bike. He's got one more left-hand corner, and he's going to be right at you, Will. Take us away.
Yeah, here he comes. Nick just looks, well, he's dropped his bike, but he looks extremely comfortable, to be honest. Like, no stress on his face whatsoever. Managed to get straight to the M9 and go straight into the change tent with literally showing absolutely no signs of the fatigue of putting 180 kilometres in his legs. And, you know, for a young guy, only turned 25 on Wednesday, and he doesn't have that deep experience at this long distance that so many of these athletes do have. He looks like he certainly hasn't dug too deep. We've seen maybe Jamie Riddle just be found out a little bit at the back 20 or 30 kilometres of the course, but Nick Thompson has just bided his time and he's continued to push on. And as I said, you know, he turned 25 on Wednesday, so he's still young, and he's got a reason for this too. He's got a real why. So recently one of his friends was involved in a pretty bad bike accident, and it made Nick question whether he should continue to do this. Almost felt guilty for being able to use his body, but his friend told him from hospital to continue on and to keep pushing, and he certainly got plenty of motivation and emotional motivation to come into this one. Equally, though, it looks like it's been a measured effort, and I know you guys have been calling that. He hasn't tried too hard, as here he comes out, and here comes with 42.2 kilometres to go. Nick, how you feeling, mate? Pretty cool, and that's exactly what we want to hear. He heads straight back out, makes sure he gets as much water as he can. It's just a tick under 24 degrees Celsius here, no wind to speak of whatsoever, so we'll get hot out on this very flat 6-kilometre loop where they do 4 laps, but they will be buoyed by so much crowd support. I know you guys have mentioned this. It's so fantastic to see how people line the course, and especially for a guy like Nick, who, I mean, you only have to go to the YouTube comment section to see how much support he's got. He has some funny friends in there right now who are mentioning him over and over, but he'll be a big, well-backed athlete in terms of the fan support out here over the next 42 kilometres, as Ben Hill, who's had such a fantastic ride, has come in. He is an Uber biker, as you say, Matt, and he's just had a little bit of an issue there, but he's managed to save that well, hands the bike off, but nobody wants to take it. There we go. And he heads in this way. What a ride that was. You can see how much salt is on the back of his tri-suit as he looks for the number 14, and he heads into the change tent, clear in second position, and we'll follow him in as well. Now, Ben, as we know, is a professional rider for 8 years or so, and has been riding his bike for such a long time, since 2004, and then turned pro in 2013 up to 2020. He actually had the fastest bike split at Ironman Australia by 3 minutes in 2023 and ended up going on to Nice that year and ending as the fastest Aussie in 13th. So he's got one hand right now on a qualifying spot for the very last Ironman in Nice, which is coming up at the end of this year. So he's got one man to chase down, and that is Nick Thompson. Ben Hill, I tell you what too, and you got to, I'll ask him right now how he's going. How you feeling, mate? Not too hot? Pretty good. Very good. For a man who lives in Canberra, which is the nation's capital, where it is roughly right now about 0 degrees, certainly he must have been here for a while to do the heat prep, because he doesn't look like, he just looks great. High cadence, proud chest, looks good coming out, looks like he's got plenty of energy as well as the chasing pack continues to come in, and we'll continue to call them through. Matt.
Thanks so much, Will. Great stuff down there. We just saw Matthew Marquardt come off the bike as well. 3:27 behind our leader, just a minute and 12 seconds behind Ben Hill, who we just saw. A remarkable performance by Matthew Marquardt. So really good stuff. Let's look at the Wahoo Element Bolt fastest bike split. First off the bike, 4:10.34 from Nick Thompson. That is crazy, crazy fast, Craig. And not surprised that Nick was the one to do it, but I am a little bit surprised that Ben Hill just 3 minutes behind. And considering we know Matthew Marquardt lost about 6 minutes early, that he was only 4 minutes behind the man on screen. But it's all to fight for now, Craig.
Amazing performances by all three of these gentlemen. As we look at Nick here, he looks good.
Looks so
nice
good.
He looks loose. He looks relaxed. And very, very early stage of the marathon. But from the minute he dismounted, we saw he made a little mistake. He still had 1 foot in his bike shoe when he got to the dismount line. But from the minute he sorted that out, he looked great. It's always a telltale sign how, you know, athletes often look stiff or sore or can't stride out. He looked good, as did Ben Hill actually. He looked like he overshot the corner running in there, running next to his bike. So. Yeah, we're in for a good race here. And Matthew Marquardt, what a performance on the bike. What a mental giant. What a just incredibly tough race that he's laying down. No surprise given his background, and he's still right in contention. None of these are race-winning leads yet, so we have a long way to go. But just this visual we're getting on Nick, he looks super comfortable.
No, he's floating, right? And you know, he's always a great looking runner, and you know, he doesn't look, you know, that different per se or transcendent to other times we see him running well, but he's certainly running well for Nick. Like, I've seen him come off the bike and not look this good, right? Like, he's in a good position, and he clearly, as I spoke of, and I said you'll get annoyed about me saying, he's come off with good energy. You could tell that from you know, how he interacted with Will in transition, and just what he looks like at the moment. But again, you know, Matthew Marquardt, 3.5 minutes down, and to me, it's more that, like, that momentum, Craig. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Marquardt halves this distance in 5K, right? Like, he's been chasing so hard all day, and like, that's what he's used to, and he's just been craving to get back into this race from a moment where he thought that probably even him probably didn't think it was a possibility to be anywhere near the podium at the end of the day. And now he's starting the bike ride starting the run just 3.5 minutes behind our men's leader. And I kind of have a gut feeling that he's going to go out like a rocket ship, right? Like he's going to be on this, he's still going to be in that hunting mode when maybe he could be a little bit more casual about it. But there's a reason we race, and there's a lot more coming, but still more athletes out there. Jamie Riddle still needs to come across that finish line on the bike course. But right now, man on screen, one I wouldn't bet against, and one that will make what I just said Matthew Marquardt might do incredibly difficult. Nick Thompson looking like he's having the race of his career, Craig, and just a pesky thing called a marathon between him and the biggest win of his career, and some incredibly talented athletes that are looking for a win, looking for that 5,000 points. Again, Ironman Pro Series is hot and heavy, middle of the season. A lot of work left to do to get those 5,000 points here today.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
I am Craig Alexander with Matt Lieto, and you're watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, race 10 of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. And the big story so far on the men's side of racing is that Nick Thompson has laid down a 4:10. He's out on the run course. Hot in pursuit, though, is Ben Hill and Matthew Marquardt, who's just literally come back from the dead in this race after his legs absolutely locked up in T1. And now we're watching our women's leaders. We see Lotta Wilms about to hit that final stretch down the Cairns Esplanade into Fogarty Park in T2, and closely followed by this very, very elite chase group of Hannah Berry, Jackie Herring, and Regan Hollyoak.
Yeah, Craig, and I'm so impressed by Lotta Wilms, and not to take anything away from these three women, but again, at 130 kilometers, it was 140. 150 kilometers now, it's 210. It's going back and forth, and you, especially when it's a group chasing, if it comes down, it usually just keeps going that direction. You don't see the solo leader go back up, and I think what that's telling me too is, and we've talked about this, that those chasers are dosing themselves for the marathon, but I think Lotte is too, right? Like, I think if I genuinely feel if she wanted 2 more minutes, she could get it, right? Like, I feel like when you see gaps go up and down like that, those are the athletes behind are composed and they're kind of going with the flow, and the athlete in front is doing the same. And to me, the fact that this isn't going to sound like it's going to make any sense, but the fact that it's 2 minutes and not 4 minutes makes me think Lotta Wilms has a better chance of finishing higher up on the podium, if that makes sense. That she's not risking it. She's confident. She knows she's going to have a good run. She knows she's leaving some energy on the table. And I love this battle that this race is shaping up to give us.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think, I really feel Lotta's going to run better today. Will it be enough? I guess time will tell, but I feel between the bike position changes and just the slightly adjusted tactics, particularly the second half of this bike ride, I feel like she's giving herself a good shot here. So she would have liked more than 2 minutes. I don't think there's absolutely no doubt about that, but she's got what she's got, and I'm interested to see what kind of a marathon she can lay down today, because I'm pretty sure one of these three ladies on the right of our screen is in for a big run, if not 2 or all 3 of them.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think, to me, it's hard to look past Jackie, because I really do think like she has a sub 250 in there, right? Or certainly a low 250, where the other 2 women haven't quite shown that they have that. But I think you're right. It's going to be a battle right now. Battle is on the run course, and through 2.4 kilometers, it's Nick Thompson over Ben Hill, 2:13, and through 1.3 kilometers. It was Nick Thompson getting some time on Matthew Marquardt and Ben Hill. So Matthew Marquardt now 3:55 down, just losing 9 seconds to Ben Hill and 12 seconds to Nick Thompson. So under 4 minutes between our top 3 men on the early stages of this run. And Craig, and I've said it before, and I'll probably say it again, to be on this course, down on this course during this race last year, the environment and the atmosphere is something I haven't experienced, and I think it's, triathlon is just it's such a big sport down in the southern hemisphere, and the Aussies love their triathlon, and having this 70.3 race at the same time as the Ironman, and the history of this course, like, it's just a party atmosphere. It's positive energy. It's really like no other course that I've seen on the circuit.
It's a great atmosphere here, no doubt, and I think it's not just Australia. I think it's Australia, New Zealand, all of Oceania.
Yeah.
We love the sport down here. We get behind it. We get behind our athletes, but also all athletes. I'm just looking at Nick now. Nicky boy, be patient. Be patient, my man. Just make sure you got that fueling on point and the pace. I think, in a 4-lap run, most athletes can knock out a good 2 or 3 laps. It's really that last lap and a half. And you mentioned the time gaps, Matt. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. And a man we haven't mentioned much, but he's now on the run course, Henrik Gosch. He's only 5 minutes down, and I know he's got at his best, he's got a mid-240s marathon in him. So I just hope Nick's being mindful. I don't want him to get too excited here. I think he's worked hard to get himself in the box seat here, and he just needs to stay on task, be patient, but he looks amazing. He looks great. His leg turnover, everything. He's seen him reach down and adjusting his race bib and his elastic a little bit there, but the leg turnover, the carriage, everything looks good so far. I mean, it is very, very early stage of this marathon, but it's very indicative when athletes, and you've seen it, you've watched thousands of these races. Some athletes from the very first step off the bike, you can tell they're in trouble. They're stiff, they're sore, they can't loosen up. Others work into the run. It looked like Nick's hit this marathon course just on fire.
Yeah, and the word that I want to use to describe his form and kind of his vibe right now, casual. He looks casual, right? And he's running fast. I'm not trying to say that his pace isn't on. He's not racing for the win, but it's that he doesn't look panicked, and he looks comfortable, and he doesn't look like, often, when we use that word, like Uber biker, the person that has a great bike ride off the front, usually you're used to this stiffness and this, like, they're waiting to be caught type of thing. It's like, no, he looks like running is what he's been waiting to do all day, right? Like, he just looks great. And I just want to update kind of other athletes coming off of that bike, and that's Matthew Marquardt, 342 back in third place. Henrik was 724. Jamie Riddle this is out of T2, 848. Mike Phillips, 1012. Jas Sasinski at 1440. And Braden Curry at 1455. And Josh Amberger right behind him at 15 minutes. So that's your top 10 will be Will Clark at 1512.
I really feel all positions in the top 10 are up for grabs. I know there's some big time splits there, but also some good runners who could run through into possibly not challenge for the win, but challenge for a top 10, top 5 position. Athletes like Braden Curry, who we know has got 2 sub-240 marathons on this course. And man, I love your description of Nick. His vibe is casual. He does. He looks relaxed. He looks efficient. He looks fluent. We can see him unzipping and getting the chest hair out, getting the rug out. He's got some sort of nutrition tucked down his race top there. I think he looks great, but as we keep saying, it's early days. It's a 4-lap, 10.5 kilometers per lap, just over 6.2 miles per lap here. So there's a long way for this race left to play out. I noticed Matthew Marquardt's lost a little time early, but I'm not concerned about that. I think this race is still up for grabs. This men's race is still up for grabs. Someone's going to need to run a really solid marathon to finish it off and close the deal here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think I talk about small gaps feeling important. And in the end, 7 minutes to Henrik could go in the snap of fingers, right? Like if Henrik has the best run he's ever had and goes 2:38 and Nick runs a solid 2:45.40, Henrik wins this race, right? Like it's still very, very tight.
Absolutely.
You know, as you know, gaps can come down very, very quickly if the athlete has energy. And again, I'd be betting on the one who's got the lead and looks casual, right? Like he looks great. And I guarantee when we have a visual of Marquardt, he's not going to look casual, but that's not taking anything away from him. That's how he races. But Nick has that, like, there's something about the kid's energy and why every time I see him, I'm like, oh man, I love that kid. Like he's enjoying himself, right? And I guarantee you he's going to have pods of his buddies out on course, and he's going to be, you know, throwing them signs and having a good time out there. You know, I think that energy is good for the sport. And it's, as you said, the atmosphere that you guys have down there in Oceania. You love it, and it's something he loves to do. And I'm sure he's pinching himself right now that he's in the lead of this race.
I love what you say, man. Until further notice, we're always going with the guy in the lead. I mean, especially when he looks this good. And how good would he be feeling right now with all these age groupers on course from the 70.3 calling out for him? He's probably got a few buddies down on course. This is what you dream of as a young athlete. And you know, I love you talk about how he enjoys the sport. I know he's got a really tight crew over there in WA, the Ogging squad. Shout out to you boys. And they do love the sport, and it should be fun. And, you know, that doesn't mean he's not professional. I mean, everybody's different. I think you've got to be self-aware. And I sense that Nick knows what's important to him in his triathlon career and in his life, and he wants to have fun with it. And that's probably how he's going to get the best results. So he's being true to that. I mean, it was interesting. Will, you know, he's 25. He's a baby in Ironman racing. He has got a decade of top-level racing ahead of him if he wants it.
Right.
As we see him reaching again for his little nutrition stash down there in the, he looks like Mike Myers in Goldmember. He's got everything down, stashed in under the velour suit. Good gel under this arm, drink bottle under that arm. I don't know how he fits it all in there, but these race kits these days are so fitted. You don't have any secrets. But you know, it was so good having Will down in T2, just looking at their facial expressions, having a quick chat, looking at their demeanor, their posture. You can learn so much, you can see so much, and they were really good insights he provided as the men came into and in through T2.
Yeah, no, great stuff, and you know that T2 can. There's a lot that comes at the athletes quick. You can see they're off the bike for like 7 seconds. They're like, wait, I got to throw this person my bike. Wait, I got to turn left real fast. And wait, I got to find my bag and I got to go in this tent. It feels a little bit hectic, but I'm glad Will was down there to catch some of that for us. Will doing a great job out on course. I might be a little bit jealous. It's a position I love, but you know, anybody else would be jealous to be able to be on the desk next to you, Craig, calling this race. Definitely a privilege, and a privilege to do so when we've got these amazing athletes out here on course, just crushing it. And at this point, you know, just a quick little recap. We've got Nick Thompson, almost 5K into this run. He's been leading for quite a while, took the lead late stages of the bike ride, joined his good buddy about halfway through the bike ride, and you know, now has 2.5 minutes on Ben Hill, 4.5 minutes on Matthew Marquardt. And then right-hand side of the screen, that's where our women's race is happening. Lotta Wilms has been in the lead since very early stages after chasing hard, catching Beck Clark early in the bike ride. She now has 2 minutes and 40 seconds at 170 kilometers on a chasing group that includes Hannah Berry, Regan Holyoke, and Jackie Herring. They've been riding together for a long period of time with Beck Clark, who's just fallen off the back in the last few kilometers. But those three women, some pre-race favorites, seems to be stretching a little bit, Craig, with Hannah Berry putting an effort in maybe to get a little bit of time to herself, stretch her legs, you know, early in that bike or early in the run, before, you know, she really has to get into battle with these other two women. But pushing that pace again, as Lotta Wilms is stretching it, but just about 10 kilometers to go in the women's race, about 35 kilometers to go in the men's race here at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. So much action left to come.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Hyperice. Keep moving. Better than ever. And by Roca. Find faster with Roca. And we've got a lot of Wilms at the front of this race, Craig, and she's, I said like not that long ago, I feel more confident in her ability with the fact she's got 2 minutes and not 4 minutes. But the way she's riding, she might get those 4 minutes. But I think in this way, this is the way to get it, right? Like she's got energy going in. It does look like Hannah Berry's responding, so we'll see. But a lot of Wilms, clearly this shows that she has done a great job with nutrition and hydration and has positive energy coming into this run course.
Absolutely. You always look at the last half hour on the bike and athletes who are coming on strong or those who are fading. But, it's interesting you mentioned before we went to the last break, Hannah Berry making that. It looked like a move on the other two ladies she's with, Jackie Herring and Regan Holyoke, and kind of reminiscent of the move that Kat Matthews made at Ironman Hamburg the last 10K, where she stole half a minute or a minute on Laura Phillip. And I don't hate that strategy. Actually, I like it a lot. I think it's, if you're feeling good, just, again, it's similar to what we saw Jamie do in the swim. If you're feeling good, it's not a winning, decisive move, but it puts everyone on the back foot. It puts them on the back foot. You get more of a casual T2, run through T2, if Hannah is able to establish that separation on the other two ladies, and then she can just get into her marathon at her own pace. So I think it's a good move if you're feeling strong. It's not a max all-in move, but it's a move to put your competitors on the back foot. And, we've been watching that group of three sort of play tactical games and watch each other and not show their cards. Well, Hannah's looks like she's showing one of her cards, which is she's obviously feeling good, and she wants to put those other two ladies a little bit on the back foot and maybe create some separation, and then she can hit the marathon and just, get into her work at her own pace.
Yeah, no, I love the way you said that, Craig. I don't hate it, and I don't either. And I think the reason I don't is that when it's that late and you're that close, that if you've done nutrition and hydration and pacing strategy correctly or not. So you can kind of do a little sneaker where if people aren't paying attention, you're like, oh, crap, I just lost a minute to Lottie at the end, or Hannah just got 45 seconds on us. And your legs are tired enough that you can't go hard enough to actually damage them to really impact the run. And like, sure, if you went like a sprint effort, maybe, but you can do way more damage to your legs if you do that kind of effort in the first 20K of the bike ride than you can in the last 20K of the bike ride, because you just don't simply have that kind of energy or resiliency that late to be able to do that. So yeah, I think both of these women are in a great spot and doing it well, and rocking bib number 1, Hannah Berry, one of the nicest ladies in the sport, and takes her job very seriously, and we can tell that she does, and she's so laid back about it and doesn't make herself ever seem self-important, even just the way that, you know, we heard from her earlier saying, yeah, I think last year we did like an okay job of prep for this race, and we're like, you won the race, right? Like, she's straight to it. She's very Kiwi in that sense, and love that about her. And Lotta Wilms, you know, is an athlete. These two have locked horns kind of a lot now in the last couple years, and they're getting used to battling each other, and I love it. And Lotte she's doing it, and I really do. I'm excited to see what the difference in this bike position is going to do for her run, because she is a lot higher up. But again, like I said earlier, like I like it. Like, I think her hands are in a good position. Her angles are great, where it's still clearly aerodynamic enough. Yes, it could be technically more aerodynamic, but she's getting a lot of power out of her structure, and she's in a right setup to be able to have good watts per kilogram, or watts compared to aerodynamics. But she's doing so in a position that is going to make her a lot more comfortable on the run, Craig.
Yeah, well, I think she's being proactive, like a lot of the top athletes are. She's had her race strategy and her mode of operation that she's used for the last few years, and she probably feels that she wants to get more improvement, and that doesn't come without a little bit of risk, but there's also can be great reward if you make some little subtle changes here and there. And I wouldn't say it is a subtle change. I would suggest it's a big change to her bike position. It looks comfortable. It certainly doesn't look as aero as we've seen her in previous years, but she's off the front, and let's see what it does do. Let's see if this position, and maybe having a slightly higher front end and creating a higher coefficient of drag, you know, you've got to push more calories, burn more calories to overcome that, but the body position looks comfortable. So you would think it would translate into a much better feeling getting off the bike, being able to access that full range of hip extension. You haven't got your posterior chain muscles in that terribly bent over, lengthened, weakened position. And in theory, it should translate to a better run, or at least a better feeling getting off the bike. But as we always say, we don't run the races in theory, we run them in practice. So we'll get a good indication when she gets off the bike and what her pace is at the start of this marathon.
Craig, I bet $20 that I could get you to say posterior chain today, and I'm $20 richer. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Well, you can add that one to Concertina and David and Richard Attenborough.
Love it. And Porpoise. This is great. But we do see a little bit of gap forming, which is great. And maybe I'm a little surprised. And tell me, Craig, if we can read anything into this, but the fact that Regan is the one that is trying to pull back Hannah, do we read anything into that, meaning Jackie doesn't have something?
Well, I mean, we can read something into it, and we will, because we like to create drama, but could it be tactical by Jackie? Could she just not be feeling good? Could she be just content with her situation, her current race situation? Maybe it's all of those things. You mentioned something a few minutes ago, which I think rings true in most cases. When you're feeling pretty good at this point, it means that you've been on top of your pacing, you've been on top of your nutrition, your hydration. And if you've still got the power to make a move and exert some pressure on those you're with, it comes at a point in the race where you're fatigued enough that you're not going to do too much damage. And it's never really an acceleration or a sprint. It's just, you just slightly ratchet up the throttle a little bit, which is what we've seen Hannah Berry do. It hasn't been a explosive out of the saddle attack. She's just slowly ratcheted up the effort a little bit, or maybe she's held pace and the other two ladies have dropped off. But either way, I think the thing we can read into it at this point is that Hannah feels great. I don't know if Jackie's not feeling so good or if this is tactical, but the fact that Hannah's created this little bit of separation, I think shows that she's got her fueling spot on. She's got her hydration plan in place, and she's feeling quite good.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what the gap is to these women, because we see Regan even just getting out of the saddle on a very, very gentle rise. So I think they might be losing a fair bit of time, and I wonder if that Hannah response was more from her feeling like, hey, I'm like soft pedaling now. Like the impetus has gone out of this group. Like everybody else is more tired than me. Certainly that's not the case with Lotta Wilms, who's gone through 175 kilometers. Looks like her bike split's going to be right around 4:43, which is a super fast split. We see her passing some of the pros near the back of the race, but very, very close to transition is the woman on screen, Lotta Wilms, and we're going to see splits here pretty soon. Hannah Berry, whether or not she keep it within 3 minutes or so. I think the last check that we had was 2:40 before Hannah kind of moved off of the front of that chase group. So waiting for this little gap to come back. But Lotta Wilms, again, I think really riding a controlled and well-metered bike ride here today. She didn't go crazy trying to catch Beck Clark too soon. And then again, the sign that when you see those gaps, go to 90, go to 2 minutes, go to 90, go to 2 minutes, and then go up to 3 minutes, like that shows an athlete that wasn't ever really quote unquote on the rivet. And Hannah Berry now 2:27 behind. So Hannah Berry definitely big effort, only pulling 10 seconds out of Lotta Wilms, or 13 seconds, but that's with Lotta Wilms riding aggressively and clearly having put in an effort on that group. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if we saw Hannah Berry get, a cheeky, as they say in your neck of woods, 45 seconds on the other two women here coming in transition.
Who doesn't like a cheeky 45 seconds every now and again? I mean, honestly, I'm going to call that tactic the Cat Matthews. Just slide off the front of the group you're with 10K to go. I love it. I think it's great. You don't put yourself under any excess duress. Yep. It puts the athletes you're with under a bit of pressure. It means you get through transition clean and get into your marathon, can set about your own work, set your own pace. And I think it's a courageous and smart tactic. But you mentioned Lotta Wilms. I mean, if she does bike a 4:43, and that's what's predicted, that's a great ride. I mean, the course record is 4:40, which is owned by Kylie Simpson. And I mean, give or take, the conditions on any given day are a little different. It's one of the better bike splits that we've seen on this course. So Lotta Wilms doing a great job. And, we speculated she may have 3 minutes. It looked like it was going to be 3. It probably is not going to quite be 3 minutes, but still she's laying down the race that I think she would have planned to. And everything seems to be like just going to script for her right now.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And that gap that Hannah Berry was able to create up to 175 kilometers, just over 30 seconds, 32 seconds to Regan. But clearly that's, partly, it's not more than that. I mean, we see a lot of Wilms is still, I said as Nick Thompson was coming in, like, okay, now it's the section where you're still riding, but you're not riding hard. You're not trying to gain time. You're kind of letting the legs get ready for the run. That's not what Lottie's doing right here. She wants every little bit out of this last section of the bike. She's like, I only have 2 kilometers to go. I'm going to make it 2 kilometers that gets me a little bit further up the road. And I think she'll be happy with 3 minutes, 2.5 on Hannah Berry. Certainly after the splits that she was getting, not 30, 40 kilometers ago, that was just 90 seconds. So great work by Lotta Wilms, staying aggressive, staying mindful, and that shows that she really does do a good job with that nutrition and hydration, getting those carbs in as many as she can an hour while maintaining good digestion. And Craig, that people think that's just an energy thing, but it's also mental acuity. It allows you to make these choices late like, oh, okay, wait, you know what? This is an opportunity that feels like I might be able to get some free time here.
Yeah, she's wants full return on her investment of energy, and she's going to get every second. We just saw her ride past Nick Thompson, who's coming towards the end of his first lap on the run. But yeah, Lotta looks amazing, and this race is playing out quite similar to last year. Lotta leading off the bike, Hannah Berry not far behind chasing. So, and these women know each other, raced each other a lot, raced each other here last year, raced each other fairly closely at the Ironman World Championships in Nice. So we've got a really interesting race unfolding right before us.
Yeah, we certainly do, Craig, and we're getting pretty close to T2, and you know what that means? That means we get a little bit more Will McCloy time as we see Lotta Wilms get off right. She's not wasting any time before that dismount line. She's off and she's jogging. She's got some pavement section before she turns a left-hand corner onto that red carpet, and that red carpet means she is right in sight of Will McCloy. So what you see, Will?
Well, I see the same thing I saw before, mate, which is one of the best athletes in the world about to come around the corner. And that is not a lot of Wilms at all, but that is a very well-timed back-marking male pro. Well, there's Lotta Wilms. Here she comes. The lime green cannot be mistaken. I thought Lotta was a lot bigger than I remembered. And here she comes. She doesn't look super bouncy in her step. Looks like she's really put it in. It's been a tough old bike out there with the headwind as well, as she now cracks the jog, and helmet in hand is going to head into the change tent. Going to find the right bag. Number 2 drops about 19 wrappers onto the grounds, and Lotta will head in and get changed, and we'll walk around and see if we can catch her on the way out. But obviously it's been a pretty serious bike from her on the way back in, has created some time, and the gap there really seems to have pushed out. So she knows that she really needs to have as much time as possible into the women behind her, because if you look at her marathon times over the past, I think her best is 3:04, and last year was a 3:08. So obviously an incredibly fast marathon time, but when you're racing athletes like Regan Holyoke, Hannah Berry, it's probably not quite enough. Jackie Herring can probably go sub 2:55, so it's going to be a real battle out there, and those athletes behind, well, she'll be feeling them breathing right down her neck. So we'll catch Lotta as she comes back out. As we saw, she looked a little bit ginger when she was off the bike on the way back in, but that is a significant bike ride on her own out the front. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, she needs as much time as possible. She's had a bit less racing than possible. She turns back. She's come out and forgotten something, and she's headed back into the change tent. So she was just having a gel there as she came out, and she's forgotten something. Might have been the race belt. So we'll wait and see how much time that's going to take out of her. Every second extremely crucial as she's worked so hard, but here she comes back out. Looks like there's she's got some questions to ask there of the officials.
Body language, look up on the toes, sprightly, legs moving through, back in that cadence straight away. You know, a totally.
She's lost her bag, so the Ironman officials are racing to go and pick up her bag, and she has stopped. So she's having an issue. I think she's missed her special needs bag, and she is waiting here at the exit of T2 while the staff go and try and pick up her special needs bag. So they're just going to look for it right now, and all these precious seconds are being wasted. And they're coming back around, and they do not have it in their hands.
The rack to get a bag.
So
Was in control. Okay.
They picked it up now.
Go in, and that's just the mark of a true professional.
And we can see that they're picking up the bag, and she's going back in to the change tent. So it looks like we're going to have a change in our women's lead, as Hannah Berry is the second to come in, and she hasn't come in yet, but she's going to be very surprised to see Lotta Wilms, who she's been trying to chase down all day. So I think it was, I'm trying to get confirmation, she didn't have her watch, so she's going back to get a watch, and she's got a watch on. Okay, you got it, all right, you can tell the time, carry on. There you go, gone back for the watch. So everything's okay. Take a beat, but there's probably 2 minutes lost there. So I'm sure if she had a time over again, she might have run off without the watch. But here you go. Well, anything can happen in Ironman racing, Matt.
Yeah, that's true, Will, and good job of seeing that. And I thought she was, showing or pointing towards her wrist as if it was her watch, and then I was in a little bit of disbelief that you would wait. But again, even for us, that felt like an eternity, but it probably wasn't as long as we thought, right? But we'll see here.
It was way too long than it needed to be. That's right. Crazy. That's just crazy.
I knew you'd say that, Craig. I could see you're upset. Craig is upset, everybody.
Well, I mean, she's worked so hard to get herself in that position, and these athletes are so in tune with their body, and we have so much data at our fingertips these days.
Yeah.
Heart rate, pace, power, but what's still important is an athlete's intuition. You know the pace you're running, and you know the effort level, the perceived effort level. I mean, to work so hard for the best part of 6 hours to build up a 2.5 minute lead and just watch it, run down the drain. I would have been straight out of there. Forget the watch.
Yeah, no, but Craig, they basically just came out with watches when you stopped racing, right? Like you had a grandfather clock on your back, so I think that's a little bit unfair. But quickly, we're going to look at the Wahoo Elman Bolt split first off the bike. That's a lot of Williams, 4:43.35, amazing bike time for her. And yeah, it's we could talk about this all day, whether or not we think she should have done that or would have done that if we would have done that in position. She lost 1 minute and 45 seconds to Hannah Berry in transition. That is a lot of time, and I don't disagree that's something maybe that the athletes should have a little bit more intuition. But speaking of transition, we've got the Ruvi Transition 2 top 3 fastest male times. That's Sosinski with a 1:28, Hill with 1:38, and Braden Curry 1:46. I'll tell you what, my prediction is Lotta Wilms will not be on the fastest transition times for the women once we get that graphic up. But I do, the part of me likes what I saw out of Lottie, the part of me, right? I'm just trying to look at devil's advocating here, that she was that calm still to an extent, right? Like she thought maybe it was going to be a 20-second thing, go back to the bag. They went to the bike bag. It was in her run bag. But she didn't stress, right? And there's a confidence associated with that, right? And that also means that maybe she knows that she's going to have a decent run and that 1.5 minutes isn't going to be the deciding factor. Again, devil's advocate, looking on the silver lining there, but looking at her moving, Lotta Wilms looks good. She's still in the lead here at Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, and let's see how much longer she can hold on to that.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And we are here with our men's leader at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, Nick Thompson. I am Matt Lieto with Craig Alexander. Nick Thompson still doing the thing, leading the race, and doing so with confidence, but in a casual manner from my perspective. Right now, 10.5 kilometers in, he's got 3 minutes and 57 seconds on Australian Ben Hill, with American Matthew Marquardt 4 minutes 44 seconds behind. Henrik Ghosh is second quickest mover on course right now at 7:47. Let's take a quick look at the run course. Great overhead shot of Cairns as we see the athletes going to take a 4-lap, 42.2 kilometer run along the beautiful Cairns Esplanade. Goes in counterclockwise direction, allowing you to soak up the electric atmosphere of the Track Club Village and the new Cairns Esplanade developments on each lap before hitting that finish line. 256 meters of elevation gain. You wouldn't think it by looking at it, but there's some kickers in there. But amazing, super beautiful run course, and Nick Thompson is in control at the moment. Craig, we like to develop drama. I like to talk about things because that's what we do. I am loving what I'm seeing out of Nick Thompson, but only because I want to see the YouTube comments come after me, as if I'm hoping that he's not going to continue to do this. I couldn't be happier if this guy wins this race. The only thing that concerns me a little bit is right now his predictive pace is at 2:37, which is like a little bit hot, right? And I'm going to let you speak to this because I never knew how to run a marathon. You obviously did. There's always like the theory that like a negative split type effort or exertion was a good one. Do you think that's true, or you try to get the easy miles when they feel easy to you? Is Nick doing the right thing? He's feeling good. Get out there, get some more time.
Well, I mean, there's two schools of thought, and you just checked off both of them. I think historically what we see is you don't see too many negative splits, if any. But when you see an even split marathon, or, you know, someone's back half was within 3 or 4 minutes of the front half, they've done a pretty good job in terms of their pacing. And that's why I said on lap 1 that he needed to cool his jets and just relax and not overreach in the beginning, because I think the race is his to lose. He's the fastest on course. He won't need to run a 2:37 to win, but if he's feeling good, I mean, the other school of thought is if you're feeling good, just be sensible with it though. Just be sensible within your pacing. And these guys and girls do enough training. They know what's realistic and what's not. And we certainly know that Lotta Wilms will know her pacing because she's got her watch on. But, you know, I don't mind Nick's strategy. He still looks good. But as we say, anyone can run a good 2.5, 3 laps. When the wheels come off, to still have 10.5K to run, that's a long way. So he looks good. He does look like he's on sub 240 pace. The turnover's high. He's not spending much time on the ground, a lot of time in flight phase, just floating along, as you mentioned. And he looks fantastic. And I think, you know, he's been around the traps long enough. He's got enough experience. He would have seen the chasers at the top end turn around and again in and around T2. So he knows exactly what kind of a gap he's got, and that he can, you know, if he needs to, he can afford to come off 2 or 3 seconds a kilometre off his pace and just feel more comfortable. So I don't think there's any danger signs yet. I mean, that is a quick pace, but let's just see how the next 20 or 30 minutes. He's still got 2 hours of running to go. So, and he knows that.
If there's something about getting through that first lap that will give you a little bit of confidence, right? You say, okay, I got 1 done. Yeah, I got 3 more to go. But getting through that first lap is definitely give you some confidence. Yeah, he's doing awesome out there, holding on. So let's go back a little bit further into our men's race to see kind of where things are moving. And man, second fastest runner on course,
Henrik?
Braden Curry.
Okay.
Further down, yeah. So he's now moved into 7th place, 15 minutes down. So he's a little bit back. Mike Phillips doesn't look like he's necessarily at this point on a super fast run at 11 minutes back. But we're going to go down to Will McCloy, who is at an aid station.
No, on the course.
Yeah, I just moved on from the aid station, had all the water and Coke that I could possibly have. But behind us, we're going to see Ben Hill in just a second, and I'm pretty sure Matthew Marquardt is right behind him. Nick Thompson just went through the aid station, and he looked like he was absolutely on one. Loud calls, give me 2 water, give me 2 Coke, let's go. So he was very much urgent in his first lap of the run, and the other 2 are heading back out down there to the Sailfin and then back again, and they'll come around back into town to complete their first loop. But Marquardt, if he can, in fact, run down Nick Thompson, first of all, it'll be an incredible turnaround from T1, but he's also got the weight of history against him. If you look back at the 13 editions or 14 editions of this race, no man outside of Australia and New Zealand has ever won it. It's difficult to win here. It's a unique conditions. It's a unique course. It's difficult, and you need that experience. And no one outside of Australia and New Zealand has won it in the men's. In the women's, it's just been one. Jodie Cunningham in 2016 from Great Britain. Other than that, all Australians or Kiwis. So obviously, there's something in the water here that's difficult for people travelling, or maybe it is the Northern Hemisphere folk. When they come down, they get a taste of what us Aussies have to do when we go up to the Northern Hemisphere to race. So we can see the bikes coming, which means we're going to see Ben Hill in just a second. And we also see actually a lot of our lead female, who's still in the lead after that little mishap with her watch, has gotten back into her stride, and she's got the watch on, and she looks happy, and she smiles for the camera and gives us a thumbs up, which is excellent. So she is back into it. So little mishap there. I mean, I know you guys spoke a little bit about, where her intuition at or where her mind's at. Well, now she looks like she's settled back into it. And not far behind, though, Hannah Berry. So she saw 1:45 go out of that lead, and the reigning champion now is starting to hunt Lotte Wilms, the 35-year-old Dutch woman, ahead of her. So Berry, can she go back-to-back here at the race in Paradise? That's the question in the women's race. And now we're going to look back again, and I think I'm seeing that there is just about no gap now between our second place and our third place. Ben Hill, former pro cyclist, an Australian from Canberra, who's held on to second place, is about to be hunted down and, in fact, nearly passed right in front of us by Matthew Marquardt. Put that T1 cramps behind you, sir, from the USA. He's about to head into second position. He gets the high five, and the Aussie and the American head steaming back down into town. How good was that? We were just right on the spot, Matt.
That was awesome. Great get, Will, and certainly like a Matthew Marquardt to make that pass and to give a little encouragement to Ben Hill as he goes by. So Matthew Marquardt is on the move and doing a great job at this point, as is Ben Hill. But the man in control is Nick Thompson, and I think we've got Lotte Wilms still in the lead on the right side of our screen. Lotte Wilms doing a great job, Greg.
Yeah, I think Hannah Berry's coming up close though. She was only a couple of steps behind when we crossed down to Will and Matthew Marquardt. This will be one of the all-time great podiums, I think, to have those issues that he had in T1, and he looked like he was on the hunt then. He was charging, so that's so good to see. Be interested to see how Jamie Riddle's faring. Looks like he's still in the top 5 and moving along well. So really interesting. I'm just upset at you, Matt, for bringing my grandfather fob watch into question. You don't like a good old analog watch?
No, I did always love seeing you gain speed when you decided you were close enough where you could take the grandfather clock off of your back and really put in that effort. So that's always a favorite part of my races, to see that transition from you. But there we go. We got Nick Thompson. I think he's in there in the lead. Right now, he's about a little over 5 minutes in front of Matthew Marquardt, who's just past Hill, and Henrik just a few minutes behind them. Riddle still hanging on. I'm impressed with Riddle, able to kind of get back into the game and get himself up there.
Yeah, he went through a really, really bad patch at the end of the bike, but it seems like he's been able to regroup, just slow his pace down, get some calories back on board, get some fuel and hydration in the system. And at some of the time splits, I mean, it's very deceptive because they're all on different parts of the course at different times, but he was holding 340 per kilometre pace. So that's not too shabby. So Jamie's still in with a fight too, but Matthew Marquardt, what a amazing performance as we flash back to the leader here, Nick. And I don't think there's still too much difference to what we've seen so far, Matt. He still looks like he's turning it over quite nicely. Matthew Marquardt to me looked amazing. I mean, I guess you always get a big lift when you make a big pass, and he was passing Ben Hill to go in the second spot, but just his animation when he ran past Will, his salute to the crowd, he looks like a man who's full of running and full of energy.
Yeah, and when we saw his run splits early, I was a little concerned that he had kind of gone a little bit too hard on that bike, but he was kind of letting his legs come to him, as you probably would if you had catastrophic cramps in T1, right? You maybe let it happen, have some patience there. But seeing him gain that energy is great, but I'm not saying that in any way that I think the ball's in his court. Obviously, man on screen, Nick Thompson, has a lead and he's comfortable, but I think, he's about 4.5 minutes in front of Matthew Marquardt last split we had. But to me, what's telling, Craig, and again, these are just like predictive splits, but it's actually gone down to 2:35. So he's, maybe he's going out a little bit fast, but he's comfortable. He's not pushing. If he was pushing, he'd be degrading probably at this point already, but he still looks casual. The Mo still looks great. He's, he wears it with class, wears it with style. Very, I approve of his facial hair. And he's doing the thing, and he looks, again, casual about it. Nothing's panicked from this man. And sure, having a 4.5 minute lead, why would you be panicked? But there is still that pressure. This is his chance for his big breakthrough. And he's making it look cool. He's making it look like it's something he does 7 days a week. And I love seeing it out of this man, Nick Thompson. He's on it.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Here we go. That is men's second place with women's first place. A lot of Wilms out on course, both out one of the early sections of the course, and both having great races. Very different dynamics as to how they've each gotten to that spot, but doing a great job getting there. And we can see right now the Ruby Transition 2 top 3 fastest female time. That's Regan Holyoke, 2:07, Holly Berry, 2:13, and Jackie Herring, 2:14. And as we said earlier, not in those top 3, Craig, is a lot of Wilms.
No, it wasn't her best transition, but she's put it behind her. She's moving on, and we just saw in that shot that Hannah Berry was still probably 10 seconds behind her there. So Lotta's still in the lead as we get another good visual on Lotta right now, heading towards the north end of the run course. And this run course, it's a pancake. It is flat. It's flatter than a pancake. So, that often makes for fast times, but not always for easy running. Often on an undulating course, like an undulating bike course, you get to change posture, change technique a little bit, give different muscle groups a rest. On a flat course, you're just locked into the same sort of metronomic rhythm and technique. The same muscles are getting worked over. So, a flat course, whilst faster, doesn't mean easy. Comes with its own challenges. But the two women leading the charge here, and now this is a great shot where we can see Lotta in the lead and Hannah closing that gap. The head-on shot, it can still be a little deceptive, but it looks like it's probably 50 meters. Both these women have raced here. Of course, they were the top two steps of the podium last year. Hannah Berry, the defending champion, and Lotta Wilms finished second and led the run, led the race until 10K on the run. So it looks like those two are fighting it out. We haven't really had a visual on Jackie Herring yet or Regan Holyak to see how they're looking. And on course, it looks like Jackie is the fastest, holding the fastest pace, but only marginally, so not a lot in it at this stage. And you don't really learn too much, I feel, the first lap or two, because everyone runs quite similarly. It's when the wheels come off, who can hold pace that back half of the marathon. That's when we'll see big gaps open or big gaps get closed.
I think that's very well said. I do think Jackie Herring, though, again, holding, but she's running faster than Hannah Berry. She is running faster than Lotta Wilms and is just now 48 seconds behind, just under 5 kilometers into this race. So I think Jackie Herring is in good position. Not quite as good position as the man on screen. Nick Thompson, absolutely cruising, looking comfortable, and continuing to run a very, very fast pace now through 15 kilometers, 4.5 minutes up on Matthew Marquardt. Ben Hill just at 20 seconds behind Marquardt at 4:52. Then Henry Gauche at 7:57. And Jamie Riddle is actually stabilized now, 8:53 down. He's right now only running 6 seconds, has run just 6 seconds slower than Nick Thompson to this point at 15 kilometers.
Yeah, interesting. I'm very happy for Jamie to turn it around. He's a tough athlete and he weathered the storm and now he's back in the game. And you mentioned there is a bit of pressure coming from behind Nick, from Matthew Marquardt. I think the fact he's been able to bridge up so close on the bike and then hold a decent pace early in the run, Nick will know he's there, but it's definitely Nick's race to lose. If he can hold pace now, and you mentioned before, Matt, the dynamic of a lapped course, and it's very interesting. I think there's a lot of mental gymnastics that go into play here. If Nick can get, this second lap in the can under his belt and then get a long way through the third lap, I think mentally you feel really good that there's some light at the end of the tunnel. So he's still looking strong. Turnover probably not quite what it was. And I mean, you expect a natural fatigue to set in at some point, but you'd like to see most of these athletes, particularly if they want to contend for the win, hold pace through at least 30 kilometers before, that they drop in pace. So, Nick's coming down now. When he goes through Fogarty Park the next time, he'll have done the first half marathon, 21 kilometers, and he'll be on his third lap. And Matthew Marquardt's laying down one hell of a race here today too, just to be 4.5 back in second place. I did take a quick peek at Henrik Gosch's recent form, and at Ironman Frankfurt last year, even though I think that was cool conditions, fast times, he finished 10th. He ran a 2:39 marathon.
Whoa.
He did a 7:42 for the Ironman, and a 2:39 marathon. So it was, I think, about 5 minutes off what Christian Blumenfeld ran that day. So, yeah, just interesting. He has got a bit of pedigree, Henrik Gosch, but he doesn't seem to be making up any time as we speak.
Yeah, but it wasn't a slow day, that Frankfurt that year. 2:39 for 10th place. He's got it. And again, as we were saying about Nick Thompson earlier, not afraid to go have a great race amongst great competition and maybe not get the big result, but that's maybe going to set him up to have that here. And we talked about pacing a little bit earlier, but the first 20K isn't going to be where someone that has a 2:39 generally shines necessarily, right? Like it's going to be that back half. So it's definitely a lot of room for Henrik to show us what he's got. But looking a little bit further down, Mike Phillips, still holding on, but he's not running necessarily as fast as we've seen him when he's had great days. And Braden Curry's still running well. Put a minute into Mike Phillips at this point. Now he's just 3.5 minutes behind Mike, and Braden Curry looking for that world's spot as well. So a lot to fight for in the minor placings. Do have some qualifiers up in there. We know Jamie Riddle, has gotten his spot to World Championships. But right now, back on screen, that is Lotta Wilms, and at this point, looks like she is still holding off Hannah Berry. We can see that shadow that is Hannah Berry. Looks like at this point probably 5 or 6 seconds, but Hannah Berry's going to have a shadow pretty soon too with the pace that Jackie Herring is running. So we can look behind and we see that cyclist with the fluoro vest behind Hannah Berry in the background of that shot, and that's kind of a guide to a certain extent, just to make sure people know second place is coming and that where second place knows they need to go as far as the course goes. So we can look in the background and see if we see another one of those cyclists, behind our third place woman and Jackie Herring. We see that here with Matthew Marquardt in second place. And Craig, it looks like he's maybe opened up that stride a little bit. He's looking a little bit more fluid and looking more like Matthew Marquardt looks when he's running well.
Yeah, he looks great. He looks good. He's definitely got the turnover. He was able to just blow right through Ben Hill and take second place. We just saw in that last screenshot of Nick Thompson, Nick and Matt crossed paths, so they'll know exactly where each other is on course as we see Matthew coming up to make the turn at the north end of the course. And yeah, he looks great. And what a fight back. Just, we've talked about it. And I mean, it's just incredible to have that kind of a physical malfunction with your body, early in the race, to fight back from that, not only get yourself right physically, but mentally get back in the game. Just a great effort. And it's interesting to me just watching all the different run techniques, as we see. Actually, I think Matt's taken some time out.
He has.
Matthew Marquardt now down to 4:05, so he's taken about another 25 seconds out of Nick. So, yeah, this race is really getting interesting, and I just love looking at all the different techniques. Again, we can talk about what's considered textbook and what's perfect, but what really matters is what's effective. And you really got to look from the hips down, the core, and the hips down, the leg turnover. And every athlete has their little telltale signs when they start to fatigue, a little bit of wear and tear in their biomechanics and their technique, as we see Ben Hill make the turn, a lot of Wilms make the turn at the north end, and now Hannah Berry make the turn. So
Jackie
very lucky
right
to get
behind.
all, and Jackie right behind. So we got all 4 athletes in the shot. So this race is really starting to heat up for me. I'm loving the dynamics of this run. Jackie's definitely the fastest on course, but again, we saw Nick was the fastest on course the first lap of the run, and now Matthew Marquardt's just chipping away. He's rolling his sleeves up, and he knows the job at hand. And this is shaping up. The men's and women's races are really getting interesting.
Yeah, they certainly are, Craig. And Jackie Herring, at this point has run 2 7K 40 seconds faster than Hannah Berry and 1 minute and 20 seconds faster than Lotta Wilms at just 19 seconds behind now. So 19 seconds separates our podium. That's going to be probably quicker here. We're going to have 2 or 3 of these athletes running together at some point. So right now we see Hannah Berry is that shadow just hunting, just sitting right over the shoulder of Lotta Wilms. And she's going to get there, but she needs to do so with composure, because as she knows, it's not just that lead now that matters. It's Jackie Herring is the woman that she needs to beat in this race if she's going to take a second consecutive Ironman Cairns, from Jackie Herring. So great racing here. But I love Lotta Wilms and how she's composing herself, Craig. She doesn't look too panicked. Not surprised, looking at her watch a little bit. Obviously, that's an important thing for her. But the most important thing is how she reacts to Hannah Berry, whether or not she's racing this race woman versus woman, or she knows what she's capable of, and she's just going to simply try to stick with what she's capable of.
Well, you would think the fact that she wanted her watch so badly, I'm guessing she's just going to stick to her pace and her plan, but we're about to get the answer to that right now. I'll tell you what, Matt, if Matthew Marquardt wins this race, I'm going straight out to book a cruise and making a comeback so I can combine my two hobbies, racing and retirement. I mean, what a lead up. What a great story. I'm loving it. So, yeah, and he's putting up one hell of a fight as we see Hannah pull up on Lotta's shoulder right here. And yeah, it's almost a carbon copy of the last year, wasn't it? Lotta led the race for 10 kilometers, one lap, and it's going to be similar to that this year. And then we know we've got Jackie Herring coming, and she's the fastest on course right now. So it's not going to be long until she joins these two women at the front of the race. She is, Jackie Herring is hunting kind of on the shadow. She's playing the shadow as maybe she just kind of lets things happen here. And, I think a smart move too, depending on the energy. Obviously, that's what's going to determine how fast Jackie runs. But you'd almost like sitting back and watching this dynamic, right? And seeing if Lotte responds in any way and if Hannah puts an effort in. And Jackie's in a great spot. Running well, being comfortable, running behind the two women you think are the only ones on course capable of beating you. No reason to get in front and then put that weight of leading on your shoulders, I think. And I will say, Craig, you make a good point. I wouldn't be surprised if Matthew Marquardt announces a cruise ship sponsorship within a couple weeks, because he's certainly shown the value of the all-inclusive, all-you-can-eat buffets, right? Maybe you're just getting the carbs on board. Who needs carbs during the race when you've been on a cruise ship for 7 days a week out? But there we go. And the lead change. Hannah Berry in the lead over Lotta Wilms. Lotta Wilms straight on that shoulder. Now she is the shadow, and I think that's our answer. She's not looking at her watch at all. So that shows that she wants it. And man, Craig, are we going to get three women's leaders running stride for stride here in a moment? Jackie Herring, as we can see over the shoulder, just 4 or 5 seconds behind these two women. This race, we knew it was going to be a battle, Craig, but I didn't think we'd get all three of them together within the first 10 kilometers. These women are putting on an absolute show. And to your point, I think it just shows the experience and the composure of Jackie Herring. Very similar to what we saw Laura Phillip do at Hamburg a couple of weeks ago. There's no rush to get to the front of the race. You just take your time. They're only coming up on one lap. Long way left to run for these women. I am curious. Obviously, Lotta's worried. She's not so concerned about pace now as the actual dynamic of the race and going with that pace that Hannah Berry carried past her. So again, not wanting to harp on it, but it just makes me scratch my head why you would waste 2 minutes in transition for your watch when the race comes to you and it's on your doorstep. You go with the race anyway, which is exactly what she's done and what we wanted to see. Hannah was carrying a slightly faster pace. She's made the pass. Lotta's responded immediately, got on the shoulder, and we can see this is such a great shot. We can see Jackie Herring come up, and very shortly 2 will be 3.
Yeah, no, you're right, Craig, and this is amazing moment that we have here. Jackie Herring getting up on the shoulder of our women. Lotta Wilms in second place, Hannah Berry in first place. You could literally, Craig, throw a blanket over our women's podium right now, and this is awesome. Absolutely what we came for here today. Jackie Herring, pre-race favorite for sure. We knew had the running pedigree, getting up on the shoulder of these two women. No words exchanged at all, Craig. No one looking any direction. Jackie Herring not quite taking the lead. It is a little bit narrow here in sections of this course. So Jackie Herring happy to kind of sit in the draft there a little bit. Hannah Berry looks over the shoulder. No big moves being made here, but kind of, Craig, as we saw on the bike ride, when we had that chase group, they all kind of knew that the fight was going to happen later, so there's patience involved. And I think right now these three women are thinking, okay, we're all together, but this isn't where the race happens, right? And I say that Jackie Herring gets to the front and pushes the pace, stretches it out. Surprising to see that Hannah Berry actually at the back of this group now, least able to respond quickly. And Jackie Herring, 100%, Craig, putting an effort in on now has a gap on Lotta Wilms, spreading it out, and Jackie Herring saying, thanks for coming. It's time for me to go on my own run. Nice running with you. See you ladies later.
She looks amazing, doesn't she? She just looks so good. Yeah, I mean, she just took her time and ran up onto the shoulder and through that little tight technical section, showed some patience and tucked in behind. And once they got out on the open path again, she made her move and looks great. Leg turnover looks, she's a great runner, Jackie. And, you know, this is a great battle because, as we said, we've got 3 women who finished at the top 10 at the Ironman World Championships last year, pretty much shoulder to shoulder at the front end of this race. And it's great as we flash back and see Matthew Marquardt here, and be interested to see at the next timing check if he's been able to eat more into that lead of Nick Thompson's. Back again with Lotta Wilms and Hannah Berry, just going past, or coming up to the 10-kilometre mark, the 6.2 mile mark of this marathon. So they're almost through their first lap of 4. You know, it's interesting. I heard Will mention that no one from out Oceania has ever won on the men's side, and only Joni Kunamar on the women's side. And
yeah,
I don't know if we can read too much into that, to be honest. I think the time of the year that this race comes in June, you know, the Northern Hemisphere is in full swing. So if you're in Europe or you're in Canada
100%.
or the US, you probably wouldn't travel down here. But that's the great thing, I think, about the Ironman Pro Series. It's bringing athletes across continents. And, you know, if you're chasing points and you really want to figure, because, I mean, let's be honest, who wouldn't? It's a $1.7 million prize purse for the athlete who takes out the Ironman Pro Series. And you know, Jackie Herring finished second in that Pro Series last year, as did Lotta Wilms. She finished third. So both women finished on the podium. Kat Matthews obviously took it out and pocketed the 200K. What a nice little bonus payday for a season's work, you know. And I love what the Ironman Pro Series has done with the dynamic around the points. So now there's a whole lot of races within a race. There's races to win the actual race. You want to maximize and get every second you can and get every point you can. And also qualification for the major championships. We'll also mention that there's 5 spots for men and 5 spots for women for the Ironman World Championships up for grabs here today, and that's all in play as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely. And great to get this shot of our women's leader, Jackie Herring, taking control, got up to those 2 women in front, and Jackie Herring is in the lead, taking control of this race course. And let's head down real quick to Will McCloy on the run course, see what he's got.
Matt, we just missed it, but Matt Marquardt is just enjoying this race more and more the longer it goes on and on. He just passed us a second ago, blew a kiss to the camera. He's now 3:45 down, and he's running nearly 4-minute kilometres. So he is on a charge. Nick Thompson also looked really, really composed when he went past all the tri-clubs along the front straight here on the Esplanade. But I tell you what, Matt Marquardt, it's a long race. There's 22 kilometres to go, and anything could happen. We're going to stay in this exact spot, and you can come back down to us when it won't be too long before Jackie Herring, who's leading the women's race, will be coming past us as well.
Thanks so much, Will. Great to hear what Matthew Marquardt is up to out on course. It's great to see the effort that he's putting in there, even though he had a tough day. And it was awesome to see Jackie Herring having the day that she wanted to have. Great places for the kids to play out here on course as well, which is awesome. And we got Jackie Herring is going to be coming around here in just a moment, but here we go. This is one of the awesome spots of our course. We have so many different spots for our spectators to kind of hang out and see things, right? At this spot in particular, you can see the athletes in 4 different times in the race, as we have Nick Thompson on screen right now, running very smoothly, starting to slow down just a little bit, you can see in his stride. But let's go down to Will McCoy and see what he's got down there.
I've got exactly what I said I was going to have, Matt, and that's Jackie Herring leading this race. And here she is about to come around the corner, and she has really timed this well. Jackie's looking very, very focused as she heads back into town, and she's going to get lots and lots of support. Let's look behind us now as well as we turn around and we see our chase pack, and that is Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms just behind. So Berry trying to go with Herring here as they finish. Oh, they're moving up towards the 20-kilometre mark, and Lotta Wilms is just tagging onto the back, but you just get the feeling that Berry, she's just like a metronome. She just keeps moving forward and ploughing forward, and that rubber band between her and Lotta Wilms is just getting closer and closer to snapping. But Jackie Herring, I tell you what, she did not know what kind of race she was going to have. It's actually the first time, Jackie, in all of her 20-plus Ironmans, that she's ever entered another Ironman just in case something went wrong, because she's actually never DNF'd an Ironman in all of this time. And then obviously she had that mechanical in Hamburg and then went back to America and then flew back to Australia a couple of days later. So she's had a completely left field preparation for this one, and she had no idea how it was going to pan out. Looks like it's panning out pretty well so far.
Yeah, it certainly does, as we're back in the lead of our men's race with Nick Thompson running along the Esplanade. We can see the beautiful harbor over his left shoulder to our screen right, but Nick Thompson still running quite well through 21.5K, just halfway through this run course at 1:19:52 split. So his predictive split down to just over 2:40 for the marathon. We did see Matthew Marquardt go through 19.7 kilometers, 3:47 down. His predictive split is showing 2:42 for his run split, but I think he's speeding up as we go through here. Actually, the split just went through for 21.1 kilometers for Matthew Marquardt, 1:19:40, so 12 seconds faster than Nick Thompson. But that's after Matthew Marquardt losing a little bit of time early in the race to Nick Thompson. So it's gonna be a tight one. Half of the marathon left to go. 3.5 minutes separate our men's first and second place. Let's see if Matthew Marquardt can do the impossible.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is brought to you by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. And by Tourism and Events Queensland. Queensland is home to world-class events. And we got world-class athletes doing their thing at the front of this race. Craig, we've got Nick Thompson hanging on, doing the thing, 3.5 minutes up on Matthew Marquardt, who's making the comeback of the century. And we've got Jackie Herring in the lead, but just a few seconds behind Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms. And I will say, Lotta Wilms actually looked the most composed in that second and third battle, to me, right? Like she didn't seem stressed about what was happening up the road, where Hannah Berry maybe just didn't seem like she had quite the gear to react. we've just momentarily lost Craig. We'll get Craig back here in a second. But on the left-hand side of the screen, we got Nick Thompson leading our race, Jackie Herring on the right-hand side of our screen, leading the women's race. And I think we got you back, Craig.
Yeah, I was just saying, the women are only 10 kilometres into their marathon. So, you know, Hannah Berry, she tried to change pace, change stride when Jackie came past. Lotta Wilms is whether she either couldn't change or decided not to. But what we know about Lotta is, and Hannah as well, they're just so experienced, and they've both got a great temperament for sort of high-level racing. They don't get easily flustered. They don't get taken out of their headspace too often, as we saw with that little indiscretion that Lotta had in T2 with her watch. You know, a lot of athletes might have lost their rag at that point, but not her. She kept things very calm, very composed. So there's still so much ground to cover in this marathon, and Jackie's looking great though. She's off the front, and you know, again, we heard Will mention she wasn't sure how she was going to race. I think it was an educated or a calculated risk to come here. I think she knew she was in good form. We saw her finish a close second to Paula Finley at Oceanside earlier this year. She had a third at the Ironman 70.3 North America Championships in St. George, Utah. And she probably had great legs in Hamburg right up until the point where she got a flat tire. So I think whilst it's always a risk to travel, it was a calculated risk, and she knew the form and the fitness that she was carrying into this one.
I think you're totally right. And I think when you have that many flats and that's what takes you out, you respond, right? I think she was smart. She saw what the Pro Series was like last year. She saw it was a big travel. Anything can happen. And I even saw some pundits earlier this week saying, oh, Jackie Herring's like chasing the Pro Series and she's chasing her tail and you should never chase the money. It's like, no, man, she's a pro. She realizes she didn't spend all that equity she earned in training this year to get to this fitness. And now she's able to spend it. And that's what professional racing is. And I knew Jackie Herring was going to respond to those comments as she is today. And that's with her feet. She's doing an amazing job of it. Great stuff from Jackie Herring. We were able to sit down and chat with her briefly this week. Let's hear what Jackie had to say.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what my body does or what happens, but honestly, I've been fine. I just continued on training the next day after Hamburg. It was pretty much, I had like a swim bike workout for Hamburg on Saturday, and then I went for a run on Sunday and got home the next day and just cracked on with it. It was really not a huge deal. Yeah, I have never had anything like that happen to me really in a race, and I was really surprised to see how I dealt with it during the race, which was I found how committed I was to try and figure out the issue and try and get to the finish line. And once I found that was not possible, I had no real feelings about it, except for I tried everything I could. I exhausted all my options, and there was no way to get to the finish line. So I didn't feel bad or any way about it because I had no choice. So I think that's what made me get through it super quickly and be ready to come here, because I really desire to get to the finish line. Yeah, this swim here is way different than Hamburg. We didn't really have like a real swim leader there, and that made for much different dynamics. I think here there's going to be obviously a couple or a few girls out front, maybe way out front. So we're going to see how it shakes out and what happens. Ideally, I can get with somebody to ride my bike with, because I really don't want to ride my bike alone all day. So that will be my goal, is to try and find an ally on the bike, and if possible, if I can swim with anyone, that would be great too. But we will see. It all shakes out. Ironman's a long day, and you know, the swim can help your race, but I don't think the swim is really make or break. That's going to have to be the plan. Yeah, I think as far as the dynamics of this race, I think if I am to make my way to the front, I think it's going to happen on the run. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the course. I love a multi-loop Ironman course, and I love a course with a lot of support. That's what gets me running fast, and I'm really hopeful to just take that all in and have a really nice day.
Well, I'd say she's having a really nice day now. She got her wish. She had some people to ride with. think she'll be pretty happy about that. And all is going to plan B. And Jackie Herring leading the race now with 36 seconds over Lotta Wilms. Just quick update on the men's run. We see Nick Thompson in the lead here, but between kilometers 21.1 and 22.2, he lost 30 seconds to Matthew Marquardt. That is 30 seconds in 1 kilometer. Still looking really good, but we know we've got Will McCloy down there with 70.3 Ironman world champion, one of my favorite people, Tim Reed. You guys talk about that. What do we think? How is Nick going to respond to Matthew Marquardt closing now 30 seconds per kilometer?
Yeah, very good question, mate. We saw Braden Curry just go past, and I thought that's the second most well-known champion in this area right now because Tim Reed is here. Yeah, we're just hearing that Matthew Marquardt has just closed down 30 seconds in a K on the lead of Nick Thompson. I mean, how does Nick Thompson respond? What are your thoughts on can he hold him off?
Well, Will, I was out there on the bike today as part of a team for the 70.3, and it was really tough. I mean, partly because I'm old and retired, but I just was shocked that those guys rode, 4 hours, 10 minutes in those conditions, extremely windy out there. And so I thought this could be fraught with danger on the run. And Ben Hill and Nick Thompson ran out really hard. And as we know in Ironman, that can either lead to a win or it can lead to sort of a bit of a blow up. So that might be happening and playing out right now when we see the lead changing as it's happening. So
yeah, with a field as quality as this, you really got to be right on the edge. We saw Jamie Riddle fall foul of it. We're seeing other people do the same thing. As you said, you rode it. You've also got an athlete out there, Regan Holyoke, who has just swept all before her in the last 12 months, but not having quite the day she would have liked.
Yeah, I mean, it's Ironman and she's having a few stomach issues out there. That's always the fourth discipline of the sport, really. And so I've just said, switch to Coke, just drinking Coke now, try and let the guts settle. And so hopefully she can still come back from here. There's probably no one that I've met or trained that is tougher than Regan. So it's definitely not over, but it's also just a sign of, she had an awesome preparation. She's just come over from Kona and it just shows what happens in Ironman. There's always something that can go wrong.
Notwithstanding that you've got a dog in the fight here in Regan, who do you think will take this one out at this exact point in the race, both from the women's side, where we've got Jackie Herring, who's now overtaken Lotta Wilms and Hannah Berry, and then on the men's side, you've got Nick Thompson fighting with Matt Marquardt?
Yeah, I think Jackie looks fantastic and obviously has the runs on the board with how fast she can run that marathon. I think Hannah Berry's very, very tough, and I wouldn't count her out for the win. If I had to pick outside Regan, I'd probably, maybe it's a little bit biased, but I hope Hannah gets it. She's just from across the ditch, so sort of Australian. In the men's, I really haven't, because I don't have someone in the race, I haven't been following that closely to know how they've been training and where they're at. But yeah, it's hard to say for the men's.
Just talk me through how you think Nick Thompson is looking as he runs past us here.
Well, he's got that sort of look of, when is this going to end? So I think Nick's one of those really tough mongrel dogs, like he just knows how to suffer. And I saw him look like that for the first 20K in Western Australia last year, I think. And then he ended up coming through and coming good and finishing second. So he might be having a bit of a bad patch now, but he knows how to hurt, and I think he'll still come back. So he might just be playing a bit of defense, holding back a bit, getting things under control, and I think he'll get back to it.
Matt, I really appreciate your time, and let's hope Regan goes well, and congratulations on getting out there and just knocking out a 90Ks as part of the team.
Yeah, it was quite an achievement at the moment to get through that 90K. About halfway through, I thought this was a big mistake. So
I think we can all appreciate that's how we feel about all triathlons we do all the time. Matt, we'll go back to you.
Not me. I want them to never end, which is why it takes so long to get around the course. Great stuff from Tim and Will. Thank you, guys. And Craig, Nick Thompson, we saw him there briefly. It almost looked like, I could be wrong, like he was kind of got a little shaky. It looked like maybe he did like a tiny little puke, maybe in the mouth and then spit it out. Sorry to get a little bit graphic, but he did lose another 20 seconds in the next 1.2 kilometers after that last split. So he's now just 2:38 in front of Matthew Marquardt. Do you think, as I think Tim put it, this mongrel dog has enough in him to hold off 2:38 to what seems like a cannonball rolling downhill, which is Matthew Marquardt at the moment?
Well, according to the splits and mathematics, and I'm not a genius, but if he keeps losing that amount of time per K, the answer is no. Yeah. But I mean, I think the pictures on screen don't lie. He still seems to be turning his legs over. we did see him power walk slow down through a couple of aid stations. So that might have cost him 10 or 15 seconds each time. Often when you see an athlete lose that amount of time that quickly, either the tracking's wrong or they've actually stopped. And the visuals we've had of Nick, he still seems to be moving okay. So there's a long way still to go in this race. He's coming up to the turn at the northern end, 15K to go. Matthew Marquardt's coming home with a wet sail. He's absolutely flying. This is a great, great race. And, I loved Reedy's. I was first of all, I was surprised to hear Reedy say that Regan's the toughest person he's ever met, because he's met you, and I know he fancies you as a tough guy. But, Reedy's insights are always amazing. He's got one of the highest triathlon IQs in the sport. And Nick is tough. And not every step of an Ironman race is perfect. You got to weather a few storms. The question is, how much can you limit the damage when you're going through those tough moments? And Matthew Marquardt had to weather a big storm early in this race, and he did it. And now he's on the front foot, and now it's Nick's turn to see if he can return serve. And I'm not giving up on our little Aussie boy yet. I think he just needs to get through this third lap, and he'll get a big mental boost knowing he's on the the run home. He just needs to get through this third lap. And, he still looks to be moving okay. At the top end of the course, we'll get another split, provided he's still not losing chunks and chunks of time. If he can stop the bleeding, as they say, and just have that gap back to second level off a little bit, I think it'll give him confidence to kick on.
Yeah, very, very well said. And I'm with you. I think if he makes it through that third lap in the lead, that's going to be something and put a little bit of wind in his sails. But at this point, it looks like, one of those periods of time where like the struggle is real to a certain extent. And again, these splits might not be telling the total truth. And I think you're correct in saying what we see on screen, which right now, seeing on screen, Jackie Herring running very, very smooth, very efficiently, very well, is that him walking for periods of time, that's how you give up 20 seconds in a kilometer, right? Like, so it's unfair to really always base it on the time, even though that's kind of how the world works at times when you're having a race like this. But he's still in a good position to defend. And I think you're right. If he gets through that third lap, he's going to be in a much stronger position. But this man on screen right now is, he's turning on the energy. And, we've talked about form, and you mentioned it. Matthew Marquardt has never been accused of looking like a gazelle per se running, and I say that to defend him, because right now he's looking good. You can see when that left arm goes a little bit more, he's actually putting more effort in, and it doesn't necessarily mean he's getting more tired. So he's pushing on the pace. But I want to focus on how good the women's leader on the left side of our screen looks right now. Jackie Herring really putting on a clinic at this point, had patience kind of to wait to when it was a time when momentum was on her side. And now she has 48 seconds on Hannah Berry and a minute on Lotta Wilms. And the American, again, has had to move things around more than maybe she would have liked to do, early in this season. But again, she's had great races, as you said, Craig. She had a fantastic race at Oceanside to start the year, second place just behind Paula Finley, and then a great race in St. George as well. And now, looking like getting 5,000 points out of this race if she continues on this pace. And, again, putting herself at the top of this Ironman Pro Series, where I think a lot of people said, oh, Jackie was in the lead last year and was in contention because, it was maybe favored the North American at the beginning of last year. Maybe she, kind of got lucky and put more points on the board early. And she's like, nope, you know what? I'm going to go out and do it again. And I guarantee you, because I said a couple times, as soon as the Pro Series was announced, I knew Kat Matthews was going to win. And I guarantee you that kind of talk ticked her off. And this year she's like, you know what? I'm going to see how close I can get and prove that I can battle with the best women in the sport over the season, because consistency is one thing that Jackie Herring has in aces, and she always, always has. And to me, the most impressive thing about Jackie is that she took like 10 years off of Ironman racing, Craig. And that, to me, is insane, that as soon as she went back, she set the American record last year and has just shown that she is tough, and that Ironman distance really suits her so, so well.
Yeah, well, she took some time off to start a family, take care of the important stuff, and it's so great to see her back. She looks incredible. She's floating. Yeah, she's having a great race so far. So, I mean, I hope she doesn't feel she needs to prove to herself that she's one of the best in the world, because it's clear to all of us that she actually is one of the best in the world. And, you know, when she gets it right on her day, she's a very consistent athlete. We see her ultra competitive at the 70.3 distance and the Ironman distance, not scared to throw a bike in the bike bag and travel halfway around the world to race some of the best in the world in their own backyard. And so far so good for Jackie Herring. She looks smooth, she looks in control. There's no sort of pained look on her face. There's just a composure and just a metronomic consistency about her whole demeanor and everything. It looks good as we just see her clicking past age group athletes. And, you know, over on the right of our screen, there's Nick battling away. And at last check, it was down to 2 minutes. Pretty soon they're going to take a turn at about the 20, I think it'll be about the 27 kilometer mark of this run. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see Nick and Matthew lock eyes on each other as Nick's making that turn, heading back towards Fogarty Park for the end of the third lap. And Matt's making the turn or heading up towards the turn at the northern end. And this has just been an awesome race. It's been so good. These two gentlemen on the men's side have really put on a show for us. And there's still a lot to play out, you know. At some point, this racing becomes not about who's speeding up, but about who's slowing down the least. And if Nick can stop the bleeding here, at some point Matt will come off his charge, and it's all about the ebbs and flows of the confidence and the momentum that you're getting. And you know, he'll be full of running at the moment because he can see the splits coming down, but Nick just needs to battle on and keep chipping away at the real estate and get closer and closer to that finish.
You're totally right, Craig, and very well said. And I'm about to blow your mind. You're talking about Matt. Fastest mover on course, Matt Hansen, doing Matt Hansen things. Goes through 21.1 kilometers. Hold on to your hat. 112.14. Halfway through. At 22.2K, he's now moved into 8th place, 15 minutes down at 116. His predictive split, if he holds onto this pace, which would be ridiculous, 225. Which puts him.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
Which puts him in podium position. It's insane. If he holds on to that, that'll be the fastest run split ever in Ironman and crazy stuff. But Matt Hansen is absolutely flying. And it talks a little bit to this course, as is Jackie Herring at the front of this women's race. And we saw Hannah Berry there momentarily running very, very well in second place. But part of the dynamic is a race course like this, Craig, not suited to the leader because there's so many out and backs. There's so many opportunities for the chaser to dose their energy, to put the pressure on the person that's in the front. And is it really suited to, in this situation, like a Matt Hansen running through the field, a Matthew Marquardt chasing for the lead? Does it favor that athlete opposed to the athlete that's leading the race?
Well, that depends on psychology, and there's no right or wrong way to answer that question. But some athletes like to be out of sight and out of mind. Others don't mind the combativeness of racing and seeing how close behind their competitors are. So, you know, that's a very, very individual thing. Each athlete is different. We know of athletes who are great front runners. We've known of athletes who are great come from behind athletes. So, you know, I've got a few mates up in Cairns watching, and I've been getting text messages for the last half hour saying, look out for Matt Hansen. He is absolutely on a tear. And, you know, he has got a 2:34 marathon to his credit at Ironman Texas. It was an Ironman marathon best time ever. Of course, it's not anymore. We've seen Patrick Langer run a 2:31 and also a 2:30, I believe. And we saw Manuel Macias run a 2:26 or a 2:27 in Ironman Brazil a couple of weeks ago. So these times keep coming down, but Matt Hansen has that pedigree. So let's keep an eye on what he's doing as we are getting a nice front on shot of Nick. And Nick he's in the box. He's in the box, but like Timmy Reed said, he's got, as we say down in Australia, he's got plenty of mongrel dog in him, and he likes a fight. He likes a fight. He's very tough, this man. All these guys are, these guys and girls. they're tough. Not only are they great athletes with a lot of pedigree, they're just very mentally tough. And, you know, no one's going to be laying down and rolling over for their competition, as we see Nick make that turn at the northern end of the course. And now let's get a split. This will be an interesting split at about 27 kilometers into the run. Let's see if Matthew Marquardt can continue his charge. Let's see if Nick's weathered the storm. He's been going through a rough patch for the last 20 minutes. And I think we can see Matthew Marquardt on this long shot, Matt. Correct me if I'm wrong. Behind some of these age group athletes, I think Matthew's coming into shot here.
He is right there. You can see him right behind one of our age group athletes. And, you know, that is a long shot. But Matthew Marquardt is, you know, as you said, Craig, we're going to see a lot from this split. But also, Craig, there are people, the athletes building in. You know who's one of the fastest runners on course? Ben Hamilton is out there doing it, but Matt Hansen just moved into 7th place. Jamie Riddle is on pace for a 2:36. He is going to pass Ben Hill for 3rd place here in not too much time. And all that being said, Ben Hill, to me, is having a very impressive race, one of the best races we've seen from him. Obviously, breakthrough race for him. Matthew Marquardt goes over the timing, Matt, takes this 180. We're going to see this split here. We can see our precision fuel and hydration performance split, 25.3K. Matthew Marquardt goes through at 6:54.48, 3:45 per K average to that point. But that shows him at 1 minute and 13 seconds, Craig, behind Nick Thompson. And Nick Thompson's going to start feeling that weight. And Craig, if you're in this position where you've seen this wave move, I'd say back and forth, but it's really just back, and you're Nick Thompson, do you compose yourself as much as you can now? And I know you've never been caught on a run before and had to respond. It's always the opposite. So I know this is going to be a visual, you know, a theoretical question for you. But if you're Nick Thompson, do you make sure you stop in the aid stations and, like, do you save as much energy so that you have hope to fight and give up a little bit of time now so that you can get on that shoulder to have the battle? Or do you hold off the chasing athlete as long as you possibly can?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, mate, everyone gets caught sooner or later. So I have been through this, and every athlete goes through this. I think if you're Nick, you've seen the time come down. You're well aware of what's going on course. You know how much time is left, and you also know that Matt's worked hard. He's been on his own all day. He's had to work hard on the bike. He's working hard in the run now, and he's absolutely flying on course. But if I'm in Nick's shoes, I'm punching the Coke down as we speak, every aid station, and I'm readying myself for a big battle. There's a big battle, and what he needs to decide is, you know, does he really want this to be his first big win on home soil? All the momentum at the moment on course is with Matthew Marquardt, but I think Nick's a fighter, and I think he just needs to get some Coke in. And it looks at some point, I'm going to suggest in the next 3, maybe 4 kilometers, Matthew's going to be up on his shoulders if he keeps holding pace as well. And at that point, we've got a fight on our hands and we've got a battle. So if I'm Nick, I'm just getting ready for that. Mentally, I'm getting ready for it. Nutritionally, I'm getting ready for it. I may be trying to do a few little things physically to loosen the legs up. A couple of little mental cues that every athlete has with their technique, trying to relax and just getting a real positive mindset. This race is not over. Both men are laying down a hell of a fight. It's so good. This is a great race. And, you know, Matthew's on the charge. He's got all the momentum right now, but Nick needs to steady the ship, you know, and just get in his head what lies ahead. He's got about a 35 to 40 minute battle ahead. He needs to grab some of that flat Coke that they hand out on course and just get ready nutritionally, mentally, and physically for a big fight.
Craig, I'd add something, but that was perfect. You said everything that needs to be said about that situation, and let's just see how Nick Thompson responds. And I think you could see visually on camera that he's doing some of those things, right? Like you have to compose yourself for the fight, but then also the response if you lose that fight, right? Like if you've already let yourself give in to a certain extent and aren't doing all the little things, then, you know, what's worse than getting passed for second is like getting passed for first is getting passed for second, getting passed for third. Like Nick has this race right now is the best race he's had in his career. He is just keep moving it forward as much as he can. And Matthew Marquardt is having the best race in his career in spite of some issues that he's had, right? So sometimes the better man will get to you, but hasn't done it yet. And again, if we weren't looking at the splits, I'd still be saying, man, look how calm Nick Thompson looks. Look how composed Nick Thompson looks. So I think he's in a great position here. It's a good long shot. We can see, if, we look at these splits and it feels like it's so close, but it's still a long distance. Matthew Marquardt can only really see Nick on these long, long straightaways where there's not a lot of athletes. And that's one in Nick's side. As we're back to Jackie Herring going around that 180-degree turn that we saw our men go through not too long ago. Looks smooth and sprightly as she does so, and we'll see kind of what that gap is on Hannah Berry on the other side.
Yeah, as we see Ben Hill also making the turn, and both these races, the men's and women's races, have unfolded. Really, it's a real treat for those of us who are fans of the sport to watch this. Jackie's still looking as smooth as silk, just nice and composed, great turnover, just that low arm carriage that we know she's famous for. Let's not discount Jamie Riddle. I just saw a split. He's 4 minutes back. He's come good. So if either of those 2 men at the front of that, and this is the interesting thing with Ironman racing, a 4-lap course, you can't just run 2 or 3 good laps. You really need to run 4 pretty steady, consistent laps, particularly if you've got fast movers. I think Matt Hansen's a little too far behind with only just over 10 kilometers to run. I'm so excited to see what kind of a time he can lay down here and what a fighter he is. But it looks like that Jackie's easing away and just opening up a bit of a lead. But again, the women aren't even at halfway of the marathon yet. So I'm sure Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms are just making sure they're on point with their fueling, getting the calories, getting the carbs in, getting the electrolyte in, fighting off the fatigue and those cramps, and just trying to keep things as steady as possible. But this last lap in the men's race is shaping up as an absolute showdown. No man giving an inch right now. And Matthew Marquardt, what a fighter he is. What an absolute awesome performance, from what looked like a disaster coming out of the swim. And let's not forget, he had a great swim. He was third out of the water in the box seat, has just kept fighting. And it goes to show you just got to race your own race, and you're never out of it.
No, not at all. And just for info, Craig, we did have Jamie Riddle move into third place. So great stuff from him. But watching Nick Thompson on course right now, still in the lead, hanging on. We are going to get down to Will here in a moment here. We know he's got action brewing, comes thick and fast here down on course here at the Cairns Airport Ironman at Cairns. But Nick Thompson still rolling at 1:13 ahead. Don't see Matthew Marquardt in the background quite yet, but hey, let's go down to Will. What do you have for us? Show us the action.
All right, so we're waiting right now for Nick Thompson to come past, and just how close Matthew Marquardt is going to be, it will be the key question at this point in the course, because we're edging up towards the 30-kilometre mark, as you know. But what just happened before that was Matt Hansen just came past going the other way. And I've got to say, the man is as close to sprinting as I've seen anyone out on course ever, to be honest. And that includes short course racing as well. He could be going sub 2:30, which would make him then the world record holder for the Ironman run, which was only broken at 2:28 a couple of weeks ago, as you guys know. The same week as Hamburg down in Brazil with Manuel Macias, who could end up being the Liz Truss of Ironman running. That was the Prime Minister who was only in power for a couple of weeks. So the same thing could happen if Matt Hansen has his say. So in the background here, we're still waiting for the bikes to come around the corner, which means that then our leaders will come. But it seems almost inevitable at this point that Marquardt is going to run down Thompson. And according to Craig, my producer, he was just saying that at this point, if they run at these paces, they're going to finish within a minute of each other. And we know Thompson is going to try to respond if indeed Marquardt does finally come past him. And how many matches has Matthew Marquardt also burnt on this one as well, because let's not forget, he only arrived on Tuesday after a 37-hour and 10-minute trip from Ohio to get here. And then 10 days ago, as we keep saying, he was on a cruise ship for 7 days. So being able to sustain that is it would be an incredible achievement just to be able to finish this race, let alone run his way into first position after those cramps that he had back in T1. But this is a guy who seems to have 30 hours in a day, to be honest. He's almost a full-time worker as well. So he studies at medicine. He's a third year in his medicine studies, and also does triathlon on the side as well. So he's making the rest of us feel really bad about all of that. There's no doubt about it. But we're still waiting for them to come back around the corner. So we might have gone a bit too early. But at any point down here, and you can actually hear the cheering down there in the distance, as these two are going to be having quite the duel when they come around the corner. In fact, I think I can see the bikes now just coming around the corner. It's all the way down there at the back end of this one. So we'll see if we can watch them coming towards us. There's the lead bike. And behind them, we should see the blue of Nick Thompson and the red and white of Matthew Marquardt behind. And the question is exactly how big is that gap going to be? So there's Thompson coming towards us. We haven't seen Marquardt yet in the background. And here comes the bike behind. So what was it, a minute 13 at the last timing lap? I'd say it's a little bit less than that right now. And there is Marquardt in the red behind. So Thompson, he's not looking behind at the moment. Not like him and Jamie Riddle were looking behind a little bit on the bike. But he's still looking steady, still bouncing high on his feet, knowing that he's probably only got, well, he's got about 10 or 12 kilometres to go. But he'll know those cheers are behind him as Thompson looking as focused as he was, and to be fair, he's looking no different than what he was 10 or 15 kilometres ago. And meanwhile, Marquardt, he doesn't have the most efficient running style. Looks like he could run through a brick wall, really, if you gave it to him, and he is absolutely motoring. He's given us the sharkers the last couple of times. It's just the grin and bear it face now, though, as he digs super, super deep. He knows he's got him in his sights, Nick Thompson. Can he become the first man from outside Australia and New Zealand to win this one, coming off a less than ideal preparation? This will be huge for him. Pick up a knee slot as well, as will Thompson, for anyone in the top 5. But those two are about to have quite the duel over the last 10 kilometres. So if you are watching, go and get a cup of tea now and come back, because this is going to be a huge end to this one.
I don't think there's enough time for that water to boil at this point, Will. But yes, a battle to come, as we can see that shadow of Matthew Marquardt chasing from behind. But Nick Thompson, I think he feels it. I think he hears it. You could see the turnover, Craig, almost increasing there. It looks like he's running downhill at the moment, opening up that stride again. Moments ago when we were on that shot, Craig, it did look like we saw Nick with another little kind of micro puke when he was running. So it does seem like he's going through kind of that gastro issues. Maybe he's put a little bit too many coals on the fire, or logs on the fire, so to speak. But he is still hanging on, doing what he can. Some incredible running on course. Again, Jamie Riddle moving up into that podium position. But the fight is with Nick Thompson, who is hanging on to try to get his first big win here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Can he hold on to the fast charging and tough as nails Matthew Marquardt?
What do you want?
What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And we are back here at the race, at the front. And we got Nick Thompson running. We can see him running fast. But looks like we had a lead change while we were off camera. It looks like Matthew Marquardt has gone into the lead at the race here at Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. Certainly does. And we can see, trying to get visual here, see who we're seeing here. But
absolutely.
Craig, what are you seeing?
We saw Matthew Marquardt he's a man on fire right now. He went charging past Nick right before the end of that third lap, and didn't look like Nick could respond. So, I mean, we've got a lap to go. We're up for an really exciting last 6.2 or 10.5 kilometers, 6.2 miles or 10.5 kilometers. Matthew Marquardt does not look like he's slowing down. He's full of running right now. We heard Will mention that he hasn't had an ideal lead up. Certainly with the cramping issues, hasn't been ideal. But, sometimes when you go on a cruise, whilst it might not be your textbook lead into a big race, when things are not going well and, you're trying to solve a few issues and problems, sometimes the best thing you can do is step away from the sport. So, his partner graduating, becoming a physician, and then going on a cruise might have been the tonic he needed to reset mentally. He still knocked out 24 hours of training in that week on the boat, and maybe it's just giving him a chance to, sometimes you need to step back when you can't see the forest for the trees, when you're in amongst it and you're trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle that, you just can't put all the pieces together. And they've had this issue with his cramping, and they haven't solved that, certainly haven't solved the problem, because we saw it coming out of the swim and into T1. But since then, it's been smooth sailing for Matthew Marquardt, and he just looks $1 million right now.
He does look like $1 million, as does currently frozen woman on screen, Jackie Herring, taking away the lead here in Cairns. And let's head down to Will, who's got action on course.
Yeah, you're just seeing the receding back of Jackie Herring, who is so smooth at the moment as she's keeping up with Jamie Riddle, who's just come past. So she's going extremely quickly, and she's just really taking command of this race, Jackie Herring. She has just been, I guess she's decided where to burn her matches. She knows, that she's hasn't had the ideal preparation. So she's really been patient in this one and sat in on that bike as well. And then she has moved to the front when the time matters. Now, there's someone else very slowly coming towards us as well at this point. And I've got to remind myself, Craig, what's this guy's name? Harumi Anada, right? So I've just had to ask off screen for that one. Now, Harumi is 92 years of age, and no one has ever finished a 70.3 over 90 years of age. And if he does, in fact, do it, and there he is, he will become a world record holder, and he is going to do it. He tried to do the Ironman last year, got let go, and here he is, Anada. This man is going to be a world record holder. What a champion. Keep going, my friend. You're going to do it. You got it. You're nearly there, son. Absolutely love it. Harumi Anada, 92 years of age. He got timed out in the Ironman last year, comes back for the 70.3, and at 92, just think about that. If you know anyone in your life who is 92, consider doing a 70.3. I'm just in awe, and so should everyone else be. Now, we'll see if we have a look behind here. And I think we've got Hannah Berry which, to be honest, after Haruki Inada is a little bit of a letdown. But anyway, we're gonna see Hannah Berry, who's in second position, so we can see exactly how far Jackie Herring has on Berry, and that is at around the 21.1 kilometre mark. So Herring doing a sub 120 first half marathon, and that's why she's got Berry here, who is coming past, who just looks, and I know that I said metronomic, but she looks exactly the same as she always has, Hannah Berry, which means that she's going to follow up her win last year with a very, very solid second at worst at this point. But then, of course, we're still looking behind us to see who is coming up in third, as we're going to see if we can look back down there. And amongst some of these age groupers, I can see the bike coming around for third, and that is Lotta Wilms. So she's coming, and she's really held on, and it makes you think, Matt, and there's a question for you, obviously, but obviously she's timing herself better because she's got a watch on, but she lost a minute 45, and if she'd have kept that minute 45 and she'd been able to time herself well across the course of this marathon, then she would be sitting in second position right now ahead of Hannah Berry, and there is Lotta Wilms, and she's getting some words of encouragement coming along beside her as she runs here past the Tri-Club Village, and there's so much support here on this course. I'm just really impressed by how many people come out to watch Ironman here in Cairns. Obviously, it's my first Ironman to be at as part of the Pro Series broadcast, and I'm really in love with the vibe of Ironman down here, whether you're 92 or whether you're leading this women's or men's race.
Very well said. The vibe is high, and you know, I did see that athlete last year get timed out, Will, and I was so stoked to see him come back and be able to get across that finish line for the 70.3. And this man on screen stormed his way to the front. And if you're just tuning in, you didn't see earlier in the race, this gentleman was in the lead group out of the swim and then walked transition because his cramps were so bad, lost 6 minutes, was in about 20th position, 20K into this bike ride. Weren't sure if he was going to be able to finish, and he has stormed his way to the front, moving through a lot of amazing athletes here for the Ironman Pro Series to do their best to get as many points as possible. They're giving their all. They're blowing up left and right, and this man just moving through, just moving forward. Matthew Marquardt from the USA, going to be the first non-Oceania champion, and this will be his first professional win in his career if he's able to hold on. Now has 37 seconds on Nick Thompson through 32.7 kilometers. Craig, what do you think about all that?
Incredible, incredible. You mentioned he was 6 minutes back. At one point, he was 8 minutes back. And you stole my thunder. I was about to say, if he wins today, and it looks like he's well on the way, this will be his first professional win. And it's a win that he'll never forget. And for those of us watching, we'll never forget. I mean, you just rarely see a turnaround and a comeback like this. You hope to see it, but look at it. Look at the grimace and the posture and the intention in this man. He's pushing on, and it's great to see. I want to say the 92, mate, can we check his birth certificate? 92 years of age. That is outrageous. I mean, what an effort. But again, we say triathlon is a sport for everybody, and it's a sport for life. And that, again, just exemplifies all of the things that we love about this sport. We've got a medical student who's come off a cruise, had terrible cramps, has overturned an 8-minute deficit to be in the lead of this race. We've got Jackie Herring leading the women's race, come off terrible luck in Hamburg a couple of weekends ago, just got back on the horse straight away. And she's having a great race. And we've got a 92-year-old gentleman from Japan who, I mean, for me, that just says it all about this sport that we love so much.
Yeah, no, well said. And I mean, Matthew Marquardt, Craig, he's almost like needing to put the brakes on going around these corners. He's moving so fast. You know, like he is absolutely flying, and seeing the rate of speed that he's going around this course is certainly impressive and an inspiration. And to think at this point, Matt Hansen's still running about 12 minutes pace faster for the marathon than the man on screen, who looks like he's absolutely flying. So some amazing stuff going on behind this Matthew, another Matt from the USA, 11 minutes down now in 6th place. probably not going to have enough time to move up into the top 5, but having a great run. Another American on the right side of the screen, and that's Jackie Herring. And you spoke to it earlier briefly, Craig, that, we haven't had many, I think you said one female outside of Oceania that's won in the past, and on the men's side, none. And it is that time of year, and it is such a trip down there, and you kind of, it's like going and volunteering to play a home game against the Yankees, right? Like, you don't want to, right? Oceania loves its local athletes, and you wouldn't want to go down into their house and try to compete against them. But the Ironman Pro Series has, kind of encouraged and made these athletes want to go down and race the best to try to get these points. And we're going to see 2 Americans that have opportunity in the U.S. They had Ironman Texas. They've got Ironman Lake Placid, but they chose to go down to the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, to get their 5,000 points. And it looks like at this point, they're both going to be able to go ahead and do so. And again, to me, what's impressive, Greg, is both of their journeys to get to this point for this win are journeys that you would, as a coach, never, ever write out as a plan, right? Like, they are adapting and adjusting and doing a fantastic job of it. Jackie Herring is so confident in her racing over this distance now, even after taking that 10-year break. Just love to see it. And then Matthew Marquardt just been chasing this first win for a while. And again, he was so close to being able to win the Ironman Pro Series last year, and just had these massive cramps and kind of took himself out of it, not being able to compete with Gregory Barnaby. He ended up taking the title for the men. And, he's wanted to remedy that. And he was kicking himself that he wasn't able to do that. And now he's getting max points in an Ironman. And that's something he wasn't able to do last year, Greg.
Yeah, well, it's just impressive. But again, mate, to your point, I think that's what the Ironman Pro Series has done. I mean, it's easy for people on the outside to say, well, this is not a great plan, chopping and changing, but that's what professional athletes do. That's what they do. They sit down with their teams and they come up with a path forward. Sometimes you get the odd challenge, obstacle thrown up, the odd curveball thrown at you, and you have to pivot. You have to pivot quickly. And again, for me, that's part of the job description of being a professional athlete. And I think that the Ironman Pro Series has given athletes opportunities for big races 12 months of the year. You do have to plan your season, and, you can't put a price on a good race plan. But in the past, in June, you wouldn't have seen Northern Hemisphere athletes come down because they have so many other racing opportunities in the Northern Hemisphere. Both these athletes, as you mentioned, have had recent issues, recent challenges, but they seem to be in good form. They're clearly in good form.
Right.
So it's more the timing that's important rather than the location. The location is just geography. The way athletes train and periodize and polarize their training, they're in peak form at different times of the year, and both these athletes are in good shape. So why not capitalize? And that's what I'm loving about the Ironman Pro Series, is we see, it looks like we could tuck a football under Matthew's arm. He looks like he's running the pigskin up. I mean, he just is charging, and I love it. I love the intention, the body language. He can sniff the finish and he's going for it. But, that's one of the great things we've seen about the Ironman Pro Series. I think it's, as fans of the sport, we get to see the best race more often. They get to race in every corner of the globe. There's prize money on offer here, $18,000 for the male and female winner. There's points towards the Ironman Pro Series, and it looks like both Matthew Marquardt and Jackie Herring are going to get those coveted World Championship qualifiers today as well. So that's a nice little cherry on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Both definitely racing for those qualifying spots. And Greg, it's one of those things too, we talk about, it's, these Americans traveling all this way. It's about time. And I know you, as someone in the Southern Hemisphere, you guys have been doing that. That's just what triathlon's about, is flying across the globe at the drop of a hat. And it's about time the Yanks are forced to do it as well. And man, it's paying off for these two today. And still some more racing to go, but Matthew Marquardt looks not too far away from the win here.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. I'm Matt Lieto with Craig Alexander, and that is Jackie Herring. She's leading, looking over her shoulder, but not taking her foot off that gas pedal at all. You can see, Craig, the distance seems to be, getting to her a little bit, as it does. I see a little bit of fatigue on the face, but ain't no thing for Jackie Herring. I think she's on it.
Yeah, well, we heard Will describe Hannah Berry as metronomic, and she is metronomic. She will hold pace, Hannah. So again, just like we saw in the men's race, the ball is firmly in Jackie Herring's court right now. She needs to hold pace, and she seems to be doing that. That lead is sort of out over 2 minutes and holding steady right there now as we see Matthew Marquardt heading towards the north end of the course. He's probably got, I want to say about 6 kilometers left to run. And in fact, that's what the graphic says as well. So he's 20 to 24 minutes away from the win. He's opened that lead out to a minute on Nick Thompson. And yeah, he just looks full of running. You can see his left hand. You talked about that earlier on, Matt. Every runner's got little telltale signs or little idiosyncrasies in their technique. And whatever Matthew's doing right now is working a treat. It's very effective. And his just fight back has been amazing today. Amazing to watch, For those of us who have watched this sport for a long time, and you've watched a lot of these races up close, Matt, you don't often see a comeback like this. And let's give a shout out to Jamie Riddle. He's turned his fortunes around. He seems to be locked in a podium battle with Henrik Gosch. He's got about 50 seconds on Henrik. They're battling for that final spot on the podium with, still 6 or 7 kilometers left to run.
Yeah, absolutely. And some fast running out there, no doubt. And, metronomic, I would say. I think that's accurate. Craig. But yeah, Matthew Marquardt still cruising. And I think worth reporting and pointing out, yeah, Jamie Riddle is moving through and running well, but Nick Thompson is hanging on strong. He's only lost now a minute the last split that we had. His predictive finish time was still about 2:45, so now it's a minute 38 behind, and his predictive split is 2:44. So Nick having a great race. He just put himself out there at a pace that he thought he would have to do to win, and he couldn't hold on to it. And it's as simple as that, right? There's no shame in that, and he's having a good run. And man, Matthew Marquardt is just chewing on it right now. Like that man is hurting himself, and it's something we're used to seeing from Matthew. And man, he's I don't want to be in his body right now.
It's a sweet pain though, Matt. There's a sweet and a sour pain, and this is a sweet pain. When you're on a flyer, his emotions must be running high right now to be able to turn that around. You talk about momentum and confidence in sport. his momentum ground to a halt after the swim, and his confidence would have been at an all-time low. But just what an amazing performance to turn that around as we see him reach into a little Ziploc bag for some nutrition. So he's still on it. You talk about that mental acuity and making smart decisions. He's still checking his boxes, getting the salt in, getting the calories in, getting the fluid in. So yeah, he's right on top of his game here. And if this is to be his first professional victory, what a victory it will be.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. And yeah, I think you're right. He's still doing all the little things. He's not forgetting about it. I mean, and you know, this is an athlete that checks all the boxes, right? He does all the preparation, and you know, scientifically, he's doing so much testing. I think that's what is so frustrating to him. And I guarantee you, he's going to be ecstatic on this win, but he's going to go to the drawing board before he gets out of the chamois to try to figure out what it is about this cramping, and that you just can't compete at the highest level. This is an athlete that wants to win a world championship, wants to be at the very top. You can't be standing and walking in transition and try to beat the best. He's going to looks like beat the best today, but you throw a Blumenfeld and a Laidlow and that crew in there, and a Ditlev, you can't be standing on 2 feet at any moment to try to compete against them. So he's going to go back to the drawing board, try to figure that out. But point being, he's doing all the things. He knows what he needs to do to try to alleviate these kind of issues. So once he got through that moment, he's been able to push through, and absolutely unreal performance, and something, again, neither of us, I think, would have expected early on. And yeah, still a battle. Matt Hansen trying to run into the top 5 position. He's now 3 minutes behind Ben Hill. Predictive splits show them finishing around at the same time. Matt Hansen, again, predictive split 2:27, which is going to be a little shy of the record, but sub 2:30, ridiculous. Jamie Riddle running so strong in 3rd place. Looks like a 2:39 coming from someone that was in the box at the end of the bike ride and early of the run. Amazing result from him, and Henrik at a 2:42 pace at the moment. So some amazing performances on the men's side. Just right now, we've got Matthew Marquardt just pushing it at the front.
Yeah, and he's still looking good. I think you talk about, you know, going back to the drawing board, and again, that's the champion mindset that you were talking about before. It's not only about the result; it's more about the performance, and that's the mindset that a lot of these athletes carry. It's about continuous improvement, not just winning races. And whilst it looks like Matthew's going to take the win here, and what a win it will be, he will be happy, no doubt, over the moon, but not totally satisfied, because you know, you talk about the athletes at the top of the sport, the males and females who are leading our sport. They're driven and obsessed with improvement as much as they are with winning. And Matthew will know he's got some work to do, but you know what? He can take so much out of this race. And you can, as an athlete, you can take a lot out of every race. It's going to be all the sweeter that he's going to get on the podium and looks like take the win home in his back pocket with him back to the US. And I hope he's not on rotation Monday morning. I hope they're giving him a week off over there. But I tell you what, I'm watching this. I'm just inspired to go out and get myself on a cruise and get back into the game, because this is outstanding, mate. What a story. You know, I'm interested to follow Matthew's journey the rest of this season. I really want him to sort these cramping issues out. It happens so early in the race. It can't be fatigue, and it can't be depletion. Even though he's traveled internationally, he would have been fully hydrated and fully loaded. I'm guessing there's some neural mechanism at play here. So let's follow his journey the rest of the year. But yeah, I mean, Matty Hansen's on a flyer as well, so we'll be interested to see Jamie Riddle, and that's what this racing's all about. You're not in a sweet spot every second of an 8-hour day. You're fighting battles, and sometimes they're only battles that you know about. They're happening on the inside. Sometimes they're physical, sometimes they're mental, and that's your challenge. That's the challenge that you're faced with out here, to ride the wave when things are going well, but to batten down the hatches and you know, minimize the damage when things are not going well. And Matthew's done that well today, as has Jamie Riddle.
Yeah.
And so's Nick Thompson. I mean, there's no shame in his race today. What a race. He took it up the road, and, you know, early on that first lap of the run, you said to me, he was on a 2:37 pace, and I said, you know, maybe he just needs to be a little patient, and maybe there's some lessons. Who knows? It's easy to be a Monday quarterback, but Nick and his team will will have a look. They'll run the slide rule over everything. Whatever happens here in this last 20 minutes, it's been a massive step forward for both these gentlemen, and Jamie Riddle as well. I think there's a lot of learning every time you step on the course for these long distance races. It's never the same. There's a lot of learning that takes place.
Yeah, no, I think, that's great, Craig. And yeah, I mean, I think Jamie Riddle is also one that, he said he was going to have some patience and, he wasn't going to do anything silly. And then he found himself by himself on the bike ride, riding solo for half of the ride. And obviously maybe that wouldn't have happened if Matthew Marquardt didn't have his cramping issues. But, he's going to maybe look back and, I mean, if things don't go according to plan and you have a bit of a blow up and you still end up on a podium of a race of this caliber and not losing that much time, again, every second matters here. I think, Jamie Riddle's got to be absolutely stoked with what he's doing. I love this close-up shot of Hansen or of Marquardt. Is Marquardt trying hard right now? I can't tell. He's sending mixed signals. He is just punishing himself, and and maybe it was like, I'm going to punish myself to this turnaround and make sure I got enough time on Nick. He looks up the road to see how far Nick is, and I guarantee you he's going to be chewing on it all the way to the finish line. But this kid is he's something special for sure, and just running on the fumes of those cramps all day is just remarkable.
Yeah, well, he's on the homeward run now. 4 kilometers to go. About 2.5 miles for those who use Imperial, and I love the suffering here. I love it. You can see what it means to him. He's digging deep. All these athletes, they're fighting their own battles out there and they're all digging deep. But yeah, this is the suffering that it takes to win some of these races. So he's but as I said before, this is a sweet pain when you know you're going to get a payoff for all the suffering. Often you go through this suffering and you don't get a nice $18,000 paycheck, a Kona qualification, and 5,000 Ironman Pro Series points. So there's a big payoff coming at the end of this suffering, so it's all worth it. And he's still ticking along nicely. Doesn't matter what his face is saying or what his arm courage is doing. Look at the turnover. He's still on it.
No, he certainly is absolutely cruising. And we see Jackie Herring on the left side of the screen cruising through it as well. We can see her now with a great gap. It's not anything huge, but it actually has grown a bit. So 235, a 253 over Hannah Berry through 25 kilometers. So amazing stuff. And beating a dead horse here to a certain extent, Craig, but Matt Hansen still moving through, now just 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Ben Hill with 4 kilometers to go. Predictive is showing that he is going to make the pass and still on a 2:26 high run split, which is unstinking believable. Never would have thought just in a few weeks' time we'd have 2 athletes under the 2:30 barrier. Was just talking to Patrick Lange about it on the podcast not too long ago, and he's saying it's going to happen at some point. And it's looked like it might happen again here today. But a lot of racing here. 2 Americans in the lead here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Let's see if they can hold on to it.
Our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Matthew Marquardt in the lead, just a few kilometers away from getting his first professional win here at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, and in the most unlikely fashion he could have thought of, and I certainly could have thought of, standing still in transition for a few minutes and losing 8 minutes in the first 20 kilometers between transition and the first 20K of the bike ride, and then just slowly playing Mr. Pac-Man, just chewing them down, getting them on the bike, getting them on the run, and Pac-Man of the Day award goes to Matthew Marquardt. And still looks like he's looking for somebody to chomp up the last few kilometers, the way he just continuing to punish himself, Craig.
Yeah, man, this is an early nominee for, well, it's a great breakthrough performance, but it might be the best comeback of the year as well. I mean, just incredible. He hasn't eased off. He hasn't let off the pace at that northern turnaround on the run course. He got a good visual. He saw that he was over 2 minutes up. We've seen him start his watch at every turnaround. So he's been taking his own splits as much as he's getting splits out on the course. And just a smart racer, really patient, comeback through the field, didn't panic. Even those images we saw of him, Matt, when Will was down there in T1 and his legs were completely locked up. He was he seemed composed. He was trying to shake the cramps out. It looked like he didn't panic. Real great composure, great patience, and this is one hell of a performance. And we're so happy for him. If this is your first pro win, what a way to do it.
Oh, for sure. And every male pro that swims a 58 or an hour that's won a race is like, what are you talking about, guys? This isn't that big a deal. This is how we do things, right? Joking obviously, but it is. He's kind of put himself in a position similar to that people without that strength are used to. And we see Jamie Riddle making a turnaround the corner. That does look like
Henrik Gosch.
Henrik
Gosch looks like he's made the pass on Jamie there. So, and Jamie's walking. He does. He looks like he's battling a bit of GI distress. So his roller coaster ride continues.
Yeah, and that is brutal. Putting himself in the box again. Again, he was on a 2:39 pace. Henrik was just, kind of waiting in the shadows. Had a decent gap, but, sometimes that performance, that moving up is dependent on the other athletes that have passed you to pace themselves properly. And Jamie just was maybe running a little bit too hot, but, he's still within that 3 seconds, 5 seconds. And, if he's got any fight left in him, he's going to move forward.
He's a fighter. Let's just hope the body cooperates. And I mean, Henrik Gosch is bringing some good form into this race. He won the Ironman 70.3 race recently at Port Macquarie. So those boys are in for a little duel, a little jousting over the last 3 or 4 kilometers, and that'll be a tough finish. But you're right. If you can just come good with that GI distress, get the contents out quickly of your stomach and get back into rhythm. He's only a handful of seconds behind Henrik now. So, but both of those boys will see a very fast charging Matt Hansen at some point coming into that turnaround as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that, they can't mess around too much. Jamie Riddle, I think Henrik's on the gas, but Jamie Riddle definitely needs to compose himself. You've got Ben Hill not too far behind, and obviously Matt Hansen, whose predictive times are showing him running through Ben Hill. So those athletes definitely need to stay on the gas. There's still qualifying spots up for grabs. Jamie already has his, but definitely some movement. We can see Jackie Herring running here at the moment, still looking good. This is a great shot to see kind of what, takes a big exhale, but she looks composed. She doesn't look too stressed, not more stressed than you would be for for being 25 kilometers into a run at the end of an Ironman. She's got almost 3 minutes on Hannah Berry, 4:15 on Lotta Wilms, and 10:15 on Regan. So that was Jackie just going through 27.7K. Matthew Marquardt, looks like the clenching of the teeth is maybe relaxed a little bit. Maybe he's letting himself not suffer quite so deeply just in these last few kilometers, realizing that he is going to get that first win, and he is turning this day upside down as to what it was like, what we thought it might be about 7 hours ago. Matthew Marquardt, amazing performance as he runs the last few kilometers here at the end of Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns.
Yeah, he'll be heading through the Tri-Village shortly. Plenty of support down on this course. Plenty of support, and these athletes will have experienced great support. One of the benefits of a lapped course, I think you can just line the whole course with spectators, and yeah, I'm not sure if he can quite believe it himself. Maybe he can. He seems, to jump on an aeroplane and fly all the way down here speaks of the self-belief that he actually does have in his abilities, and where he fits in the world of triathlon. I think he truly believes he's one of the best in the world, as he should. He was fighting for a podium in the Ironman Pro Series overall point score last year. So he really is just a top performer, and this is straight off the top shelf. It's the best performance of his career, I'd have a guess at, and it'd be interesting to hear his thoughts after the race. But to turn around a deficit like that, to overcome those mental doubts and just the demons, and having experienced that cramping and the "oh no, not again" feeling when it hit, you can imagine the sort of mental state that an athlete would be in, and just to be able to deal with that with composure and patience and turn it around, I think says a lot about the athlete, but also the person, Matthew Marquardt. Just what a resilient, amazing, brilliant, outstanding effort.
No, it really is, and I think it's going to give him a lot of confidence, and then you maybe start doing the math like, man, if I didn't lose 6 or 8 minutes, like, that shows just how fast I really am. Like, how far would he be off of the course record if all these things, right? So it's things that, none of these are excuses or shoulda, coulda, wouldas, but confidence is that the athlete can build within themselves, that like, oh, wait, okay, next time I go to a world championship, yes, I do belong here at the very, very front. And to win a race like a world championship, you have to believe that you can, and you go for it. You be aggressive about it. And he has some things he needs to figure out, like that cramping thing can't happen, but somehow sometimes there's blessings in disguise. Like, he's now shown himself something even greater than maybe those 6 minutes that he lost would have shown him. It's, oh, I can be down and out, and I can pull myself up by the straps and get to the front and put everybody in my rear view. And man, Matthew Marquardt showing us something special today. Hannah Berry showing that her consistency is what we expect it to be, and continuing to put herself in the front of these big, big races. Hannah Berry running just 3 minutes and 13 seconds behind Jackie Herring through 27.7K. Right now, she's running predictive time under 3 hours, which would be a fantastic run for her. So running very, very well. It's just Jackie Herring running that much faster. And I think the athletes knew to beat Jackie, they would have to run in the low 250s. Right now, Jackie on pace for 252 if she continues at this pace, Greg.
Yeah, well, still a long way to go for these lead women. A tick under 15 kilometers. But yeah, that's amazing running. And I think the women's racing is just continues to go to another level as we get another look at Matthew Marquardt now as he comes back through right into the center of Cairns City, heading down to Fogarty Park, and it's not long before he'll see the red carpet and take a bow, young man. What a performance. You mentioned the learnings and the lessons that he'll get from this race. He'll carry those for the rest of his career and the rest of his life. Sport's a great teacher. You're never out of it so long as you can keep a good mental attitude, and he's done that, and he's been able to back it up with his physical prowess as well. And he still looks great, Matt. Look at him. He's still striding out. He looks great. He's just feeding off this crowd, and they're giving him a lot of love, as they should.
No, absolutely. And I think that's great, Craig. It's something that he's going to carry into the rest of his existence. And, Matthew Marquardt has been pretty open about he doesn't just race for himself. Obviously, he races for his family, but he races to be an inspiration and with the thought of cancer patients that he's, doing research and trying to help them as best as he can. It's certainly someone who is just out there giving it all, trying to show anybody that anything is possible, and he's certainly going to continue to be an inspiration to those that he comes in contact in the professional triathlon ranks, but certainly in the other world, and very important and more important to him world that he lives in, doing his best to provide help to those in need that are dealing with a cancer, and such a important thing that he's doing out there. And again, showing him and them that anything is possible. Matthew Marquardt, just a few 100 meters left to go. This athlete is doing something none of us thought he could do today.
Yeah, incredible performance, and let's give him his flowers. He deserves them. Just a resilient fight back, and you mentioned it earlier, Matt, and I think we need to keep eyes on this podium, this final spot on the podium, and also the top 5. We've got Matt Hansen still flying on course. A lot of interest to see what time he can lay down and how far up this top 10 he can get, as we see Matthew zip the jersey up.
Yeah, he is in it, and he is on the red carpet. Finally, he puts a smile on his face. The grimace is gone. Hands are in the air, and the American long travel, and so much happening to him today. So much he had to put himself through, but now he is the 2025 Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns champion, and he can barely believe it. It is Matthew Marquardt.
Yeah, he looks completely spent, but a lot of elation too. And a sub 240 run, just to put a big fat exclamation point on what's been an incredible performance by Matthew Marquardt. First pro win, first win of the Ironman Pro Series, $18,000, 5,000 points towards his season ranking. Thank you very much. And to top it all off, qualification for the Nice World Championships later this year. What a great race by Matthew.
Unbelievable. And the Wahoo Element rival run split 239.47. Tears in the eyes of Matthew Marquardt. He has done something special today, hugging loved ones, and it's his, I believe that is his mother, who is his biggest supporter, and no doubt there's a lot of pride in the Marquardt household right now. Unbelievable performance by this gentleman to overcome such adversity, and we all thought it was down and out, tears in his mother's eyes. Matthew Marquardt showing what Ironman Triathlon is all about.
Great performance by Matthew, and now all eyes on the rest of the podium. We had, at last check, we had Nick Thompson still fighting in, and again, can't understate what a great performance by Nick as well. The finish on the podium at a home Ironman, very special for him and his support crew. And again, he just continues to impress. I mean, 25 years of age, a young man. His stocks have only gone up today as well, Matt. I just think that ride and his aggressive racing, just super impressive. And
yeah, no, absolutely, Craig. And to me, one thing that's crazy about Matthew Marquardt here is that sometimes those setbacks put you in a position to have a breakthrough. And this is an athlete that's maybe not set for these conditions. And he PR'd his marathon by 4 minutes today, did Matthew Marquardt. And race of his career, Craig. And look how much fun he's having again. He looks casual. There's a big smile behind that mo, and you deserve every second of it. There you go, qualified for the champs. Push the pace all day, only bettered by a man on his best day. Nick Thompson, something that Mongrel Dog can be proud of today, Craig. Second place at Ironman Airport, Cairns.
Yep, a great race by Nick, and he replicated his run time from Texas at 2:46. And often to bring out your best performances, you need a willing sparring partner, and I think both gentlemen found that in each other today. You need someone to raise the bar, and often that'll take you with them. And you know, Nick laid down a really attacking bike ride. Matthew responded in kind, and then ran just a phenomenal marathon by Matthew Marquardt. And yeah, we saw the emotional pictures with his mum, who's made the trip down with him. And how good is that? That's what it's all about, whether you're a pro or an age group, or just the the support of the family, and really, really happy and proud for this young man. What a race. What a race. Took it up the road, made it exciting all day long. Just a man who loves the sport. And, you mentioned earlier that, well, actually it was Will who mentioned that that terrible accident in Busselton last year where one of his friends had a crash. I was actually at that race. And, yeah, I think it heavily impacted the whole Western Australian and Perth triathlon community. So just so great to see Nick bouncing back and doing what he does best and what he loves to do.
Definitely an inspiring performance from Nick too, and we can tell he's soaking it all in what he did out there today, and he put himself in a position to win. And just on the day, a better man won, and you can't be bummed about that. He's given himself a bunch of points, some cash in the pocket, second place, and a world's qualification as well. But Jackie Herring looking for those things also, but a little bit more cash for that first place. Jackie Herring showing us that she is a favorite coming into races like this for a reason now through 30 kilometers. And last check we had, she had over 3 minutes and 15 seconds on Hannah Berry. So fantastic performance from Jackie Herring, and she continues on this. She's going to get the top step of that women's podium.
Yeah, just more of the same in the women's race. That lead slowly getting stretched out, but interesting, isn't it? Like Hannah's running well as well. Also, I mean that lead's just not blowing out. It sort of, there was a bit of separation that came quickly, but then it's just after that it's just been inch by inch by Jackie. So both women still working hard here, and yeah, still a whole lap to run, over 10 kilometers to run. So Jackie needs to keep her mind on the job. She still looks great though. Still looks like she's taking plenty of fluid, plenty of fuel through every aid station. But just a great performance by all these top women, and a lot of Wilms still in third position as well. So we still got a race on our hands for the women's podium as we do in the men's. We saw Henrik Gosch take that spot, but Jamie Riddles, I think, has got a little fight left in him, and Matt Hansen was charging hard from behind. So, it's very exciting next 5 or 10 minutes as we see who does get that final podium spot here and get up on that podium with Matthew Marquardt and Nick Thompson today.
Yep. And on the women's side, Kylie Simpson, biggest mover on course, fastest runner on course outside of our women's leader, Jackie Herring, and she's moved into 8th place, and she's got 6th place just a minute and a half up the road. So she is moving through as well, and putting in her effort to try to get a little bit more pay on the day, a little bit more points on the board, and possibly a qualification for Worlds as well. But women on screen right now, as you spoke of, Hannah Berry holding quite strong, impressed by her resiliency and steadiness in her pacing on this marathon, as we wouldn't be surprised. We've seen that from her time and time before. A lot of Wilms still impressing me with how close she's been able to keep things as well. And, she's just outside a minute and a half behind Hannah Berry, so we won't have to ask that question on what if with the watch here pretty soon when she's outside of that minute 45. She knew what she needed to do to be in a comfortable headspace to run this marathon how she wanted to, and she's doing that out here today and going to have a great performance and be still, again, pretty tight across these top 3 women. But again, looking over the shoulder of Hannah Berry as we go through one of these aid stations as she's going through this lap traffic here again in the Esplanade. Great atmosphere, beautiful place. I mean, look at it, Greg. Can you think of a better place to run a marathon at the end of an Ironman?
No, you're putting me on the spot there, but no, I can't. Except it does get a little hot, a little humid, a little windy, and have world-class competition. But apart from those things, the scenery is absolutely spectacular as we get our eyes back on Jackie here, coming towards the end of her 3rd lap. She'll do that little dog leg and then back through Fogarty Park to start her final lap on the run with a 3-minute buffer over Hannah Berry. And I think Will McCloy very aptly described Hannah's running as metronomic. She just holds pace. She holds pace. She does not slow down, and it's a pretty good strategy for these long course races. As now we get a look at Lotta Wilms, who's in 3rd spot, taking a look at her watch, making sure the heart rate's where it needs to be, that the pacing's where it needs to be, and she's battling on well too, Lotta. So we've got two of the three podium finishes from last year looking like they're going to get on the podium again this year. And, you know, Jackie Herring's the spoiler, the big spoiler in the pack, but she's one of the best in the world, chasing Ironman Pro Series points, Kona qualification, and so far, so good for Jackie Herring. It looks like it's been well worth the 15-hour flight down from the US mainland down to Australia.
Yeah, I would say well worth it, and a smart move on her side to make that backup plan and sacrifice to get down here and prove that she's prepped herself well. And then we did miss him coming across the finish line, but right there we see Henrik Ghosh, our third place finisher, finished out strong with a 2:43 marathon, Craig. And you know, it'd be pretty easy 5K to go to rest on your laurels and give up and be like, fourth place is good enough. But he stayed on the gas and put the pressure on Jamie Riddle to push the pace enough for it not to work out for him. And sometimes we think it's the athlete that has the pain, that, you know, it's all on them because they overdid it, but it's the athletes chasing and pushing that make them go harder than maybe they're prepared to do on the day. So that man right there in a little bit of pain, but well-deserved. Henrik Ghosh is going to get himself a qualifying spot to the World Championship, as well as some good prize money in the pocket and a lot of points there for the Ironman Pro Series. And he goes 7:57.38, under 8 hours for him. Jamie Riddle just crosses the finish line with a run time of 2:44.16. Not too shabby at all for fourth place. Jamie Riddle, he put himself out there today, Craig.
Yeah, great performance by both those gentlemen. Henrik, well-deserved, hard-fought podium finish, Kona qualification, or sorry, Nice qualification, actually. So he'll be very happy with his day's work. And you're right, it is a competition that brings out the best in these athletes. So, but a big hats off to Jamie Riddle as well in his second Ironman. You know, he faced a few demons out on course today, and I'm sure he learned a lot, and he can be well proud of that performance, as I'm sure his core team are. Dad Alec and Mum Michelle watching, huge supporters of Jamie in his career, and they can be well proud of their son, because he's just, he's one of the great characters in our sport. I love following his journey on Instagram, and, you know, he documents the highs and lows, and he went through a few highs and lows in the race today, and my hat's well and truly off to him, because he battled on for a fourth place. Well deserved.
Well deserved as well. And my hat goes off to a fellow Matt. Matt Hansen crosses the line in fifth place, just a minute behind Jamie Riddle. Run time, Craig, just ticks over 2:30, 2:30.21. Unreal. I believe Matt Hansen was in 15th place coming off the bike. He rode a 4:30 after a 55-minute swim, and had big gaps to make up, and made up 15 minutes on Nick Thompson in second place, and heaps of time on those other athletes in front of him, and clearly the athletes that he passed. So unreal performance by another American that made a big trip, Matt Hansen. But Greg, real quick, we're going to go and head down to Will McCloy, who's with some of our podium finishers. But amazing stuff by these three gentlemen out on course, and can't wait to hear a little bit more into the little more insight into maybe the pain and suffering that went into it, and obviously the joy and jubilation for their successes. But lots of different action going on out there, especially Matthew Marquardt with his struggles. Nick Thompson putting himself in that position there, far ahead at one point, and holding on for second place, and then that late charge by Henrik Ghosh. But when we see those interviews ready, we'll go down to them. But right now we see Jackie Herring out by the harbor, one of the most beautiful sections of the course, as she continues to put her foot on that throttle and try to get as much time as possible on those athletes behind. And let's go down to Will for some chats.
T1 to now, just talk me through the mental and physical battle you put on out there.
Well, unfortunately, this isn't the first time this has happened, so kind of when it happened in T1, I was like, well, here we go again. Time to just do my own race from the back of the race and see what happens. And so it was certainly, there were times where I certainly considered quitting because, like you lose so much time. I lost, 8 to 10 minutes in the first couple minutes on the bike, and you want to race and you want to be competitive, and so it's just like, oh, here we go again. It's gonna be a really tough day, but also at the same time, I didn't want to quit because that's what Ironman's all about, and age groupers don't quit, and I don't want to quit either. And so I was like, I'm just going to do my own race and let's see what happens. And so kind of on the bike, I was just like, here, my race plan is going to stay the same. Like once the legs loosen up, we're going to hit my power and do the race that I wanted to do. And that was really, kind of, I wouldn't say taking it easy, but like riding well the first 110K and then really pushing that last 70K because I knew that was going to be in a headwind, and I knew that's when people were hurting. And so, then I slowly but surely started picking people off, and, from a mental standpoint, that's really kind of motivating. And then kind of coming into T2, it's like, well, okay, I think I was in third at that point, and it was like, okay, like, let's see what can happen. You never really know, kind of coming off a bike like that, like, am my legs going to be there or not? And thankfully they were. It was really smooth the first 2 laps, and I knew that kind of that first 1 or 2 laps, like that's not where you win the race. The race is won on lap 3. And so I really kind of put in a really good dig on lap 3 to kind of catch Nick, and then after that it's just, last 40 minutes, push as hard as you can and get to the finish line, and no matter what it takes. So that's kind of how the race went, and incredibly painful, incredibly challenging, but I always have the things that kind of keep me through it. And like these are the initials on my legs of the people in my life that have had cancer, and so I always think about them as my inspiration. And then the other thing too is this race goes by the Cairns hospital. And I'm a medical student, and so before the race I told myself, you know what, whether or not this race goes well or bad, I'm going to dedicate this race to the patients in the hospital, because people are sick around the world, and that's why I want to do it. I want to give people hope and give people inspiration no matter where they are. And so that, you pass the hospital 8 times, so lots of opportunities to kind of ground myself and think about what's most important, have perspective in the world. And I just can't believe that it all came together, and I just want to say thank you to the people of Cairns, the people of Australia. Your hospitality has been amazing, and if it wasn't so hard to get here, I would definitely come back a lot more often, but I think I'll still come back anyways, because it's just been such a great time, and everyone had a phenomenal race, and so really pushed me to the limit, and I hope that everyone found kind of that next level, because I certainly did.
Well, everyone who does an Ironman, whether they're as fast as you or not, has their own why. You certainly got one too, and now you've also got your first professional win. So congratulations. I hope you go on with it from here and continue to do great things.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's Matthew Marquardt. What an absolute inspiration he is. Also works part-time, comes off a cruise ship, and then puts down one of the most incredible races. We wrote him off at T1, and then he came back bigger and better than ever. And speaking of bigger and better than ever, Nick Thompson is alongside me now, having finished in second. He came out of the water in 6th or 7th positions, began to control things on the bike and held it on. Was so close in the end, mate. Talk me through how that was out there. You're on the podium, you continue to get better, and that was a supreme performance from you.
Thank you, Will. I'm not sure what Matthew said about it, but honestly, from like the first turning boy on the swim, that was a tough and honest race. I mean, the conditions were not too bad, but just like a bit of chop, it makes it tricky. The bike, Ben Hill went on a crazy mission in the first lap, and it was tough to even hold on. But I knew, look, if I was struggling, then I sure as hell thought everyone else might be. Yeah, it was really great to kind of see a plan, a pre-race plan kind of unfold, sort of solo bridging to Jamie and working well with him, and obviously him coming off some more short course stuff. He did really well today with the backup from the short course stuff, and then I just rode the last 40k solo, and yeah, I saw, I guess, a few guys coming hard, and no one was coming faster than Matthew, and yeah, he just was strong all day. I'm not entirely sure what he ran, like under 240 or low 240s, but I did the best I could. That's the fastest I've run in an Ironman, so I'm pretty happy, and I got to see your beautiful face out there multiple times, so it was a great day.
I'm sorry for that, but the evolution of you and your race performance just continues. So congratulations to you, mate. An Ironman podium, and you continue on your merry way in 2025.
Thank you very much, and I'll be back in Cairns. The crowd was magnificent, so thank you, Will.
Outstanding. There you go. Nick Thompson has won a lot of fans here at Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, and are now welcome to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone. A tender-looking Henrik Goisch. Henrik, today for you, mate, looked like it was just about hanging in there and just a war of attrition, and then you came out with a podium at the end of the day.
Yeah, it was exactly that, yeah. I was feeling pretty bad on the third lap, around 25k, and Jamie just ran past me, like, was 90 seconds behind straight away, and then 10k's later I saw him walking and ran past back to third, so yeah.
Talk me through your race plan. Was it how you hoped it would be, or did you have to adapt as the race went on, considering how you felt and the conditions out there?
Yeah, it was, swim was good. I came sort of where I expected to be. I think there were some strong bikers right behind, which I was sort of hoping to get a bit of a gap to them, so don't have to start off so hard with them. And but yeah, it was very windy on the bike. It was going all directions and some gnarly gusts. And I think it just blew apart. I think everyone rode solo the last 60k in the headwind, and I was just hoping I didn't try to limit the loss to the front, and then yeah, seeing the run where I am.
Well, it was a fantastic run to finish things off, and you've earned yourself an Ironman podium, which here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is no mean feat. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, three men, very worthy podium getters, and of course on top, a supreme performance in his first professional win from Matthew Marker. Guys.
Great stuff, Will. Thank you. And great stuff from those three men. Clearly a tough day out there. Honest race from the first buoy, as Nick Thompson said. And they all had their own little battles out there, Craig.
Yeah, impressive athletes, impressive young men. Loved Matthew's interview. When he said he thought he might have to quit, I somehow sense that's not the case. I don't think he's got that in his DNA. So congratulations to all of those guys. Great to see breakthrough performances. Great to see young athletes start fulfilling promise. And really happy for Matthew, really happy for Nick Thompson. I think that's a big step forward in his career. And also Henrik Goisch, who's sort of been on the tour for a while now, but that's a great performance by him as we now turn our full attention to the women's race. And we're here with Hannah Berry, who, again, Matt, just looks like she did on the third lap, the second lap, and the first lap. Her technique doesn't really change. She just seems to be able to hold pace, seems to be super efficient. And she's consolidating this podium position here.
Metronomic for sure is Hannah Berry, but Greg, Lotta Wilms is still right there. She's just she's hanging. She's actually looks like she's pulled back just a touch of time in the last little bit. She is sitting at a minute and 15 seconds behind Hannah Berry. So Lotta Wilms not giving up, and that's another thing about a course like this with so many out and backs and those long straightaways. Like, you can always, if you've been passed and you've paced yourself and you believe you can hang on, you can always kind of keep an eye on where that athlete in front of you is. And Lotta Wilms is not giving in quite yet, and going to do her best to try to get that second place as she did last year here in Cairns. But Hannah Berry, certainly a tough one. It's going to be hard for Lotta to be able to take that away from Hannah. Something's going to have to come away from Hannah's energy for that to happen. But an athlete that is consistent and smooth and strong in late stages of races, Hannah Berry on screen.
Yeah, well, I think there's still a little bit of running left, and it's interesting that Hannah and Lotte are sort of holding identical pace on course. It's only a minute 20. That's nothing, as you've repeatedly said. That's nothing at this stage of a marathon. You can see 5 minutes evaporate at the drop of a hat in these type of races as someone comes off their pace or has to start walking or just hits a real low moment with their energy. But at the moment, yeah, it looks like we've got Jackie Herring just going on her merry way up the road, and yeah, she just looks good. I mean, there's a little bit of fatigue showing, a little bit of wear and tear, as you would expect. She certainly doesn't look as fluid and as fluent as she did 30 kilometers ago, but we're in the sort of in the penultimate stages of this race. Like, she's only got 2/3 of the last lap to go. So I think she's holding pace well. She still seems to be the fastest on course by, on average, about 10 seconds every kilometer. Thereabouts 5 to 10 seconds a kilometer. She's still consolidating her lead. And yeah, it's very interesting. Don't go anywhere, because I think these podium positions, especially second and third, they're certainly not settled just yet.
No, they certainly aren't. And yeah, I mean, I think Jackie is holding quite well. She's still running a low 240 pace, and if she keeps on that, certainly nobody from behind is going to be able to catch her unless something crazy happens. But yeah, as we move through fourth and fifth place, we have Regan Holyoke running at 12:15 back, and now just at 12:23 back is Penny Slater. So Penny Slater is on the move, hoping to move up into fourth place. And then, as we said earlier, Kylie Simpson, also a big mover, but she's a little bit further back, 20 minutes back at the last split, but has now moved into sixth place. So certainly some big movers in the quote-unquote minor placings, with that podium seeming pretty secure at this point, Greg.
Yeah, I think this is our podium. I don't think there's any doubt about that, unless the wheels absolutely fall off, and we have seen that happen. But these women are so experienced. They've been on the circuit for a while. They know the things they need to take care of. They know their pacing. They know just how to manage themselves on course. So very consistent races. Again, we've said it a couple of times that all three of them finished in the top 10 at the Ironman World Championships last year, 8th, 9th and 10th spot. So they're not unfamiliar with each other's game. And it's just interesting, the consistency that we see them roll out. But I'm just really loving the women's racing this year. That these marathon times keep coming down. Of course, we talked about the record marathon time going in Ironman Brazil with Manuel Messias a couple of weeks ago at 2:27. We also saw the same at Ironman Hamburg with Laura Phillip running at 2:40 and Kat Matthews pushing her all the way with a 2:42. So these times just keep coming down. Jackie Herring ran a 2:52 at Hamburg last year, so she's no stranger to fast marathon splits, and it's just impressive to watch the standard of racing keep being elevated, and just the consistency of these top women it's just so impressive.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I think it wasn't too long ago where it was just breaking 3 hours was gonna get you to win any Ironman you entered in the women's field. And now Jackie's going to do that by a fair bit. And we had world championships being won with over 3 hour marathons not that long ago. And looking at what Laura Phillip did a few weeks ago, sub 240, it's unreal. And it's the rising tides. We have so many amazing women out there pushing the pace and being forced to push the pace if they want to win these races and get on the top step. And it's incredible to see where they're pushing this sport.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
And it's Jackie Herring still in the lead here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. 35.8K through, 228 pace through then. She is on track for another Ironman win and another 5,000 points on the board, Craig.
Yeah, she looks like she's going to get the full tally, the 5,000 points, the $18,000 first place paycheck. And can I just issue a public apology to Laura and Kat? I think I said they ran a 240 and a 242, but I want to check myself. I think it was actually a 238 and a 240. So apologies to those two women. Definitely don't want to underplay or understate the historic significance of those two marathon performances. But today it's all about this lady on screen. She's made the trip down after an unfortunate mechanical in Hamburg at the Ironman European Championships, and she looks great. She definitely come off pace a little bit. Certainly not looking as comfortable as she did earlier in the run. But again, I mean, it's stating the obvious, isn't it? They're 36, 37 kilometers into a marathon. So they are superhuman, but there's still very, very high levels of fatigue at this point in the race. And they're just trying to hold it all together. Jackie's just trying to hold it all together. She's just got to make her way north on the Esplanade, past the hospital up to the northern turnaround, and then she's got about a 4-kilometer run into the finish from there. So she's got 5.5K to go here. We can see on the graphic about 1,500 meters to that turnaround point at the northern end, and then a straight shot 4K into a nice, gentle, southerly breeze, and to the red carpet, and an Ironman Pro Series victory for Jackie Herring.
Yeah, you know, she is. She's consistent, doing well, and took the lead pretty early, and putting that weight of leading on her shoulders at early stages of the run and handling it quite well. And again, the heat, the conditions here are tough, not easy conditions for someone who's not from the area. Not, she was planning on racing in Europe, obviously, with those mechanicals, so prepping for different conditions, and I'm impressed with the way she's been able to handle it. And Craig, is it challenging if you're in your head all season, you're training for one race and one course, and maybe that's where your vision is and what you're looking towards, and for that to shift, is that mentally a challenge when you're out on race course, or is the hay in the barn and the athlete just performs blindly?
Oh, no, it's a challenge. I'm on all the mental rehearsal, the mental practice, the visualization of a course and conditions you think you're going to be facing. But again, these are the best endurance athletes in the world. So they are able to pivot quickly. We know about their abilities physically, but you don't race at this level without having a strong mental game as well. So they're able to shift focus pretty quickly, pivot to the new goal. And that's what Jackie had to do. And again, it's part of the demands of this Ironman Pro Series or any series. You need to bring your best level to the races multiple times a year, which requires preparing for different conditions, different continents, different races, different competition. But again, we see these women, rise to the challenge of doing that. And Jackie would have had a quick mental shift 2 weeks ago. I'm sure there was a disappointment with that mechanical traveling all the way to Europe from North America for that to happen. But she even said in her A Fighting Chance soundbite that she was back training the next day, traveled back home, was back into her normal routine 48 hours after that race. And I'm sure, making a new plan with her team.
Yeah, no, it's a true professional for sure, and that doesn't surprise me, to hear that she was right back at it, did not skip a beat, and so impressive. She doesn't have as much time as a lot of her peers do, right? She's got a full family that she's, very, very well invested in. Obviously, that's the most important thing to her, and, it doesn't make it easy when you're traveling with a family at times in those races, and she's able to continue to be at very, very obviously high performance while, triathlon not being the only important thing in her life, and showing right now that she's doing a great job of it. And we did get a split through 35.8K, Hannah Berry 4:17 behind, Lotta Wilms now 5:23 behind. So taking a little bit of time at Hannah Berry in that last check, so just shy, or just a little bit over a minute behind Hannah Berry. So Lotta Wilms so consistent across the board here today, and dosing out the energy quite appropriately.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because I could sit here and say, what about that minute 45 that she lost?
Yep.
That's coming into play now. But the other side of that argument is maybe that's why she is dosing her efforts so well. Because, I mean, and again, these athletes know themselves better than anyone. She knows what she needs on course to get the most out of herself. And perhaps the reason she's pacing things so well is because she's getting that feedback, that data around her heart rate and her pacing. She knows this course well. So, yeah, it's going to be a battle royale between those two women, Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms. Only a minute and 4 seconds between them, and still some running left in this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Work left to do, and yeah, metronomic is the word to describe someone who's looking at their watch and making sure they're being consistent.
Yeah, and we see Jackie getting to the northern turnaround. Nice bit of shade. I'm sure that's a nice respite, although I did hear Will say it's 24 degrees. So that's not a brutally hot day. I mean, the humidity, it's far north Queensland, it's the tropics. But the humidity, I'm guessing at this time of year, is in the 60s, mid-60s, low 70%. 24 degrees Celsius is downright pleasant, to be honest. I mean, typically this time of year, it's high 20s, 27, 28 degrees, sort of low 80s Fahrenheit for those who use that scale. So I think that the real challenge today was the wind. We heard Tim Reed talk about it. We heard Matthew Marquardt talk about it. We heard, Nick Thompson talk about the wind on the bike, and it was a battle. It was a battle, and we saw it in the swim. There wasn't the mill pond that we've seen here. It's a very exposed beach, a very exposed swim, and there was a bit of wind chop and swell on that water from very, very early this morning, which signified, as we see Jackie slow down to take some aid on board here. Let's see if she can break back into a stride, which she does. Again, very experienced campaigner, but let's just keep our eyes on this to see what's going on, because again, she walks through, gets some water over the head, water down the race suit, getting in the calories that she needs.
Yeah, we're used to seeing this, Craig, especially, late stages, and we see leaders doing what they need to do. And I can't tell if that's a smile or a grimace in that shadow, but it looks like she was loitering about like a tiny bit longer than you would think for someone that had impetus and had no issues whatsoever. But again, she does have a pretty good lead. But what do you read into that, Craig?
Man, I'm the same. I mean, you don't walk unless you have to. So let's keep our eyes on this. And she did linger there. You often see athletes use a walk-run strategy in a marathon, but they usually power walk through. And they use that for a lot of reasons. But at this level, it is slightly concerning. It's slightly concerning, but we know her level of experience and her composure. She won't be panicking. So maybe she just felt like she needed a few more calories than normal. I mean, I'm guessing she's very well aware of where she is in the race. But, these are all the signs. Let's just keep an eye on it, because these are the signs when people start losing their train of thought and that sort of cognitive ability to make smart decisions. They're getting very light on calories and need some carbs. And also, the wheels are starting to come off just a fraction.
Yeah, I think that's all accurate. And I'm just kind of looking at the form, and it seemed there for a bit that maybe she looked a little bit tight in the torso, like she was holding on to something there. So curious if she is tightening up a little bit and things are getting challenging. It's, I think you're right. Often, if it's in the plan, they'll do a power jog, but sometimes it's not in the plan and they'll adapt. But the fact that she did stop for a second time and was saying something to somebody and taking a little bit more effort makes me, put the hackles up just a little bit. But, she's back moving. If we hadn't have seen that, we wouldn't be talking about her fading whatsoever. She looks like she's moving well. So we'll see in the next split. Next split might not tell too much because that'll show, her walking. So clearly she's going to lose a little bit of time. But again, with an experienced athlete like you're talking about with Jackie Herring, with 5K to go, you got 4 minutes. You can dose that out however you want. You can stop for minute breaks if you want. Do K repeats with, 45 seconds break in between. You can do that and get across the line, right? So she's going to be able to compose herself and do the things she needs to do to get across that line first, I think.
And we're seeing her make this final turn now. But it's a great point you raise. I mean, and it's easy to be the Monday quarterback. They say hindsight's 2020. But when she did catch the leaders early and she put in that big surge early, there's always question marks. We know she is historically posting better marathon times than Hannah and Lotto, but do you need to burn those many matches early? I mean, these are the questions that come back that I always think about when you see an athlete throw in a surge like that, like she did, to open up that gap so quickly. And we saw the gap go out very quickly to 2 minutes and then hover around 2 minutes to 2:20 for a while. And always just questions that I have. In these events, you want to do your best work in the third and fourth laps, as Matthew Marquardt said in his post-race interview with Will. I mean, the third and fourth laps are where you can lose it and where you really need to win it. So, but she seems to be moving well again now. And at this point in the race and this part on the course, she's going to get a very clear visual of how much gap she has got back to Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms. And I think with her experience, she'll be able to battle it out from here.
Yeah, no, I think she's, she's got 4K to go and 4 minutes, the last split that we had to play with. And she'll be able to visually see, right, on this out and back. It's a great way to finish a race, especially if you're struggling in any way. She can see the distance. She probably still hasn't seen those athletes come in the other direction. So she's in a great spot. And again, athletes running behind. We got Penny Slater in fourth place, 12 minutes behind on last check and running well. Regan Holyoke was holding on to fifth position, just a little bit behind that. And then again, Kylie Simpson, big mover. And, if she has enough time possibly to move in to top 5, making a big comeback on the run. But she's certainly going to have to keep the pace going those last 7 or 8 kilometers that she has left in today's race.
And I mean, it is noticeable, the drop off in pace with Jackie, and also just little telltale signs with her technique. But again, we're 38 kilometers into a marathon. Yeah. So it's what you'd expect. You'd expect to see a little bit of breakdown in form, biomechanics, technique. The goal is just to hold pace as best as possible at this point. Nobody is speeding up at this point in a marathon, unless you're Matthew Marquardt, of course. He looked like he was speeding up on that last leg of the run when he looked like he tried to leapfrog the lead motorbike. But Jackie's doing what she needs to do. We just saw a lot of Wilms go past in the other direction. So, it's been quite a while since Jackie was at that northern turnaround. So we'll get a pretty good split soon. But by the time, Hannah Berry and Lotta Wilms get to that turnaround, I think Jackie's going to have well under 3 kilometers to go. So, for her, she just needs to keep her wits about her and make sure she gets in some calories, gets in some electrolyte, and we know she's going to do that. She's been on the circuit for a long time. She knows her way around these race courses. She's a total pro, and she's going to close the deal on this one.
Yeah, no, she is a pro, and she's going to be able to manage herself across that finish line for sure. Worth mentioning, Craig, Rebecca Clark seems to be moving well. Our early leaders moved back up into 7th place, actually. So good positive movement from Beck Clark holding on in the late stages of the run up to this point. So great to see her continuing to move through the course, especially coming off of a running injury that she had and all that time she had in the boot.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll be pleased. She won't be totally satisfied with her performance, but it's a good step back into racing at the highest level, as we now see Hannah Berry making that making the turn up here as she turns for home, and it'll be interesting to see what the split is, because I think for me there's still a little bit of excitement in these final podium positions, second and third. It looks like it's a straight out shootout between Hannah and Lotte this last 4K run back into town.
And the split is
back
in,
to
Craig. It's, sorry, Craig, 4 minutes to Hannah Berry. So she only lost 17 seconds through that little moment, those last few kilometers. So Hannah Berry just under 4 minutes behind Jackie Herring. As we can see right now, Jackie just about a kilometer from the finish. Just a few kilometers from the finish, with Hannah Berry just reaching that far turnaround, and a lot of Wilms reaching it here too. And I think she's making up some time on Hannah Berry. We'll see what this gap is here in just a few seconds, but it's going to be right around a minute again. Let's see here as we get these splits loading up, but a lot of Wilms not fading. And again, yeah, 54 seconds behind, Craig. So just a lot is still just chipping away, doing what she can, staying strong. And all these women are holding each other accountable. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt that this race for second is not over. Hannah cannot afford to falter at all. I mean, Lotta's taken a little bit more time out of her. And yeah, let's keep our eyes on this battle, because it's good. It's just a death march this last lap, isn't it? Yeah. And I mean, the whole run course predominantly is on a hard concrete path. It just, the breakdown of your quads, the muscles in your lower legs, the soreness, and no doubt the new super shoes, definitely the cushioning and that EVA foam, the higher stack heights, certainly help preventing that muscle breakdown and prolonging it deeper into the marathon. But, you know, this is a tough run course. We talked about being flat and fast, but fast is not always easy. And just the concrete path, the muscle breakdown that these women will be experiencing now. And they just got to battle. They got to battle to the finish.
No, it's brutal. And nobody, except for you, maybe, nobody wants to be in a battle late in a marathon. You know, like everybody's like, come on, just give me a couple more. Like, can we all just agree that this is how we're going to finish so we don't have to work any harder? I know you disagree, Craig, but it's brutal when you've been out there for 8 hours and you got to stay on the gas all the way to the finish line.
No, these days I'm a creature of comfort, mate. Path of least resistance. But hey, every athlete knows what they're signing up for. It's 3.8, it's 180, and it's 42.2. And you've got to fight for every inch on this course and earn every second. And that's why we love the sport, and that's why we love the racing. And you know, these women are going down swinging. It's a lot of Wilms certainly hasn't given up on that second place podium spot.
No, she hasn't, and I love seeing it. And you know, again, in certain ways, this type of course will give her an opportunity to, you know, just always be seeing and be cognizant of that gap, and if it's increasing or decreasing. And over the last few kilometers, albeit very slightly, it has been decreasing. And great to see Jackie Herring getting actual applause from some of the lapped athletes in the Ironman that she's passing. And you know, no reason that she shouldn't get such applause. She's a great example to everybody out there, and you know, one of the nicer ladies out on the circuit. And Craig, looks like she's got that turnover back, and I think we didn't have anything to worry about.
Yep, light at the end of the tunnel. I think she can sense the finish from here. And what a great thing, our lapped course. Just you know, these pro athletes are aspirational for the rest of the field, provide a lot of inspiration for our age group athletes, and to get to share the course, same course on the same day, it's just a wonderful experience. And it goes both ways. You know, I know the pro athletes love the support they receive on course from the age group athletes. It's just one of the really special things about our sport. As we get a camera shot of Hannah Berry now, and making her way through a slightly shaded area. I'm sure she's enjoying the slightly lower temperatures, but she's got a fight on her hands, because Lotte Wilms is just hovering back there at around 55 seconds behind. So Hannah Berry cannot put the cue in the rack, as we say, just yet.
No, she can't. And Craig, this overhead shot of Jackie does show that she is slowed a little bit, right? Like she's definitely not moving across the ground as quickly as she was before. She looks efficient. She looks great. I don't think we have to worry about her giving up the lead at this point again, unless she has stopped walking for a lengthened period of time. But you can tell that that pace has slowed a little bit, and no surprise, the day catches up to you at a certain point.
Yeah, I think her pace has slowed a lot, and I think it has for all the top women. But you know, they got engaged in a little dogfight on the bike, very tactical, and then it certainly was an interesting first 2 laps of this marathon. And I think Jackie's strategy was just to try and win it, you know, create that separation and win it before she even hit the 4th lap of the run, and she's done that.
Right.
So, but the pace has definitely come off. You can see that. I mean, we're not getting as many splits now, but you can just see the visual of her technique. But she's still holding strong, and you know, I'm not going to say the job's done. It's not quite done. She still has, you know, 1.6 kilometers to finish, but she's running back into the heart of the city now. She'll be getting the applause of the crowd. She'll get the emotion. You know, and it's an emotional sport. She's traveled a long way. It's a huge sacrifice, you know, for her family, her husband, the kids, I'm sure her extended family. And, you know, that's the pressure and the expectation that these athletes put on themselves. They know that they're not the only ones making the sacrifices. The whole family, extended family, the whole team is sacrificing. And, you know, we saw the emotion of Matthew Marquardt's mum. You know, she rode the highs and lows with Matthew today, just like he did. And I'm sure it's the same for Jackie's family at home watching this, you know, the live broadcast, and they'd be punching the air and cheering right now because Jackie's making her way down through Tri-Village back into town, and not far to go for her as we get another visual on Hannah Berry. And again, I mean, I don't know, what are your thoughts here? She doesn't, her form looks the same to me, Matt.
Yeah, the exact same as it did before, and she still has that kind of eye of the tiger, very focused on 10 meters in front of her, just running in the space that she needs to run. And it does look like she's moving a little bit quicker than Jackie at this point. It's not a rate of catching that is notable at this point, but you know, shows that she is that consistent athlete that we know that she is, and she is strong. And that back half, that last quarter, the last half of the marathon, we don't really see her fade very much, and she's showing that visually with her run form, but with the pace that she's running as well.
I think as an athlete, there's no better feeling than this. Heading back towards the finish, you know, through the crowd, you fought the good fight. It's been a long, tough day, and just satisfying, very satisfying feeling. And, you know, hats off to Jackie Herring, who's made a decision mid-season to change schedules, to really get her Ironman Pro Series aspirations back on track, and she's gone a long way to doing that today. It looks like she's going to bag the 5,000 points, and we know she finished second in the series last year behind Kat Matthews, and I'm sure she's got a sight set on maybe going one spot better this year.
Yeah, no, she certainly does, and you know, 5,000 points is a great way to make a bit at that. And again, with her consistent racing over the 70.3 distance earlier in the year, she's given herself a chance of moving that spot up, and it's kind of, you know, in Kat Matthews and the other ladies' hands to be able to take it away from her and give her the toughest fight that they possibly can. But today, she's the one who took the fight to the women and the race course here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, and is showing that she's prepared, even though this, you know, wasn't the timing that she was hoping for this Ironman performance that she's given today. She's been able to adapt after struggles and get herself to the course healthy, and maybe making sure any of those mechanicals, flat tires didn't happen on this course. And she's going to get herself 5,000 points, $18,000, and another win on the belt.
Yeah. Taking the applause of the crowd here, and you know, in all reality, it's going to take an unbelievable season for anyone to unseat Kat Matthews at the head of that Pro Series. I believe she's just so consistent, and not only consistent, just a race winner. You know, Kat finished on the podium at both the World Championships last year, and we know they carry the largest points tallies with them. So, but you know, Jackie's doing what she can do today. All she could do today is get the maximum points that she could, and that's 5,000. And she's going to be flying home to North America with those 5,000 points in her back pocket.
Yeah, no, I think well said. I mean, I think that's the thing with Kat is there's one thing about being consistent and going and finding races where you can win or be within a few seconds of the winner, but it's another thing to be podium contender in both of the world championships, right? And that's something that Kat has over, kind of the rest of the competitors that are competing in the Ironman Pro Series, that she has that ability to be consistent and do the big one-day performances. And, Jackie Herring, as consistent and powerful as she is and having these good races on these big days as she did last year and then here in Cairns, she hasn't proven over the Ironman distance that she is a contender, but I guarantee you she's hoping to prove me wrong this year, and I believe undoubtedly that she has the ability to be in a podium, especially on the course that she's going to fight this year in Kona.
So it looks like our concerns at that aid station 4 or 5 kilometres ago were unfounded. It was just a little blip on the radar.
Yeah.
As we see Jackie just make her way back down to Fogarty Park now on the Esplanade. What a great setting, what a great scene for a race. It is the race in paradise. Cairns is just a beautiful city. Of course, it's celebrating 15 years hosting this race next year, so come join the party. Anyone who's looking for just a spectacular course, a spectacular experience, get yourself down and race in paradise at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. It's just, you won't be disappointed. It's one of the best races on the circuit.
Yeah, no, the vibes and the energy are great. We can see that in the crowds behind Jackie. We can see that in Jackie and her response to those crowds, giving the thumbs up, thanking the crowds for their support. She's had these pockets, Greg, throughout the day where, she's been able to look forward to, when I get past this hotel, there's always this group that is cheering for me. Like you get used to these little groups of fans, and undoubtedly she's responding to some of those as she gets near the late stages of the run. And yeah, you're right, just a blip through 40.6 kilometers. Hannah Berry's still 4 minutes and 1 second behind, with Lotta Wilms at 57 seconds. So stabilized as it's been all day. I mean, these women are so consistent in how they're dosing out their energy on this race course.
Yeah, very impressive. Very impressive pacing by these top women, and no surprise the crowd are getting right into it, Matt. The Aussies and the Kiwis, plenty of Kiwis here too. We love a great race, and we're a rowdy bunch.
That you are, and makes for great post-race parties and great finish lines. And Jackie Herring is ready to enjoy this finish line, putting out the hands for the high fives as she gets down this finish line carpet, and she is gonna do it after big travel to the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. It is your 2025 champion, Jackie Herring.
How good. How good. Well done, Jackie Herring. What a race. Brings it home with a 2:56 marathon. Nice exclamation point on her race today. Just consistent from start to finish, classy. Swam well, biked well, did what she needed to do, played the little tactical games on the bike, and then closed out with just an incredible marathon, a 2:56, Matt. And I'm sure she's thinking it was well worth the trip now.
Yeah, certainly. And yeah, she faded a little bit because she was running about 2:51 pace there for a bit, but 2:56 is, again, that is such a solid run time. As we can see, the Wahoo Element Rival run a split 2:56.39 for Jackie Herring. Good enough to take the win, 18 grand, 5,000 points, and proving that she's making the right choices and doing the right things. Jackie Herring, she was always in the mix today. She never had any, no big signs that to make us think that she wasn't going to be able to be in the position to win this race. And she also raced with patience, Craig. Like, she never did anything silly on the bike, and she didn't do any attacks early on the run. She was consistent all day.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the big storylines you and I talked about with the women's race was where would all our pre-race favourites come out of the swim? Where would Jackie be placed out of that 3.8 kilometre swim? And she was 2 minutes back. She's been in the box seat all day and just, raced a very smart, very experienced, and just a really well executed race. Did what she had to do. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. And you know, these races are about taking your opportunities when they present, but being patient also when that's the right card to play. And I think Jackie was a master of that today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think all the women in our podium, what's going to end up being our podium, did that today. They played what they were able to play. Quite impressed by Lotta Wilms in third place. The consistency that she had, being, again, all alone out front of that bike ride. You know, we could debate about the composure that she had in her mind to make sure that she got that watch out of transition. And then, again, was very, very steady across the late stages of the run. And then, as you said earlier, looking at Hannah Berry, there's no faults in what her performance was in the run. Just so consistent, and you wouldn't be able to tell from a video the first 5K versus a video the last 5K of her running at what point those videos were taken. So all these three women, spectacular execution of obviously supreme preparation for a race like today.
Yeah, I think when the dust settles, all three of our podium finishes in the women's race will be really satisfied. Maybe, you know, there's always, as we've talked about all day, you know, they're all high performers, our top male and female professionals, and they're always striving for more. It's about continuous improvement, not just winning. So I think they'll celebrate their performances here, but go back and look at what they can work on as we see Hannah Berry now hit the red carpet.
Yeah, no, she is. You know, she loves this finish line straight away. She's enjoyed it to a win here last year, and a big smile on her face. I think she's got to be stoked with that performance, consistent all day, and just bettered by a supreme Jackie Herring, which you can't be too sad about that. And your second place at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, Hannah Berry.
As we watch our first and second place embrace at the finish, swap a few war stories, and yeah, great marathon by Hannah, a 3:01. I think that's faster than what she ran last year than when she won the race here. So it just goes to show that, you know, the bar does keep getting raised, the level does keep going up, and now we see Lotta Wilms come into the finish chute, and I'm sure she'll be content with her day's work as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think she'd have to be, and I think that might be actually Hannah Berry's PR for the marathon distance, so can't complain too much about that. But Lotta Wilms, consistent all day, and so consistent in the late stages of the run. Your third place finisher, Lotta Wilms.
Just impressive consistency by Lotta Wilms. Another podium here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, and that was a great run for her. She's definitely outsplit her marathon run from here last year. So, yeah, again, these women just continue to step it up. The level keeps going up. And if you want to be in the game, you need to step up your own performances.
Yeah, and that is her fastest run to date, better than Ironman World Championships in Nice last year at 3:05. So, yeah, fantastic. And again, she did what she needed to do. We saw that adjustment and aerodynamics possibly was something that affected her and her performance out here today. And, you know, she's doing what she needs to do. And, you know, again, yeah, 7 minutes faster run than she did last year. Lotta Wilms, third place, well deserved. All these women podium finishers.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Yes, that's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
An empty finish line now, but our champions, a lot of our champions have crossed the finish line already after some epic battles here today. Incredible performances on the women's side. We just saw wonderful podium finishes. A lot of Wilms, Hannah Berry, Jackie Herring in reverse order on their performances of the day. And then obviously our men's field earlier, but still some battles happening out there on the run course on the women's side. Penny Slater has moved her way up into 4th place. Has a bit of a gap on 5th place, and Regan Holyoka 2 minutes up at this point. Kylie Simpson looks like she's going to end up finishing in 6th place. Not quite enough roadway left for her to use that fantastic run to get any more places, but huge movers on the day, and I think all of those athletes will be happy with their finished places. Maybe not Kylie Simpson. She's not finished outside of the podium here before, but again, left a little bit too much out on that swim for her to use that bike and run strength to make up. But wonderful racing out on the course here in Cairns, and such a beautiful location for the fantastic racing we had out on course today. And in just a few moments, we'll be able to get down to Will McCloy and chat with our women's podium and kind of see the adventures maybe that they got into that we didn't witness on camera, and talk us through what was going on in their heads and their bodies as they made their way across Queensland here in Cairns and the beautiful, beautiful course. And let's go down to Will.
Welcome to the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, and alongside me, a very worthy winner, only the 2nd international woman ever to take out Ironman Cairns, the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns, I should say. Jackie Herring, you turned up on Wednesday, you weren't even meant to be here, and you come home with 5,000 points for the Ironman Pro Series. You're cramping all over your body, you've really put it in. Just tell us how it felt out there.
I have a terrible diaphragm cramp right now. I can barely breathe. It felt good. It was fun. It was enjoyable, and I'm glad I came here. I got what I came here for, and I'm happy about that.
Now, I know that you say you're not aiming for the Ironman Pro Series, but
yes, I am.
You are going
That's
to be
my
now?
whole goal.
It's always your goal?
Yeah. That's why I'm here.
Well, and you picked up the full 5,000. Well, you played, I guess, a patient role in some ways in this race. You were smart on the bike. You sat in for quite a while when you rode up. Was it always, did it play out how you thought it was going to play out in terms of pacing your way through it, and in your run your legs were there?
Yeah, it was best case scenario for me coming out of the water with Regan, and then hearing that Hannah was only a minute up. We went to work the first bit of the bike to catch her, and then we all kind of worked together through the bike ride, and it was really best case scenario for me. I like a running race, and I was feeling pretty optimistic for that.
And it's your first time in Australia. You said, I heard you say beforehand, you love the course. Obviously, you love the run. There was lots of support out there, and you would have fed off that on your way to this wonderful victory.
Yeah, the course was really beautiful. Everything about the course, the swim, bike, and the run was really great. I would definitely recommend this to anybody who likes interesting courses. It's not boring, and I find that to be really fun. So yeah, glad I came.
Well, you go home with 5,000 points. You get a great spot in the Pro Series. You get another Ironman victory. Congratulations. Your second coming of Ironman seems to be very successful, so well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, Jackie Herring picks up another win after that win in Hamburg in 2024. We're going to hand the microphone over. Can you get up? Are you all good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, we're going to hand the microphone over now to our second place getter, Hannah Berry, as she joins us. And Hannah, welcome. I'm sure you're going to enjoy a good sit down after that one. It looked like tough work out there from the very beginning. It was obviously a difficult swim, and just there didn't seem to be an easy moment.
No, I mean, Ironmans don't get any easier. Yeah, I mean, I think my race got better as the day went on, to be honest. I didn't have a great swim. I just couldn't find a rhythm. It was quite choppy, and just struggled a bit, but just tried to do my best, tried to keep sort of calm. And then again on the bike, I sort of felt better as it went on. There were some group dynamics going on, but in the end I managed to just get a bit of a gap, only towards the end of the bike on the other girls, and then with Lotta up the road. And then had a good run for me. I think that's a PB marathon time in an Ironman, so I've got to be happy with that. It shows progress. And got the Kona slot, so
that's the main thing, isn't it? Of course, for the second half of the year, you run as you just looked, and we kept saying it out there, metronomic. You just looked solid on the run all day as other people started to fall by the wayside, and you should be really. I'm imagining you're extremely proud with how consistent you were during that marathon.
Yeah, I did have a tough moment, probably about 3/4 of the way through, but then managed to sort of find my rhythm again towards the end and actually picked up the pace. But yeah, just really tried to find that rhythm and settle in.
Well, a podium for you to back up the win last year and that all-important slot at the back end of the year, so congratulations.
Thank you, very happy.
All right, Hannah Berry takes second overall to back up her win here from last year. Thank you very much for that. And the person she was fighting with just about all of the day is Lotta Wilms. Lotta, an interesting race for you in many respects, and it looks like you had to really dig deep there at different points to be able to stay composed as well, coming out of T2 when you had the issue with the watch. Lost
Yes.
a bit of time, but was able to hang on for much of that marathon.
Yeah, I completely forgot I was not wearing my watch. So in T2, I just emptied my bag, and then I ran out, and I was like, hey, where's my watch? And I was like, I really need it. I think I'm just so in trouble if I won't have it. So yeah, it was good that Ironman was helping me, and then I realized it must be just in the tent, and it was there, and then I could start. So yeah, it was yeah, the uncomfortable things happen, but it's our job to stay comfortable.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, being able to stay mentally in the game and deliver a good marathon to run yourself to an Ironman podium and pick up your qualification and all the things that you came here to do, obviously, I guess that speaks to your experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, at the end of the day, I had a run PB, so I can't really complain. Like, I just still improved. So in the swim, I felt a little bit seasick, and Rebecca, she was just doing a remarkable job. She was like on fire, and I just couldn't keep up with the waves. And but yeah, you just stay calm and just get in your rhythm on the bike. And I had a really good rhythm on the bike. I knew what I had to do, so I just stick to my plan. And it was just basically the same on the run. I was just only focusing on myself.
All right, well, it was a fantastic race from you. It's great to have you. Obviously, you're an adopted Australian, so it's great to have you to support out there on course,
Yes.
and we really enjoyed it. So congratulations on third place here at the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
All right, that is the last interview from the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, and what a podium we had for the women's, and what a win from Jackie Herring.
Yeah, quite a podium and quite a win indeed. Great to hear what the women went through there for a little bit, and yeah, stoked to hear from Lotte and say that she's happy with her decision on that watch, and hear Jackie from where to go. Let's get down to the men's podium as get there just in time to see Matthew Marquardt get on that top step. But great performances from those three athletes on screen, Craig.
Yeah, it was a great race to watch. Loved how Jamie Riddle took it up the road. Well, first of all, he was aggressive in the swim. He set the table for the whole race. Nick joined the party on the bike, and you know, Matthew Marquardt, let's just take a bow and take a moment to appreciate the challenges that he faced, yet still came back to take his first Ironman Pro Series. In fact, it was his first professional win. So very successful trip down under for Matthew Marquardt, but congratulations also to Nick Thompson
Well, what an amazing day of racing here in Cairns, Craig. Both the men's and women's fields really showed up today and gave us quite a show.
Yeah, on paper, we had high quality and very deep fields, and I think the race absolutely lived up to billing. No doubt the women's racing went a little more to script, but that's the beauty of these high level races, and it was so great to see some other athletes who we typically don't see race in Cairns make the trip down here, and really loved just seeing a world-class race in our own backyard.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at how it all went down today. The men started early in the day, and that beach start, Craig, made for that porpoise dive start necessary, and it wasn't quite too much of a surprise who went straight to the front.
Yeah, it was Jamie Riddle, who's got a lot of experience, grew up in these conditions, and you called it straight off the beach. He got a lightning fast start and set the tone early for the rest of the men to chase.
Yeah, and it was a fight to attempt to get on his feet, but you see that gap. That's just 200-300 meters into the swim, and already we had Jamie look over the shoulder, Riddle doing what he does best, and seeing if anybody could chase him. A little backstroke thrown in there just in case, and it was the form of Josh Amberger that was able to bridge that gap, but Matthew Marquardt right on the feet of Josh Amberger. So the swimming pedigree of Matthew not to be underestimated. Rough swim out there, Craig. Challenging conditions for these athletes as we had a bit of rollers, but then a bunch of texture on the water. But as we heard from the male finishers at the podium, it was tough from the get-go.
Yeah, it was tough conditions early. Definitely a true open water swim here in Cairns, and Jamie Riddle led out. Josh Armberger, the diesel engine, he did what he always does, which is close the gap to the front. And Matthew Marquardt, for me, was the surprise packet in that swim. I didn't know if he'd handle those conditions, but he just handled them comfortably.
Yeah, he certainly did, but Jamie Riddle in the front, getting up, getting his bike first, and then the comfort ended for Matthew Marquardt as we were looking at him, scanning for him in transition, where he was going to be, and it was frustrated, cramped. You can see those quads just locked up. Matthew Marquardt, we thought his day was over. I thought he might even DNF right there in transition, but certainly wasn't the case. And then Jamie Riddle looked around, found himself, man, am I really just going to do this thing by myself? I guess so, but it was Benny Hill that was acting like a Tour de France time trialist, bridging as much of a gap as he could and setting that pace early, Craig.
Definitely early drama with Matthew Marquardt's cramps in T1. And as you mentioned, Ben Hill was the aggressor. He was the combative rider on the first lap of that ride. And I think he took the sting out of a lot of riders, but, not Nick Thompson, who we saw really enjoy that sort of combative riding of Ben Hill. And he was the major beneficiary as he bridged the gap up to Jamie Riddle.
Yeah, and the two buddies and training partners, exchanged some words, and we're excited. Hey, let's do it. This is something dreams are made of. Two buddies out on the course being aggressive. And then it wasn't until late that Jamie Riddle struggled late stages of the bike ride, in the box a little bit, cramping a little bit, and Ben Hill was able to pass him, but wasn't able to get close to Nick Thompson, who got off that bike first, got off the Zoop bike course, and then into transition first. Off of the bike was Nick Thompson, and grabbing that water, cooling himself off as much as he could, and then getting on the run course and doing what he needed to do and get out to a fast pace on the run, Greg.
Absolutely, and the big story in the men's race on the bike was this man, Matthew Marquardt. He resurrected his race, picked his way through the field on the bike, exited T2 in third place and got to work, and it wasn't long until we saw him start to eat in to Nick Thompson's lead.
Oh, man, and he was just punishing himself to get to that lead and past him, and didn't really take his foot off the gas at all, just hurting himself, trying to do what he could to prove that anything really is possible, coming from the depths, grabbing that finish line tape to win. Matthew Marquardt never would have thought so at transition one, and then Nick Thompson holding on for second place. Definitely breakthrough race for him, showing that he belongs. And then Henrik Ghosh crossed that finish line in third place, and there's your top 10, Craig. Ben Hamilton rounding out the top 10. Braden Curry not on a great day for him, feeling a little sick in 9th place. Jared Osborne, 8th. Mike Phillips, 7th, solid day for him. Benjamin Hill, getting him a lot of Pro Series points, going to move him up in 6th place. And then we saw Matt Hansen with big run. Jamie Riddle, 4th place. And then that podium that we just saw. Let's take a little look at what happened to get the women's podium that we saw, Craig.
Yeah, so we saw the ladies depart Palm Cove very early this morning. And again, yeah, conditions not what you would call ideal. Definitely different to last year. And we expected to see Rebecca Clark and Lotta Wilms do what they love to do, which is really take the race to the other women in the swim.
No, absolutely did. Aggressive on that swim, no doubt, was Lotta Wilms and Beck Clark. Beck Clark able to get to the lead and hold on to that lead all the way through the end of that swim course.
Yeah, definitely Beck Clark navigated the tricky conditions the best, hit T1 with a little bit of a lead, and Lotta Wilms wasn't too far behind though. So two athletes we're very, very well accustomed to seeing at the front of the races coming out of the Roka swim and hitting T1, not too far apart.
No, not at all. We saw Beck Clark get there first and compose herself and not too nervous about getting to that bike ride on her own and getting straight out there smoothly and calmly and getting to work. But it was a lot of Wilms that was destined to the front of the bike course and start that bike computer and get to work. And yeah, as we said, Beck Clark looked smooth, wasn't too concerned, but stayed steady all day, Craig. I was impressed by her resiliency. And then as soon as Lotta Wilms caught her, she just got on and hung on as long as she could.
Yeah, obviously Beck Clark, first race coming back from injury, was solid. But Lotta Wilms did what she loves to do, which is get to the front of the race. And with her new bike position, as we pointed out during the race, she looked like she was on a fly today and on a mission to build up a lead going into T2.
No, she certainly was and consistent in how she did that, because Penny Slater out there consistent on her own most of the day on the bike ride, which is a hard way to do it, but not anything that was Penny Slater would shy away from. We see Lotta Wilms doing that U-turn halfway through the bike course, and she was able to be on her own at that point. And then it was a chase group behind with a lot of the powerhouses in it that was, fluctuated from 90 seconds to 2 minutes behind Lotta Wilms, and that was Jackie Herring was a lot of the firepower in that group, along with Regan Holyoke and Hannah Berry, and consistent riding from these athletes throughout the day.
Yeah, that elite little power group formed behind Lotta Wilms and Holyoke, Berry, and Herring, as you mentioned. But it was this woman who led the dance into T2 with a really strong bike performance before a little, I won't say catastrophe, but certainly a monkey in the wrench here in T2 for Lotta Wilms.
Yeah, wanted that watch, and she knew it was important to her, and she didn't look stressed about it. She was excited when she got it. So I think in the end, and she didn't seem disappointed about that when she crossed the finish line, but something that she knew she needed to feel comfortable starting that marathon. And I was impressed with her composure and holding off the two women behind for as long as she did, and then really hanging on, right? I loved this part of this race, Craig, as we see, kind of these three women almost come together at the same time, with Hannah Berry getting over the shoulder of Lotta Wilms, and just a minute, 2 minutes later, Jackie Herring bridged up and made it a group of three. But she did not want a group of three for very long. Looked at her watch and twisted the throttle on the accelerator and ran away, and that was kind of it, Craig.
Yeah, that was pretty much all she wrote. I think it was a very interesting dynamic the first lap of the women's run, but once Jackie decided it was time to go, she made that move and held it all the way through to take the win here at the Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns, race 10 of the Ironman Pro Series this year, and a convincing win in the end for Jackie Herring.
Yeah, no, it really was. Second place for Hannah Berry, consistent throughout the day. Great work from her. And then again, Lotta Wilms just right there, never more than 75 seconds behind Hannah Berry, and came across that finish line in third place. Well deserved. And there's your top 8, Craig. Chloe Hartnett in 8th place. Rebecca Clark holds on for 7th. Kylie Simpton fast run to get in 6th place with Regan Holyoke in 5th. Penny Slater in 4th. Another fast run there. Lotta Wilms in 3rd. Hannah Berry in 2nd. And Jackie Herring in 1st. Let's take a look at the points. Changed a little bit. Ben Hamilton, he's got a lot of races under his belt. A good race here today. Moved himself up into 1st place. Matt Hansen moved himself into 2nd. And Matthew Marquardt, big mover of the day, Craig, all the way up into 3rd place with that performance.
Yeah, well, we thought we'd see some moves in the leaderboard of the Ironman Pro Series as we did. And as we look at the women's standings now, Jackie Herring makes a big move up the table, as does Hannah Berry, and Lotta Wilms as well slides into the top 10. So still plenty of racing left in this season, but some noticeable moves on the leaderboard for the Ironman Pro Series in both the male and female pro standings.
That's great. Well said, Craig. And thanks for watching the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns. Watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusively in the U.S. and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, watch proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. The next Ironman Pro Series broadcast is Mainova Ironman Frankfurt European Championship on Sunday, June 29th at 6 a.m. Central European Summertime, 12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It will be the Professional Male European Championships. For Craig Alexander and Will McCloy, I'm Matt Lieto. Thanks so much for tuning in.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.